call. Welcome one, welcome all to the LCS waiting room. Now, right off the top, we want to honor a few holidays happening here in the States. It is both Juneteenth and Father's Day. So do something good for yourself, someone you love, someone you call dad. Or don't. I'm not your dad. But I love you, Dad. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for everything that you've done for me.
Appreciate it, Dad.
You're LCS dad.
I am the LCS dad. I guess that's true.
You keep us all in line.
I do my best. I don't always succeed in that endeavor, but you know, just trying to keep the
You check up on this though.
ship steering in the right direction.
Raz,
I know, Raz. You are the problem child. In case you have not identified that.
You said yesterday that you were a brand new, stable Raz.
Well, he said firm.
I said firm. I did say that.
He's a firm
Stable was not
Firm
sure.
Raz.
Never stable. All right, we're going to go ahead and pull from you, the audience. Yesterday, the LCS account tweeted out looking for questions that you might have for us for waiting room. So most of our waiting room today comes directly from you, the community. First up, how's the temp in the studio?
Wow.
Did Dash or Emily win the struggle for the thermostat?
This guy is super active on Twitter.
Very active.
I see his tweets all the time.
yeah,
I really
I appreciate
appreciate
him a
it.
lot.
Super
Yeah,
engaged.
same.
Love it. So, what's the verdict? Because I before the show went live today, I came in and I said it's
hot.
feeling a little warm in here. If I'm being
And
honest.
I was like, I'm okay. Now I'm kind of getting cold. My hands.
You're
are-
getting cold? I'm
Yeah,
still
look
hot.
at-
So
look
let's.
Dash, you're wearing
let's
more
go
Just
ahead
like
and ramp up.
incredibly
I am.
poor
It's-
circulation.
The reality
Extra
is,
layer.
it does not matter what the thermostat level is at the beginning of the morning because Dash will get his hands on it and it will change. Like he
Dash
is the
always
only,
wins.
I swear he's the only one in the studio that knows the exact location of the thermostat.
I do.
I don't know where it is.
I do.
Yeah.
I was the one who had
You
to
know
install
what?
it.
This also backs up the fact that you're dad because
I am dead.
Oh, he's always changing.
policing the
I control
thermostat.
everything here.
Guys, I'm hot. That's your voice.
All right, so I still have control of it. Next question. Was Raz fined for tossing the cushion at Mark Z, or was he encouraged to do it again? Well, Raz, were you reprimanded?
Do we
I
have
was
the clip?
not.
He was not.
In fact, encouraged. Everybody out there on Twitter was like, yes, hit him again. So
Yeah, do we have the clip? That was a
we've
good
got,
clip.
We've got, I think we've got more
Yeah.
than just a clip. They're looking for it right now, but they
Very
put
nice.
together a little something for us. Yeah, I think more than just community encouraged. I'm pretty sure production is like, yeah, again,
Do it
more
again.
of that.
I will say,
Let the
though,
cushions fly.
I will say though, Emin, our producer, he's like just really concerned about breaking the chair. He's like,
Well,
these
that's a
chairs
legit
are nice.
concern. Yeah,
So
yeah.
Mark's sitting on an uncushioned chair. He's like, he might break it.
Brand new
Sure.
set pieces.
Yeah, there
Don't
we go.
break it.
Yeah.
Do we have that video? If we don't, we'll
no
just move on and
promises.
we'll bring it back whenever you guys have it, because it'll be funny regardless of when we play it.
I'm gonna find more creative ways to use these chairs that puts it at risk.
Yep.
Good
I
luck
think
with
we
that.
should-
Maybe
start
your creative
jumping
energy
between them.
can be
Yeah.
better spent doing other things. Well, that brings me back to literally seconds before we went live. Oh, here it is.
What? Yeah! This actually
Do you want
sounds
to try to jump over these
How many
chairs?
times do you want to watch it? Right.
Yeah,
So
what?
just
That'd be good.
it's a 2-minute loop, by the way.
I
Okay, we
enjoy it
just
so
leave it
much.
playing for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So just before we went live, Jack commented that the pants he's wearing are perhaps the most
They're
comfortable
so
pants
comfortable.
that he's ever worn
Yeah.
on an LCS
Yeah.
broadcast. And Jack's been doing this for a long time,
Yeah.
in case any of you weren't aware. So that's a lot of pairs of pants. And these
It
are the
is.
comfiest of all the pants?
Yeah, I wanted to
They
do some
look
athletic
comfortable.
activities.
Right, so then he said, let's
they're
do
just so
athletic activities.
stretchy.
So I think we
And
should
then we
set
thought
up the
about the chair
chairs
jumping.
as
And
hurdles.
jump.
Yeah.
And jump
And we should
over
do a
them.
quick 2-hurdle race, you two against each other.
I haven't jumped in a while, but I'm willing to try.
Some
walking it back.
ankles are gonna break.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to
do you-
be able to jump pretty high.
Do you have a decent vertical?
I could get like this much of my hand on the rim.
Onto the rim.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. And you're 6'1"?
The problem is,
That's one.
so
Yeah.
I'm not
Taller.
saying much.
Okay.
I just already know I lose in any hurdle
You and I both.
competition.
You and I
am
both.
5 feet tall, guys.
We're the short ones,
Yeah,
but we're the quick ones. We're speedy,
Yeah.
agile. Either way, let's move on.
I can beat you in a race.
Next up, this wine wizard, Swole Sorcerer, if you
Sorcerer.
will.
Wine Wizard!
Asked, should
What
I?
a
Also,
great
those two
name.
things seem counter to each other. Being a wine
Swole
wizard, but also being a swole
Sorcerer.
sorcerer. But you know what? More power to you if you can achieve both things. Should I go to the park tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. You
Yeah,
should touch some
parks are
grass.
fun.
I think touching grass is important.
I agree with that.
Same.
Just
Good.
don't do it with wine.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
with
Don't
wine?
touch
I mean,
grass
Don't
with
be
wine.
drinking out in the park.
Day in the park with a glass of wine.
I'm
Wait,
not-
well, that sounds
Oh,
fun.
wine, the picnic, little
Sounds like a
cheese,
great
little
idea.
Yeah,
little
charcuterie
charcuterie board.
Problem
and
is, if you're calling yourself a wine wizard, you're probably taking too much wine. So, like, calm down.
moderate the wine.
Maybe not at a park.
Yeah. It depends when that tweet was sent. Like, was it sent last night?
It was sent yesterday,
So
which
then
would
you should
imply
watch
When
it
we
today.
ask the
Yes.
question.
But you can watch on mobile.
You can.
So
can.
take your phone, take your iPad to the park.
Bring a
with
glass of
data,
wine.
Bring a glass glass of wine,
It would
touch
make
some
watching
grass,
the games
watch
a
the
little bit more
LCS,
enjoyable.
Man,
celebrate your dad.
I have the worst unlimited plan.
Do you?
It's such a scam. Like, how can Verizon have like 4 different unlimited plans? You'd think it would be unlimited.
I don't have unlimited data.
Yeah,
I'm way behind the curve.
I don't even have data. They call it unlimited, but as soon as I go to a place that has people, they prioritize the data to others, and I just get.
We are so off the mark of where we were supposed to be by now, by the way. This whole show has fallen apart within 6 minutes. It's impressive. Okay, standings.
Move it along, Dad.
Standings coming out of yesterday. We got 3 teams at 2-0. CLG, Evil Geniuses, Team Liquid, Honda. 4 teams at 1-1. 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, Golden Guardians, Immortals, Progressive, Cloud9, Dignitas, TSM, all still hunting for their first wins. From here, I want to flip to our next social comment because it's relative to the standings. But basically, a couple kind of major surprises, I guess, to a degree. CLG 2-0.
I was just about to say.
What should the CLG World's jerseys look like?
I was just about to
it's a
say.
valid question. I'm glad we're asking it now.
I know we're hearing some TSM chants, but I think it's just about time we hear some CLG chants back in the studio and all that. Like, CLG is starting to do it, guys.
I had a couple friends in the audience yesterday, and when I met with them after the show, they were like, wow, CLG chants for like the first time in a while at the LCS. But also, just as quick as they started, they died out. I think because everyone didn't really know
how to
chant anymore. No!
I have a conspiracy theory. I have a conspiracy theory.
Okay, hit us. I
enjoy
love
them.
conspiracy theories.
Where's Kobe?
Yo, Kobe is out, and Elias
But why?
has been stepping away, one of CLG's
Wow,
biggest
they were
fans.
cursing CLG.
And they were...
Was it just a front?
It's a metaphor for smothering people with love, is what it is.
Yeah, I think the jersey should have something to do with Seraphine because it's a really big,
'Cause that's how
really big part of their victories.
Okay,
It is.
so a lot of pink.
The correlation, either
A lot of
Kobe
pink and
not
music
working
notes.
during CLG's success,
Yeah.
or just picking
Maybe there should be a Kobe
Yeah.
Easter egg
Yeah.
somewhere on, the jersey as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe there shouldn't because he's absent and that's how they win. Okay, from there, the inverse, obviously, of CLG's hot start is Cloud9 starting in 0-2 fashion. This question coming from Mega J Tion. Is C9 losing the Golden Guardians signifying a rough start to the split? Says that neither of the losses so far felt like the game was won or lost by the C9 bot lane, and I'm afraid that Berserker Sven coming in is not going to solve their problems. Is it too soon to call this, though?
So it's hard to say if Berserker, Sven are going to be good because we haven't seen them, but they're both really good players. So I do think they should have better performances than what we've seen from the current C9 bot lane subbing in. However, I don't think it will solve all of their issues because, like, I know there was a play that Mark and I were talking about where, you know, Blabber basically goes bot to gank for bot, and then it gives up so much on the top side of the map, and that's kind of what ended up opening up the game. So it's a combination, I think. I think they still have a lot to work on as a team.
There are a few factors, I agree, that I do think there's still quite a few things they need to work out. But, I mean, they lost and died 2v2 bot lane. And then on another front, too, is just like one of their drafts, specifically you mentioned Golden Guardians. I thought Golden Guardians had a really good draft there. The Kayle into Ornn was a really good look there. Also, LeBlanc into the mid lane matchup was working quite well for Ablaze Olive on that front. And then I'm just never a fan of, at least in this meta, Jinx first pick. I think you can go in a lot of directions for that one, and I think that one definitely hampered their draft. So the drafting front, I think their bottom lane is definitely weaker than what Berserker and Sven would give them. So it's that I'm not worried. I'm not concerned with C9. Literally, we all expected this to be the case. Look, I thought they would win those games regardless. So now they just have a few losses in their column. But once they get the players back and they can actually start working through a lot of bot lane dynamics, changing their drafts up a little bit more to what the preferences are for Sven and Berserker, it'll get better for them.
That's actually the piece of the question that I want to push over to you, Jet, to explore it a little bit further, right? Is this idea that it isn't their intended starting roster, so you do want to forgive losses. But most people thought, even without their intended starting roster, that they should be picking up those first 2 wins.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly, because you look at Team Liquid in, say, lock-in, when it's like, oh, yeah, Core JJ's not here. They haven't been able to practice. They put an Ayla, and then they win lock-in.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, yeah, it shouldn't be that big a deal. It's just a bot lane. It is 2 players. Berserker, like, people forget Berserker and Summit are the players that really carried them last split.
True.
And Blabber had a few very good games, but Summit was carrying in when Berserker had a goalie, they'd win. and they're lacking both of those players. So I would have a little bit more concern. I'm with Raz, though, that I do think they will be fine.
Okay.
But we just actually don't know when they'll get here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the fact that they look bad now, it's probably okay. 8 teams make playoffs in
Right.
Summer Split. But if they lose enough games, it can really start messing with your mental and the rest of the team dynamics. Like literally just the difference between winning and losing. Even if you know, like, oh, actually it was probably a bot lane thing, it's going to create other conflicts later in the game where maybe Blabber and Jensen and Fudge start going at it amongst each other because a small mistake that wouldn't have cost a game with the better bot lane is now going to cost them a game and can really actually hurt the team dynamic.
Very true. All right, so ask us again at the end of week 3, pending whether or not Sven and Berserker are back in the lineup. Next up from teams, we're going to go to some players. Love this question. I love doing wild speculation very early on in the season. So who is your way too early to tell
Interesting.
MVP from Brooks? Brooks flipping 2.
I like this.
I'm going to do the most lukewarm take.
Yeah.
Inspired.
That is
Inspired.
That is a good.
Okay.
That's a good one though.
No,
but
I
you're
feel,
right,
I
it
feel
is-
like
it is
people will be like,
lukewarm. It is
it's not like a
lukewarm,
super
yeah.
hot take,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
That's,
Much like
that's
this.
a very
Yeah.
he is a very good player.
You applied some heat to it.
Yeah, I think regardless,
So
he's been performing well.
Just from the 2 performances. So you're just going off of the 2 games
he's been
actually
performing
played.
well. He's a really important part of the way that EG like to play. And they've gotten off to the best start of any team that's ever gone to the midseason invitational
True fact.
and come back. So
And I will
from
say, ignoring this week, because usually,
I thought you were going to say Ignar.
It has to be based off of this week.
Wait, what? How is it a
It
too
has to
early MVP?
Wait,
It's based off of 2 games.
and I'm gonna ignore it.
Yeah.
Blabber, baby, let's go.
So yours
Summit's
is
no
like
longer there to take it from
So
him.
his is an assumed
his is a like
peak
I'm
performance.
looking at odds and I'm
Yes.
still
Okay.
like
I'm
just
still
trying to
That's
project
fair.
it.
I mean, that's fair.
Exactly.
Blabber is a really good player.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
fair, but a different question.
Yes.
Otherwise, here come Luger.
I mean, I was going to throw Luger out.
No, I'll
into the
say
conversation.
Corja J
Okay.
because
Good
he's
one.
won MVP before.
Yep.
That actually tends to help in the LCS.
There we go.
The reputation goes a long way. And we even heard Whippo say that they're just going to play around bot lane the whole time.
Yep.
So if that team goes like 17-1 and they play around bot lane the whole time, it's on Sam or Corja J.
And they already started
Yeah.
with the perfect game. So
I like that one
they look
already.
pretty damn clean
Yeah.
so far. It's a scary looking Team Liquid, 2 games into the
Brighton.
split. Exactly, so far.
It's a 50 Brighton.
From that, though, I'm going to jump over to our FTX Most Improved Award. This has been changed from last year, where it was a split-by-split award, to a full year award. So we will award it at the end of the split, but we do take into account the entirety, of 2022. This is, of course, the award for growth from the start of the year to the finish of 2022. So I just kind of want to know who you got your eyes on. Obviously, we still got half the year to go. Still plenty of room for different players to make their cases. Some of those players have just joined the league here in Summer Split, so there's a conversation to be had about, does it matter if you've played the whole year, or is it just about the delta in your improvement, regardless of the time frame? You know, things like that. So
Yeah.
where's everyone at right now, Raz?
I would say that I think the easiest one for me to hit, and we've had strong conversations on this when the topic was brought up last split, was Someday. Someday, as a player coming in from last year, was a detriment to 100 Thieves' success at the time. It felt like if there was going to be a weak link, you would look towards the top side. Right now, he is literally the polar opposite, where if there is an issue of instability with either the mid lane or the bot lane, you look top side to Someday's success. And last split, it was off his Tryndamere play. You saw through multiple games. Even through losses, it was Someday's consistent performance that went through, and it didn't falter, it didn't fall off. In fact, when the best player, the best top laner at that time in Summit fell off, it was Someday that remained firm at the top as the best top laner in the league. And so I feel like it's only going to get better. He will even slot into the current meta, it feels like, of tank top laners, because that's something that he was strong at in the past. So Someday for me at the moment.
Average isolated deaths being first in the role is what speaks to that consistency for me, the stability that he lends to his team in the top lane. Who else are we thinking of?
I would say Danny, because even like my ballot didn't even have him in top 4. Right? It's more about like, it's not that he's not good, but it's that he wasn't considered in that top echelon of 80 carries. And I think after his playoff performance, And if he can make some more noise in summer here, he has a chance to solidify himself as a top 80 carry in the LCS. Some of his stats are already there. He just demolishes other people in total kills and has for the last 2 splits. But it'll be, and it's like beating a dead horse with this, his laning phase.
Yep.
If he can become dominant in lane and just translate that to still having great team fighting, he'll be quite unstoppable.
Yeah, 100%. Funny enough, incredibly small sample size of 2 games. But like in terms of damage per minute, second place is like 600. I think that's Johnson. First place, Danny, literally like 1,000, like 1,000, like 300.
Yeah, he had like 1,300 in that Ezreal.
Yeah. So
that first TL
they're both
game.
Ezreal games, so obviously like it's just going to be an absurd amount of damage, especially the long game that he had versus 100 Thieves.
Yep.
My main point is just look out for him in the long run because this is the player that they play through. In Danny, he's only getting better, especially coming back from Korea and MSI. And so you were right. Like last year, I looked at him as like a 4th place AD carrier. Like he was definitely firmly a top 5 AD just coming in. And then this time around, he is definitely gunning for the top.
Yep.
So, Danny, someday, arguably a little bit more household names, at least in the current era of the LCS. Emily, you got somebody for me who maybe would not be expected?
So I agree with everything that they've said, but I want to highlight Jose Deodo because he's someone who came in as kind of one of these. You did really well in international competition on a team from a minor region. Now we're going to see how you do. He had a really, really rough first outing, but this year he has been a lot more of what we expected, right? A carry jungler. He's had a lot. The big thing for me is he's had such better communication with his lanes that he did not have last year. Already just this, like, pulling away from spring already in summer. We saw that really great Udyr pick from him and performance on FlyQuest. So I wanted to highlight how much he's grown as a player, as someone who definitely did not impress me initially when he first came to the LCS.
I mean, when he first came in, it was the promise of his individual play, his mechanics, especially on Lee Sin. And it felt like when he first came in with a roster that had Palafox Diamond, and at the time, I guess it was a bit of a swap in top lane, initially Licorice, right? And there was like that whole issue of the team just not seeing the game the same way. And so when they shuffled everything, new coaching staff, technically also a new roster, especially bringing in Tukui, who they've been on the same page. This team, and bringing in Afro, has been on the same page, which has been great to see. And so finally you get to see him being able to flex what his individual play in team fights because they've been able to set up for it properly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's been cool to see him a little bit more unlocked, right? That, as we mentioned, that first year it just felt almost claustrophobic, like he couldn't get out of whatever box he was being, forced into.
Jose unleashed.
He had to be unleashed a little bit more. So we'll track those players and all the rest in the LCS throughout the summer split to see who will ultimately achieve the FTX Most Improved Award. Next up, another social comment. This one comes directly from the community. If trash talk is coming back to the LCS, who would you like to see start trash talking, either from the players or on the desk? Who isn't Mark Z?
Oh! What do we have against
Who is
Mark?
it?
I have a lot
Mark
Either Mark already trash
talks
talks or we're uninterested in Mark's trash talk. Either way. What is anyone? I mean, so I would... Straight up from the desk, obviously Emily is one of my picks for who I'd like to see start trash talking more.
All right.
That's a good one.
So
I did drop an F-bomb on stream.
You did, but I don't know if that's trash talk, because it's like...
that wasn't trash talk. Trash talk would be like, I'm
it was
the
an
best.
awesome moment.
You know what I would love to see?
What would you love to see?
Biofrost trash talking. This man is too nice, and when hearing stories about it.
That reminds me of, remember Big versus Quan?
I was gonna pull it up on my phone.
Big versus Quan was so good.
Yeah. For the people at home, Google Big versus Quan.
It's great. It's a great piece of content.
I want to see that. You have not seen this?
Quan, right?
Yeah. Big versus Quan. He changed his name to Quan.
It just changed it to Quan, but
Big
have you not seen
flavor
that?
for
We made a piece of content for them when they were both in the league.
Yeah, I want more of that.
I want more of
I
that.
want like a couple weeks in, whoever's 8th and 9th need to really get into it.
Yeah.
They just really need to prove, like, there's big ego there in
Get
being
in there.
8th over 9th. That's what I want to see. I just want to see
like
it all
that
over
idea.
the place.
I'm a big fan of that.
I already enjoyed the fact that Dokla instantly comes in and
Boom!
That was great.
Boom!
That was amazing.
Tactical nuke.
And I was not expecting that from him at all.
Yes.
I also want to
He said
highlight
top
Danny.
3 by the end of the split.
That is good. That's good stuff.
I like that.
I think Danny trash talk would be fun because I remember because he's so quiet, he's so nice. But I remember at finals when he comes out and him and JoJo have the interview, and he was actually the one that was throwing out the more like fire quotes. And in our head, we internalized it as JoJo, and then when we were going back and pulling the tape, I remember we were like, wait, that was Danny. Like,
exactly.
He can fire some shots.
It literally like low key creates rivalries because a good example is like if JoJo comes out and says, I'm gonna like beat budget Bjergsen, like, and I lose to that. Telltale Games, I'm gonna remember that. I'll remember that until the next game match. So I enjoy it. We need more of it. In Porty's voice, we need more violence.
Nice, I like it. I'd also like maybe some of the LCS veterans now to get in on some of the trash talk. You got JoJo coming in talking a big game. Jensen, Bjergsen, clap back.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Exactly.
I'd like to see it. Who knows? That's it for Waiting Room. We're going to hit the opening of the show, and we'll be back here to preview Game 1 in just a bit.
With some violence.
No violence. Welcome back to the LCS. Raz promised you violence. I'm going to take that promise away.
Yeah. I wanted athletics. We were jumping the table in the
Janet, at least I want
to figure out if I can
athletics.
standing jump this chair.
If you can't, I'll be actually
If I
disappointed.
can't?
If you can't,
If
I'll be
you
disappointed.
can't, I'll be disappointed.
Well, I am not 6'1" and didn't play
Come on.
basketball.
Wow.
The height has nothing to do with how high you can jump.
I
Actually,
could probably vault it.
Yeah,
but
height
not-
can be
but not
directly
jump.
relative. Yeah, most high jumpers are well over 6 feet tall.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Fun fact. All right, today's schedule at the LCS: 100 Thieves versus Dignitas, FlyQuest versus EG. You don't have to be tall to jump high, but it does help.
Okay.
Anyway, Fly versus EG, TL
that
versus
Mario fight.
Cloud9, and TSM versus Immortals to close out the day. Game number 1, 100 Thieves versus Dignitas. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking it's 100 Thieves, man. They're so damn good. What kind of a chance does Dignitas stand in this matchup? Well, let me remind you that Dignitas has handed a few L's to 100 Thieves in the past. So my question is,
Let's count them up.
is Dignitas the 100 Thieves Slayers?
Let's see.
Technically, yes.
Absolutely, Dash.
Boom!
Thank you. That's
I think he used the wrong word. A couple is 2, a few is 3. I don't have a word for 4 because that's just Dignitas over 100 Thieves.
It's a party of wins.
Yes.
A gaggle of wins.
I pulled this B-roll specifically just because it's Ezreal just taking turrets. But I think the big thing behind Dignitas being able to beat 100 Thieves previously was the fact that they played around pushing bot lanes really, really well. They knew once they took down that first turret, especially with River kind of pathing down very frequently, sometimes Blue joining up for those bot side plays, they would then rotate their bot lane, whether it was like Ezreal Karma or Caitlyn Lux, to take down all of the tier 1 turrets very, very quickly. They understood that very well. We haven't seen that same identity from them thus far in summer. So that's the one thing I wanted to highlight.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, it's more so just the individual play as well. I thought Blue has just been playing in those games in spring, including the lock-in performance, much higher to my expectation, and just flatly better than Abadog. And so, like, we already saw a few of those games that was showed in front of us in the replays, but that's something that, to me, is really interesting for Dignitas, is that they play really up to the competition. This is going to be a different split. It feels like the level of play is much lower than I would have expected from Dignitas in their first 2 games, but it just doesn't matter, apparently. So, like, the fact that they were able to take them down 2-0 in lock-in tournament, and then during the split itself, it just didn't stop. Remember, one of those losses that 100 Thieves took was they would have had the longest win streak in the summer split because they were basically just killing it up until the playoffs. And then they lost that game. They dropped that game to the Dignitas banana peel just as we were going into the playoffs itself. So this is really fun to talk about, especially since Gamsu, who's now debuting, I guess, re-debuting for Dignitas, came up through the 100 Thieves system. Like when he came out of Overwatch, was in 100 Thieves Next, then moved into 100 Thieves Academy, and now, of course, just moved towards Dignitas. So he's going up against an organization that he worked for just recently.
Speaking of 100 Thieves, I don't feel like we've actually taken maybe enough time on the broadcast to almost recover and react to, the lackluster finish, for lack of a better word, to their spring split. Remember, this is a team that was a series away from being back-to-back champions, Jad.
Yeah, and they won the game against TSM. Technically. Because they were losing a lot of the
Big on the technicalities.
And then against EG, even though JoJo died to Abadaga's turret, giving Abadaga the only solo kill in the LCS thus far, he was then still down like 1,600 gold at 15 to 20 minutes. So, and then they ended up losing that game. So I've been very disappointed with 100 Thieves' start, because I think if anyone was supposed to come out like really firing, it would be them being pissed off that they got 3-0'd by EG in the finals. And I mean, Abadaga has played 2 ARA games, lost both lanes really bad, actually been okay in the team fights. But it's
I think his
to
pickoff
me,
was good.
I really need to see him play a lot better, and that might unlock the rest of 100 Thieves. But like, no one on this team has actually stood out to me, other than maybe Closer, as playing at their level from last split.
All right, so we want a little bit more out of 100 Thieves. We've talked a lot about how Dignitas is somehow well positioned to beat 100 Thieves, or at least has been up to this point. Do you think it will happen? Is it going to be 5-0 on the year for Dignitas over 100 Thieves? Emily, you're in the hot seat.
Oh, here we go.
I'm saying no.
You're saying no.
I'm going with 100 Thieves.
Just going with the Hundo
Bucking
Thundo.
the trend.
Wow. Okay, Raz.
That's a worrying trend. No, I also think that 100 Thieves will take this one as well. Every time I have voted, every single time I voted 100 Thieves to take down Dignitas.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I can do exactly what I want.
Aren't you a new firmer, Raz?
I use a new
Stick
firm
with the
Raz.
trend.
Just for that day.
4 in a row.
Just for yesterday.
So we've got double Hundo predictions.
You got
Jad,
the
I
Hundo.
mean, I know you're gonna give it to me. You're gonna give
1,
me the
2,
juice.
3,
This Dignitas
4.
that time?
That's it. That's the chance.
Wow.
4 in a row and not 5. 100 Thieves is gonna win.
Kidding me, guys?
It's hard. Like we
You
have
just-
these reasons. We have these reasons that Dignitas has been able to beat them, that Emily highlighted, where they won a lot of these games through smashing bot lane. But it's just too hard. They haven't looked that good.
Wow. All right.
know.
They're saying history will not repeat itself today. We
Maybe the
invite
casters
you
will
all
think differently.
to walk the halls of LCS history with us as we kick off our final day of opening weekend.
Deep in the forest, under the fog, I know they're coming, I know they're here. Oh, that light, is bright. Sleep for today, but tomorrow we fight.
The official start of the League of Legends Championship Series. This is a groundbreaking moment in league history.
Revolutions aren't built in a day.
They come up from the dirt. They bloom from the depths of defeat.
Oh, that light, is bright. Sleep for today, but tomorrow we fight.
Turns around the fight, and he takes over. Team Solomon looking to dethrone Cloud9 as the North American champion. Quadra kill in a minute. Played by Phoenix on his ear. Let's go. Get well to the defensive
A new era has been summoned.
And this time, we won't hold back.
Wait for the war.
ones who will ignite our spark. Who will bring the uprising of our fame. Who will unleash hell to take what is not given.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the LCS. It's day number 3 here of our week 1 super week. I'm Captain Flowers. This is Mark Zimmerman, and you're tuning in to the very rare but always valued Captain Flowers and Mark Zimmerman duocast. We'll be having a special guest here for our 3rd game of the day. But before that, Mark, you and me got a couple of them to get through here. It's Dignitas and 100 Thieves taking the stage first.
Yeah, I'm excited. You heard the analyst doing a great job setting this one up. The 100 Thieves killers, Dignitas.
Oh yeah, secret sauce.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how they try and emulate that here today. And overall, I'm just stoked. I think Summer Split's been so fun so far with all the new picks coming in, the durability
Everything
update.
post 20 minutes is so fun. Everything before 20 minutes, it's really slow, Mark.
It's a lot of fun for play-by-plays, I'm sure. No, I think if we can just get the pace of the game up in the early game a little bit, it'll be great because I actually really enjoy team fighting. It's something I missed as a coach from the Season 4, Season 5 era where, like, your front line had to play footsies with the opponent and, like, know how to soak damage and go back in and out. For the last couple of years, it's been like, you go in and you die or they die, and that's it. That's the entirety of team fighting.
Yeah, I'm really liking the way the team fights, post 25 minutes or so feel different. They just feel like much more of an epic battle as opposed to, all right, well, somebody died in half of a second. But now, let's see how we're going to get into this one here with both these teams. Callista is remaining a staple of the ban phase these days, so that's going to be banned out by 100 Thieves. Zeri taken off the table by Dig. Both teams looking at that marksman role here at the start of the draft.
Yep, not too much of a surprise, given how important when they were talking about these 100 Thieves killers that Dignitas is, how much of that was centered around bot lane play. Neo, Bio, as well as Huhi and FBI were huge factors in those games, so a lot of early attention down there.
Technically fits into the marksman class as well, but is absolutely not played as
He's an
one.
abomination.
The mid lane nightmare from 1500 range away. Corky's going to be out of here on this one. And with the Lucian ban coming in, that is 4 different marksman-style champions banned out here in the first 4 bans.
Yeah, some of them, like you said, a little bit more solo lane focused. Even Lucian can be flexed technically, though he has seen a lot of Lucian-Nami pairings.
I mean, ever since they made the change where his passive requires an ally to buff him to just try to smack him out of the solo lane, stop letting him do that, it feels like we've seen more of him in bottom lane.
I'm waiting for just more and more ham-fisted,
stop doing this.
If you leave bot lane, your stats go to 0.
The thing that I've wondered for the longest time is when will League of Legends make an item that just has a line in the description that says not buildable by Ezreal, because that champion specifically has screwed so many items and made so much stuff get changed.
Well,
I'm just waiting for it.
You're just thrilled to see him locked in first.
Yeah, exactly. We had 5 different marksman bans here in the first ban phase, Karma being the only outlier there from that class, and Ezreal's going to get locked in from 100 Thieves, so they still find a first pick there for the AD carry role. How is Dignitas going to respond? There is still a lot available. The hover that we're seeing him sit on for so long here, that's another mid laner that's rose to power here with this focus on scaling, focus on later games. Azir, Corky, and Victor are all very desirable. And with the Corky band away, Azir is here to play.
Yep, Azir taken here by Dignitas. I want to see what Abadaga does in response. He's done 2 Ahri games so far. Has had a bit of a rough laning phase so far on the Ahri, but then actually has found a lot of really good charms in the mid to late game. So he's someone who has not quite been playing the scaling mid lane game. Ahri is still high presence around the world, of course, but he's not defaulting into Victor, Corky, Azir that some people are.
Well, we've got 4 seconds left. 400 Thieves has to lock this one in. This is a long-time favorite here of this squad.
I'm shocked.
I can't imagine
stunned.
my incredible surprise that closer is on Viego. Obviously, a historically very successful champion for him and for this squad in particular. But that does mean we got a pretty squishy roster here so far. I'm expecting with this locked in the jungle, it means we're probably going to see a tank up there in the top lane for someday, so you got at least something to work with there. But right as you were hinting at, Mark, it's almost like you're an analyst for this game.
Crazy.
Ahri locked in for Abadaga.
Yeah, you want to take it before the second ban phase hits, gets that sniped away, so they take that one. Still more support pairings right now. They'll probably be targeted a little bit more to stop any of the really obnoxious double range lineups that Ezreal likes to pair with, so maybe that Seraphine does end up on the ban table. We've only seen CLG pick it thus far, I believe, but everyone knows it's a strong champion. Lulu as well, things like that. So 100 Thieves have their jungle 80 carry mid lane, and the only mismatch is topside Gamsu. Instead of an 80 carry, they're grabbing the Sejuani.
Yeah. I mean, Sejuani, I was just talking about needing a tank in the modern day version of League of Legends. Feels good to have a big meatball there in the front line. You don't get much spicier of a meatball than Sejuani. Very, very good at just being able to tank up everything. Also with the Ignite teleport build that's viable in the top lane these days, a little bit more of a duelist.
I have thoughts on that build, on the Ignite over the Flash.
You gonna flame it?
We'll see what happens in the game. I'll wait to be correct before I play. If he starts getting solo kills with Ignite, I'll be like, see, I love
Be like,
this
wow,
build.
incredible tech.
Yeah. If he doesn't get any kills with the Ignite, I'll be like, well, you know, Flash and Engage just really allows you to jump on someone.
Yeah, exactly. We gotta wait and see what works and then say that you knew it the entire time.
Exactly.
Gwen, Kai'Sa, Gnar banned away. So the Kai'Sa banned out. Will they hit the marksman pool again now, knowing that technically 4, because Corki is in the class, but he plays a different lane. 4 marksman bans in phase 1, now another marksman ban here in phase 2. Do they want to knock Neo even further down the tier?
It's really interesting. I thought Dig might target supports that pair well with the Ezreal, given that they hadn't taken any of their bot lane yet, but I think they're scared of getting really pinched in the bot lane with support bans. So instead they get rid of some of the things that might give Gamsu some trouble in the top lane with the Gwen and Gnar. They still need to take their entire bot lane. They will get counter pick on whatever 100 Thieves picks, probably for the support position.
Yeah.
What I want to know is, what does Neo want to take? He does have some aggressive champions in his pool. He has played things like the Kalista in the past. That's obviously banned here. The other thing that people are playing a lot of is Draven when they want to get aggressive. Maybe they end up going for something like that, or scaling.
Yeah, just scale. Get some Jinx in there. And your point about banning away the supports to try to limit some of the options there for 100 Thieves, considering 100 Thieves themselves banned out the Karma, and normally that's something that people love to have played with Ezreal, that's already off the table, so at least it makes you feel a little bit better about focusing on that top lane with your bans instead. But now, speaking of that top lane, 100 Thieves, under their last couple of picks, we need to see the support and top lane both. Leona would make up for some of that lack of frontline, lack of engage that's on the squad thus far. They'll lock that one in. So it's Ezreal, Leona, bot lane.
A little less of the lane domination I thought they were going to go for with Enchanter pairing. I really like Enchanters in the current meta. I do understand, though, if you want to get your counter pick of a carry of some kind into Gamsu and Viego becomes your only frontline, that gets very scary. So
yeah.
I can understand here there's a comp pick, and there it is. Like we said, probably going for a counter pick.
Lock it in.
Do it.
Lock it in. Lock it in. Hey, we got it locked in.
Right.
Every time I see one team pick a super tank, I want to see the other side pick Fiora. Unless it's a game that I'm playing in which case I don't want to see Fiora.
Either way, I'm down for Fiora. I'm really happy because Someday was starting to become more consistent of a carry threat. Last split, him and Closer were kind of the most consistent members of that team in Spring Split. But it was mostly on the Tryndamere. And it was a question of, well, with the nerfs coming into Tryndamere later on in the season, what else are you going to add to your arsenal? I'm excited to see them not veering away from the Someday in a carry position game plan heading into Summer.
Yep. How do we feel about this Braum? Mark, last pick of the draft, the entire draft here for Dignitas. They're going to pair that one with Jinx.
I like it. For the most part, 100 Thieves comp wants to go in, and pretty much it's 4 champs that go in, and Ezreal, who's totally fine on his own, and Braum is one of the best supports at stuffing engage, annoying melee carries with his passive stacking up stuns on top of them, the exhaust that I assume he's going to take. It just becomes very annoying to try and engage into it, Braum. So Dig have a straight front-to-back team fight, team comp, a lot of tanky frontline options, a lot of CC available. In 100 Thieves, they do have both the ability to team fight, but also split push with the Fiora.
Right, you've got the Fiora split pushing there. You already mentioned Ezreal being able to stay safe by himself to survive against this Dignitas comp that honestly just feels very textbook, right? You have 2 tanks, you have some disengage, 2 hyper carries, and a bruiser to throw in there and make it spicy. Like, this is League of Legends 101.
I've missed it. We haven't had real split pushing win cons in so long. So I'm actually very happy that Fiora is back into the meta.
Well, Fiora does make it interesting because now we're going to see who not only can play better overall, but who can force the other side into their game more, right? Dignitas wants to have these 5v5s. 100 Thieves wants to be able to play through Fiora and percent HP true damage. It leaves that huge white chunk in your death recap, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Who's going to get to play their game? Game number 1 on to the Rift here for our final day of this Week 1 Super Week. Mr. Mark Zimmerman. We got a Viego in the jungle. We got a Wukong in the jungle. Where are these guys going to be pathing this game?
I expect both teams to have a little bit of focus on top side, especially 100 Thieves. They're going to want to kill Gamsu, get the Fiora rolling. Can go mid lane. I think there's a lot more options for 100 Thieves. Let's just say that. You have engage and setup in all 3 lanes. So I'm not 100% sure where Closer is going to want to focus early on. And for Dig, I think River is going to be on his typical control duty. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Blue, this is not looking too good, my friend. They find him, force the flash over the wall. Nobody from 100 Thieves wants to flash follow that one because they would be flashing into some scary territory. But it does mean you get the free flash out of the enemy mid laner, so Blue might be hurting from that one if 100 Thieves can capitalize with a
I was about to say, I'm going to revise my answer. I was talking about top lane. They're going mid now.
Okay, yeah.
Flash down on him. You're going to have the charm setups by Abbedagge the whole time. I love this aggressive early level 1 by 100 Thieves. Get that flash out. You are the more early game oriented team. You're more skirmish oriented. And so you want to find any advantages you can throughout this game. Getting some early micro advantages that you will, like you said, need to capitalize. You will need to go back there to actually get something from it.
River is starting up with his red here in the top side. Gamsu just hovering there in the brush in case someday tried to mess with him, which of course he did. So our top laners head back into the top lane, each with just barely a dent in their health bar, and River will keep on his jungle path without really getting slowed down. Gamsu, of course, Sejuani does not have a fun time fighting into Fiora. It's pretty easy to riposte Sejuani's stuff. It is not very easy to trade back effectively against those vitals on a champion that's kind of just like a big moving brick.
Big moving brick, your Q and your E are actually very telegraphed. That like little bowl of thing that comes flying out for the stun is pretty easy, like you said, to get that stun off. And just very easy for Fiora to stay on top with the move speed from the vital procs and stuff to keep proccing them when you hit 6 and get the all-in potential.
Yeah, the Sejuani E is always one of those things that stays, like, ever since the SKT Misfits, like, faded game that could have been back at Worlds a few years ago, and seeing the Sejuani E projectile get popped by Brahm's shield, it's one of those things that I've always just been extra aware of is, yeah, that thing's actually kind of a slow projectile and it just flies out. But here in mid lane, we did see an attempt at making something happen. Doesn't turn into a whole lot. Both of our junglers going to head back into their jungles, pathing opposite sides. They both started at their reds, so it'll be closing on the top half of the map. River on the bottom. River's one of those guys, man, it was the Jarvan last split that we got to see a lot of success on. And then outside of Jarvan, there was not a lot else.
A lot of people have misunderstood that because you are right, but a lot of people have taken that as he can only play Jarvan. Whereas I think the issue was Dig needed him on Jarvan, a really telegraphed early game champion to get leads, but also be the primary engage tool. River historically has not been like a one-trick pony Jarvan player. If you remember even back to MSI, he had a ton of great games on Rumble. He has a versatile champion pool, and it was just more that the team needed him to fill this role. And anytime he wasn't in that role, the team struggled more. And so I'm hoping in summer that we'll get to see him branch out and show I can actually carry a little bit more because the Dig game plan was so one-dimensional last split.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you've got a Sejuani sitting here in the top lane. You know you don't have to be the initiator / frontline extraordinaire because you've got a backup guy. So River picking up this bottom side Scuttle Crab here shouldn't really have any problem securing that one. You can see Closer in the enemy jungle. Not really a whole lot more for him to do here as he'll go ahead and take his reset, get his first buy of the game. Both of our junglers sitting on 3 charges left there on the knife, so keeping everything at around the same pace. Down here in bottom lane, though, you can see Biofrost just hanging out in the brush. Do they want to try to do anything here? Nah, not really.
No, bot lane will be the most boring lane of the game, I'd have to say, if I was going to predict. Just
2 long-range marksmen and tanky supports. You don't think we're going to get a...
And it's like, if Leona goes in, she loses.
Yeah.
But she just sits back. She doesn't do anything. So you don't do anything. That's the easy understanding of it. It's
Win
just
if you
hard.
do nothing, lose if you do something. Which choice do you make?
Game theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Do nothing.
Sometimes the winning move is not to play. Unfortunately, but hey, they have the wave shoved up down here bottom lane. 100 Thieves doing something now. Huhi goes in, but just as Mark says, if you do something, you lose. Huhi losing about half HP on that one.
Yeah, that was a perfect timing, Huhi. I appreciate the science lecture help.
He's helping you with a demonstration to the class.
He landed the E onto the actual carry. He got the stun off on him, and then he's like, great, time to walk out. And Brahm's like, nah.
Sorry, bud.
No. You're going to sit here and get pelted for a while. And they don't have enough damage to kill him, but, obviously won that trade back on their side as the wave comes back into Dig and top.
Meanwhile, back up here in the top lane, Gamsu and Someday trading back and forth. Gamsu having that grasp to help him have a bit more of an easy trading pattern against the Fiora, because it's going to be rough, so you might as well make it so you can at least try to stay alive up there. Of course, it's not up to Gamsu to try to win this lane, just survive against the Fiora, farm up, be useful in the team fights. River going to find Huhi there, as Huhi goes for the flash, engage, and it's first blood over to Close.
Excellent pincer attack by 100 Thieves there, coming from all angles. And while River was there to kind of cover Blue while he pushed that wave in, just more people brought by 100 Thieves. And the no flash, perfectly timed. I don't think it was up when they started that play. I think that was actually just immaculate timing by 100 Thieves, knowing we have to go now or we're not going to get it. And they were willing to commit their flashes. You're going to see them come in from up over on this side here. They try to cut that play off, but they just ignore him and power through. Both people coming in from both sides get that pincer. Nowhere for him to go. I believe the flash was still down. And yeah, I just really like the commitment. I think sometimes people are too shy to use their flashes. Like, we can probably kill him without it. It's like, well, you definitely kill him with them, so just blow them.
Yeah, all 3 flashes used. The kill is secured. They get it in that window. Feels really good for the side of 100 Thieves. Now, they don't have a huge advantage from it. It didn't lead to anything else. Like, they have not been building up farm leads too hugely anywhere. Obviously, you have a bit of a lead up there in top side, but it's sort of counteracted by the lead that their opponents have in bottom. The gold lead itself is just the difference of that first blood, really. But now let's see what we got going on here as Closer heads towards his own red buff. Okay.
Ooh, nice
he
sweeper.
Sees, he sees River waiting there for him. That red shadow's more than enough sometimes. No early Drakes. I remember when I casted on Friday, both of the first couple of games had pre-6-minute #1 Drakes. We're not seeing that this time around. Wukong and Viego not opting to try to go for that early on. Instead, we're seeing them hover around those lanes, seeing them try to make some moves. Someday with an easy riposte. This is what I'm talking about. Life is difficult for the Sejuani.
Yeah, nice riposte there by Someday. Gets the stun, gets the vital proc, wins that trade, and should be able to use that pressure to, yeah, they're going in together to try and control this red buff, and it's going to be very hard for River, not 6, to actually defend this. Probably going to have to stack this one, unless he can get 6 off this, and then they turn.
Well, Abadaga's also hovering this here. Blue is stuck underneath this turret, farming up. It's just, it's priority for 100 Thieves. It's level advantage for 100 Thieves, now being answered by River, who is level 6. It's just, it's a play for 100 Thieves. They recognize they have the lead here, and they get the red for it.
And this is what their comp wants to be doing. We're talking about how they have a little bit more control and agency through their lane setups in all these lanes to go and make plays like that.
Yep.
It's a nice little advantage for Closer. They're going to need to keep this pace up, though, and actually start converting into some of those global objectives like you're talking about, like Dragon turrets.
All right, River's found Closer, spinning and winning. Oh, maybe the damage is more than enough. Closer just disappears, and Dignitas answers back. 1-to-1 game. Abadaga finding a bit more damage onto Blue as Biofrost jumps in, wants to at least get the ultimate out of the 100 Thieves mid laner, and they'll do just that.
Nice ult for ult, though. I think you're pretty happy to trade that on Biofrost to cut off the aggressive opportunities by Abadaga, forcing that flash out early. Should be safe. They have control of the top side of the river after those 2 kills. They're going to grab that Rift Herald. Nice thing for Dignitas to grab, given the fact that they should be weaker on the top half of the map. Finding those kills allows them to take this objective away, so 100 Thieves can't grab it and use it to snowball the Fiora.
Exactly. Not being able to crash that Rift Herald into the turret, get the 2 free plates, plus you would expect them to be able to get a little bit more than that with proper wave management and whatnot. But with it denied, there's no chance for anything. Even farm between our junglers here, as well as they are the only 2 players on either side to have the kills. I like that. It means both of our junglers are getting involved.
Jungler bias strikes again in the LCS.
There's a disproportionate amount of us here on the crew that are junglers.
Something about being a jungler and wanting to talk about the game. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, just something lined up there.
We're going to ignore that.
One of these days we'll
the wave clear Sejuani ult.
Don't worry about wave clear Sejuani. All right, let's check back in at how things are looking here. You can see there's some nice little stats on the side of your screen. Biofrost Braum game is pretty good. 30 and 13. That's like, what, like 70% win rate or something?
Not doing math.
30 and 13. Hold on, 30 out of 43. I'm Googling this right now.
You do it
He's
on
got
your
a
phone.
5 KDA.
I'll say that's a thick Braum stat in that he's also at 199 wins, I believe. He's 1 win away from career 200 wins for Biofrost here.
69.7%. I was 0.3 off.
Disappointed in you.
I was that close. I'm actually really proud of myself for that. Anyway, that's some really nice stats for him. Nearly a 5 KDA on the champion as well. So clearly picking this works well for this team and the many teams he's been on in the past when it happens. But the game as it stands is still very close. Still no Drake taken by either team just about 10 minutes into the game. Still got 4 minutes left before those plates fall. And still around 2.5 minutes for River to decide where he wants to use this hero.
So to defend 100 Thieves and the lack of dragon stacking here a little bit, you have, like we were talking about, that split push win con. And so in some sense, you don't ever think you're probably getting soul yourself. And if Dig is not advancing the game plan of soul stacking so the Fiora has to contest them,
just leave it.
Yeah, you just kind of ignore it. Yeah, you can grab it if you find a good window, but I think thus far, Closer has had more important things to do. The ganks on mid, the red buff contest, and those kinds of things. Yes, he did die as well, but I understand not tunneling on like, oh, dragon stacking. I feel like dragons early are really not that important for a lot of team comps, and especially a 4-1 like this one.
It's the difference between, is it more important that we get this or just more important that they don't get it?
And if they're not getting it, we don't need to take it.
Yeah, so they're able to just leave that one sitting on the ground for now. You could see an attempt at a possible play here in the mid lane, but Blue, he had this happen to him once with Closer and Huhi both showing up. He's not going to get got like that again, so steps back underneath the turret. He'll be just fine. Neo and Biofrost, they got the wave shoved up to the enemy turret down here in bottom lane, but they do not want to overextend and try to take that second plate there. Don't want to put themselves in any sort of danger. And that's what I feel like with the very slow pace of the early games in this durability patch, with the low number of kills, everybody's just like, you know, there's no reason to risk it. Just scale. We're Jinx.
We're scaling, bro.
Scale up. Jinx is here.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to default into this, and early on, I can see that being a fine strategy to pick up some wins on stage, but I don't think people should get too comfortable with that. One, the metas are always going to change, so if you just learn scaling and you never practice proactive play, when the meta does speed up, you're going to be on the back foot learning. As well as the fact that I'm not even convinced you need to play slow right now. We were talking about this a little bit on the desk yesterday.
Mark.
You can go still make plays happen. So, with this draft, Dig is just looking to stem this gold lead. If it stays at 1K for the next 10 minutes, like, you're feeling good as Dignitas because you should become stronger for these 5v5s.
Well, the Dragon finally being started up here by the side of 100 Thieves. They've got everybody not named Someday down here, at least contributing something. Huhi zoning around these entrances, making sure nobody from the other side is going to be approaching. FBI keeping the pressure on in bottom lane as Abadaga was hovering near Closer just to make sure nothing bad could possibly happen. So 100 Thieves will get that first Drake here. 12 minutes into the game. Very late first one. And as you already pointed out, that means the Soul is nowhere on the horizon.
Nowhere on the horizon, plus 100 Thieves probably not the team comp to be forcing those. I think this one makes sense given the Rift Herald was taken away by Dignitas, and they're going to have to find a way to drop it.
Yeah,
soon.
that Rift Herald is about to expire. Like, River's bottom, like, this is where we're using it. This is what it's got to be.
Yeah, so both teams ended up with the objectives they didn't really want.
Yeah.
Dignitas don't have the tempo to get a good Rift Herald off, but they were the ones who got it, and then 100 Thieves is like, well, there's no Rift Herald, so I guess we'll get Dragon now, and now they're in a position to stop the Rift Herald from...
Shelly didn't even get the charge!
No, Shelly!
Holy cow, that Herald sucked. Okay, that was a terrible Herald. Okay.
I don't know. Shelly must have annoyed River or something earlier. And payback.
I don't know. Yeah, that is not what you want to see from your Rift Herald. So 100 Thieves winning out overall in the neutral objective game because the objective that they got is at least worth something other than giving 25 gold to your opponents for killing it. We can also see mythic items starting to come online. Gore Drinker up there for the Fiora, Divine Sunderers on both of our junglers. Frozen Heart for Gamsu, so obviously not a mythic item in itself, but it is a full completion. Of course, the armor's not going to save you against the Fiora true damage, but at least everything else, you're up against a Viego, you're up against an Ezreal, it's going to be pelting you with Qs. Plus, the extra mana allows him to stay in the lane longer and before having to go back.
All right, so now we might hit on that Ignite that I was talking about a little bit during Champ Select.
Okay.
I understand there's some matchups where the Ignite is not about you winning it, but it's about making surviving easier. So if you're taking heavy trading with the Fiora, the Ignite will push your trades to be a little bit more powerful, and you're not really looking for the all-in, whereas maybe there's some other matchups where Sejuani can. But I would still wonder, like, can you get through the lane phase with Flash? Sejuani does not need Flash with her Q to play defensive, but then in late-game teamfights, Flash Qs, Flash ultimates, these easier engages that are enabled. Yeah, it's like, I wonder if as you are a team-fighting champion, I don't care if you are able to go 10 CS down or 20 CS down in your lane versus Fiora, because that doesn't really matter to me either way. I'm not sure the Ignite is worth...
You don't think the game's being won or lost based on whether you're 20 CS down
and you're
Fiora.
Losing the lane anyways against Fiora. I'm not sure the Ignite is worth it in this exact circumstance, unless it's literally like, I'm going to die over and over if I don't take this, but I'm not convinced from what I've seen from this matchup that is the case, and I think it's just a default pick that feels good, but it's not needed.
Well, FTX total gold on the left side of your screen here. Someday in the top half, River and Gamsu down there right above the supports. So Dignitas obviously still a little bit behind in gold, but as you already said earlier, 1,000 gold lead doesn't feel too bad when you have Jinx and Azir and you have this scaling draft, and it's down below 1,000 now again. 15 minutes in, second Herald is alive, Closer's going after this one, and Mark, I sincerely hope 100 Thieves will find more success with this objective than their opponents did.
I have a little bit more faith in them with the advantages that their top side of the map has. You can probably use Fiora's shove to just run up that lane and drop it. I would like to see them actually break mid with it. It's an interesting debate as Dignitas are using this little bit of a tempo advantage from Closer being on the top side to grab bot turret, it looks like. Nice.
Good shield from Biofrost. Blocks the True Shot barrage, stops FBI from being able to thin out that wave enough to maybe force somebody back. So Dignitas, first turret of the game, gonna bring that gold lead that much closer. They're only down a couple of hundred now. Blue's gonna keep farming up this minion wave here in mid, as that does mean Abadaga is going to have the shove, going to have the roam, and going to have absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yep, they should have the shove in both those mid and top lane. I was gonna say, I wonder if it's more important to break mid lane for map control or to drop it topside and get more gold on Fiora gold. It's an interesting debate. I'm going to see where 100 Thieves wants to drop this one, because right now this is probably the most important 5 to 10 minute window from them where you need to start actually exploding this gold lead from here. If you go into 25 minutes up 1K, 1.5K, that's not probably enough for your team comp to actually win these team fights. Unless you just have super clean engages. There is always the one-shot insta-kill potential if, you know, Ahri charm lands, Leona gets a sick engage. You're always going to be in the team fights, but in straight front-to-back situations, Dig will have that lead.
I mean, we're talking about team fights, but we also got to remember the Fiora win condition, talking about that split push. Like, you know, someday gets to the point where he's 4 or 5 item Fiora. There's not really somebody on Dignitas that can answer that unless River is somehow a 6 item Wukong at the time that Fiora has 4 items. I don't know. That doesn't...
Even then, dude?
Yeah, even then, question mark? I mean, if he reposts your ulti, you're just kind of like, all right, see you, dude.
Yeah.
But I do want to see what Sumday's able to do on this pick, because the CS lead is starting to take off a little bit further. He'll be at around almost plus 30 by the time he gets done farming up the last of that minion wave there. Gamsu is rotating down towards the mid lane here as Dignitas has plenty of players hovering around. So I think Dig might be looking to make some sort of a fight happen, but they've got to be aware of what Someday can do in response. Closer also in the top side. Looks like they're willing to potentially commit that Rift Herald here. Yes, they are. And this could be 2 turrets if nobody from Dig is able to respond.
Yeah, Dig's grabbing the dragon. Gamsu pops over the wall, goes whoops, Q's right back over the other side. There's going to be 2 Shelly charges off at least from this.
Sejuani doesn't stop the second charge.
No, no way. So we'll see if they can actually grab the second turret. It looks like on the minimap you can see the rest of Dignitas trying to move up through mid lane, get that control, and then get up to Gamsu. You can see River making his way up there, and there's Bio.
Biofrost gets here to defend, but the charge completes before they can stop it. That's what you're looking for. 2/3 of the HP of that turret instantly gone. So next time Someday has the opportunity, that turret will be in his sights. Dignitas finally finds their way back into the top half of the jungle. 100 Thieves will not secure the tier 2, but they do end up trading away the Drakes for that bit of a gold lead, and I think that's a trade they're always willing to take. FBI with a flash away to avoid the ulti knock up there from River. It was this close, Mark.
Yeah, if he got knocked up there, I'm pretty sure he's a donezo, so nice reaction by him. River committed the flash during the stealth to get as far into the lane as he could.
But that means that there is no flash available here on the Ezreal for the next few minutes. That is very important. Granted, it's still Ezreal. He still has it built into the kit, and he still has cleanse as well, so he's never going to be an easy target, but at least he's a possible target now.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I like the play, find the opportunity. Also get a little tempo back for your team. One other lane assignment setup that we didn't really talk about for 100 Thieves was actually the 1-3-1. You can leave your Ezreal mid, put Fiora in one lane, Ahri on the other, and Azir doesn't love being in the side lane. He's not that bad for control mages in the side lane because he does have his shuffle to move around and kite out and whatnot, but still something that Ahri's going to feel much more comfortable in. You can see her pushing in that bot wave right now and then dipping into the jungle with Closer, with Huhi to threaten anyone rotating through. They have really good vision control set up there as well. Clearing this out to put pressure on Neo and Blue where they can potentially rotate around that bot side of the map.
All right, Mark, it's almost 20 minutes into the game, and we got 2 damn kills on the scoreboard. So now I got to ask, when are we going to see bodies hit the floor?
There is a possibility you don't.
That's a horrible answer. That is not the answer I want.
I'm going to give you the worst case scenario.
Okay, worst case scenario.
100 Thieves do a great job with vision control. They do an immaculate job with map control. You know, they're splitting the map. Dig don't ever find an opportunity to group up. They can't engage. 100 Thieves get Baron control. They actually just get the Baron for free while Fiora's splitting. There's a world where 100 Thieves can just like rear naked choke slowly, go to sleep, go to sleep to Dignitas and just drop them. But that's not gonna happen.
No, give me a boxing match instead. Who he goes in, popping the stopwatch as Dig is ready to fire back. Neo wants to get away, but Someday denies it. Who he's gonna be traded back 1-for-1 there. River getting the kill credit on that, but now another kill piles in for 100 Thieves. Double kill over to Someday. Gamsu's gonna get one back onto Abadaga, but River is washed away. Gamsu tries to escape, but FBI's still got a whole clip ready to go. Biofrost wants to survive a little longer. He's got the stopwatch, but Closer's got him all counted out.
I love it. 100 Thieves looking for the aggressive angle to close this game out. Nice engage by Who He, gives his body up to find that one off the tail end of that fight as well. 100 Thieves going to be able to grab a couple turrets. Looks like Closer might finish that one off. And we'll see.
Gamsu jumps in on FBI, but then he's like, oh, wait, dude, I'm Sejuani.
Whoops, bad idea. Anyways, Someday going to finish off that mid lane turret. So nice team fight there, grabbing a bunch of kills and kind of blowing up that gold lead. Like I was saying, this is the opportunity you want to be exploding that. Now up to 3,500 gold, FTX gold advantage, 400 Thieves.
3.7K off the back of this fight. You can see one more time how it went down as Dignitas were falling back out of the river, but it was Who He started it off.
Really like the Flash E getting on top of Neo and forcing out the early cleanse there and just kind of splitting the fight where no one is protecting Neo as this TP comes in. So it's the easiest kill of Someday's life.
Oh, yeah.
Instantly obliterates him and just blows up those battle lines. So by the time Gamsu gets in there, you see this ball comp right here. Like, this is a situation where if Jinx is free hitting, that fight can look a lot different. So the fact that Who He found that great engage, his Zenith Blade carrying him through the front line was what won the fight for them. Nice follow-up by Abadaga as well, not playing scared. And then the entire team having just the opportunity to continue chasing down. When you have so many threats on your team, one person can kind of give their body up. Because if Abadaga dies for Neo, you still have 3 more carries, whereas it's a bunch of meatballs for Dignitas' side.
Yeah, Neo getting out of it that fast. Both Sums down, Someday right behind you. It's a nightmare situation for the AD carry, and you can see what that nightmare looks like by the numbers here on the chart. 3,111, most damage done in the team fight by a significant margin there for Someday's Fiora.
Yeah, Braum doing more damage than your Jinx is not the ideal situation for Dignitas there.
No, I would not be happy with that situation myself. We got 15 seconds till our third Drake of the game is on the board. 1-1 in that count so far, so not really super imperative for either team to get this. 100 Thieves going to have Abadaga there in top, finishing off that tier 2 turret that we saw lose most of his HP to the second Rift Herald earlier. The rest of 100 Thieves hanging around here, seeing if maybe they can poke at these guys. We do have a teleport coming in.
Someday behind.
They might really want to challenge for this. They are going to scare Dignitas off. 100 Thieves are able to bring in the whole squad in time, but Dignitas are right back onto the objective. FBI taking a little bit of damage. Closer's going in. 50-50. It's going to be slain by Biofrost of all people. Someday backing off. Abadaga's got the Spirit Fire. Nice block in the True Shot Barrage there from Biofrost. That's what you picked the Braum for. And Dignitas are able to walk it away. Drake in hand.
Very controlled play by Dignitas there. I gotta say, they did a great job of marking the flanking threats. As anyone tried to step forward, someone else would step back and try and make sure they could not find that angle. You know, when Jinx got excited, Neo chased Someday out from the flank, and then right when Abadaga was threatening over the wall, I think it was a blind Q that Bio landed on top of him to make sure, like, hey, get back. And
yeah, you don't want any of this.
Yeah, we don't want any flying charms coming in over the wall. So I thought that was
you want to talk about flying charms over the wall? Mark Zimmerman, are you a psychic?
I saw it coming. No, that was just an insane angle by Abadaga. Finds that kill onto Neo, getting picked on a little bit this game. With him down, I wonder how hard 100 Thieves wants to go on this. Are they going to start threatening the Baron?
Well, they have 25 seconds with no Jinx on the map, so if nothing else, they will be able to sweep through this jungle, take some vision control, fire off some True Shot Barrage. Nice reaction there from Bio. He's on top of blocking these. Every time he's had an opportunity this game to block True Shot Barrage, he has had the shield up in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he's been really good so far on the Braum. Look at this, and good job by Dignitas to kind of sniff out that Baron that there wasn't actually an attempt going on. Get out of that situation with just Neo dying. Doesn't feel good. Still a massive gold lead in 100 Thieves' favor. In a very good position now to kind of spread that pressure out now. They are going to have the TP backup for Someday. It's 24 minutes in. You can start threatening this Baron.
Yeah, so we've been talking a lot about the gold lead, talking a lot about the thresholds of which team feels comfortable win. 6,000 gold lead is definitely a point beyond comfort to be up against that for any team.
Yes.
What point does Dignitas need to hit now? Are we talking 35 minutes? Are we talking 40 minutes worth of scaling? If the gold lead stays at around this level for Dig to feel like things are all right? Because this is daunting.
I don't think it's really a point in time.
Okay.
And, you know, there was like, now we've caught up from 6,000 gold deficit. This isn't like Ornn with like a million scaling champions that you just eventually make that gold deficit up. I think at this point, Dig needs to find their own play, whether that's continuing stacking these dragons and then win a team fight. Maybe 100 Thieves gets over aggressive at the Baron, but if they just do nothing and just scale, I think 100 Thieves are in a great position to just, like we said, choke them out a little bit this game, control the vision, and make sure that they can keep using the Fiora inside lanes, who is now up to 2.5 items. Getting very scary.
2.5 items, the 2 completed of which have a lot of Omni Vamp on them, and there is no Grievous Wounds on the enemy side in any form. Of course, Grievous Wounds is a bit less effective after the durability patch, but at the same time, if it's Fiora with 2 lifesteal items, you're probably going to want to reduce some of that.
Everyone saw the Fudge highlight from day one where he got the 4-man Gore Drinker. There's still plenty of healing for Fiora.
Yeah, Fiora is very, very scary in this game. 2-0-2 here for Someday, 272 farm, highest in the game, just barely above his own other carries as 100 Thieves move into the enemy jungle. Who he's going to be found out, but that is Leona. Can't really make a move on that champion, no sir. Biofrost spinning the ultimate for it, doesn't get a whole lot, and it's not like that's going to have much of a consequence. There's no Drake to fight over. Nobody's got the confidence to go after a Baron just yet. Abadaga getting jumped on now, though. Ooh. Everfrost is so good. It's so good.
I thought there was more coming to that sentence. No, you're right.
No, nothing else I have to say about Everfrost is broadcast appropriate.
Generically good. We'll
it's such a good item.
It's a great item. Yeah, I thought that was a good attempt to, trade summoners for Hugi there, stem a little bit of 100 Thieves aggression. They also got the ult out of Ahri there, so while people are going to look at Blue missing his shuffle, I think it's ultimately fine. Trading out ultimates for Dignitas is not the worst thing in the world for them to remove some playmaking opportunities from 100 Thieves.
Yep.
But overall, I've been very impressed with Abadaga's Ahri. I was doing some stat digging, and there's nothing quite like using stats on 2-game sample sizes.
I thought you were going to give me something really cool, like historic Ahri numbers or something, and you gave me that.
I gave you that. Here's my troll stats. Negative 22 CSD at 15 frames. Struggling a little bit in the lane phase so far in this season, but the only mid laner with a solo kill is from Abadaga.
Well, Abadaga is setting up another play down here in bottom lane with a grand challenge issued. Someday's laying the true damage into Gamsu, but it's the true damage of Abadaga's orb that ends up taking him out. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find the mark, and 100 Thieves gets kill number 7.
Nice roam over by Abadaga there, finding Gamsu underneath his turret, thinking, oh, I'm probably safe, but the CC lands. Almost gets the kill with the Ignite, but not the case. Someday gets out.
And I like the fact that you bring up, even though we do have a small sample size, the rough laning phase for Abadaga's Ahri so far, because of the fact, I'm remembering the 0-3-1 start in the final score of 6-3-9 or whatever, and it's like this guy's ability to even come off of a bad start and translate it into success in the mid game and the late game to find picks, to find playmaking. His Ahri is always setting something up.
And I think that's actually what I would like to stress about his Ahri, is that in the side lane, he plays the macro part well, moves across the map, and then lands big charms in these mid to late game situations. We saw him go over the wall in the mid lane, goes down the bot lane here. A lot of the plays that 100 Thieves are making right now are off the back of Abadaga's Ahri.
Well, Dignitas have got to find some sort of answer here, somewhere, some way, somehow. It's 7,500 gold almost, favoring 100 Thieves as Someday continues to push. Death Dance! If you thought 2 items that give you an absolutely egregious amount of healing was too much, how about a 3rd one?
How about a 4th? Where's the Bloodthirster?
Well, we might... Okay, we're not going to see a Bloodthirster, but I like to at least entertain the
He's going GA next for sure.
It's definitely GA. He's got the stopwatch in the inventory. But Dignitas, they got to find something, man. I mean, they don't have that dragon stacking anymore. It's 2-2 now, so it's not like Soul's coming online anytime soon. I don't know. I'm not... this current game state, the past few minutes of play, 8.2 thousand gold lead, not inspiring a lot of confidence in me for the Dignitas boys right now.
No, looking difficult from this game. The one thing going in their favor is they are the 100 Thieves killer. As you heard the analyst talk about. Hold on.
They got reputation, and they got Abadaga. He might just be down. I cast a curse.
You did it to him.
Neo gets the pop, and that's even more important because it's putting money on the Jinx.
Put money on the Jinx, stopping the aggression there. And this is the big thing. If you mess up and engage against Dignitas' comp, so much peel and self-control. The only problem is during that time, Someday, uncontested in the bot lane, grabs the inner turret, working on the inhibitor turret now.
Yeah, it always feels bad in a game of League of Legends when you feel like you finally caught him, you finally got some footing there for a moment, and then you look at bottom and the whole thing's collapsing.
Whoops, it was a 4v5, and
Unlucky.
We're losing turrets. Nice bit of pressure for 100 Thieves. I mean, that's how you play a 4-1 comp, is when you're playing well, even if something doesn't work on one side of the map, your other side is still getting something done. So nicely done there by Someday, keeping that pressure up. So despite the engage not quite working for Abadaga, getting caught out and dying, the rest of the team keeping up the pressure.
Well, Dignitas is trying to stop 100 Thieves who are invading the red side jungle. River had a good smite to secure the buff itself versus Closer, but the entire time this is happening, 100 Thieves is loving dragging all of Dignitas over here to this top side jungle and just having these scrappy fights that don't lead to a whole lot, because the entire time Someday's doing this.
And the thing is, he can go in, take aggressive trades versus Gamsu. Both of them go down to half health, but there's no Warmogs on Gamsu, so he just hits the wave. He goes back to full. Gamsu had to run all the way back to base, which is why those minions were hitting that turret uncontested. And Someday's playing respectfully. He says, I don't know where all of Dignitas is on the map, but my minions are doing a fine job. He's just cheerleading them on from the back line as they continue to chip that turret lower.
Slow and steady. 2.5 minutes till our next Drake spawns in this game. Baron still up on the map. You can see the nice little orange hue around all of those objectives because Dignitas has objective bounties available in style. These guys have a lot of catching up to do in this game, Mark. 49,000 to 57,000.
Like I was saying, though, they're the 100 Thieves killers, Captain Flowers. 4-0 against them on the year. Something will happen. Some cosmic miracle will break their way. They'll get all these objective bounties.
Dignitas has plot armor.
They have plot armor, exactly. This is the anime pro tag who, you know, is about to get some insane level up out of nowhere. Some absolute MacGuffin power up, you know, that just comes out of nowhere.
Well, let's see what the writers have in store for us here on today's episode, as 100 Thieves are starting up the Baron. Dignitas has no vision inside the pit. Who he's going to throw up some more wards, just buy some more time. Super Mega Death Rocket not finding much of anything except showing him that Baron is low. 100 Thieves back away, though. They don't want to risk anything.
Yeah, playing very respectfully. I think they know flipping Baron is one of the few ways that Dignitas can get back in the game. They back off there and say, Someday's doing a great job on the bot side.
Someday's just going to kill Goms. Oh, Someday! Oh, no! Someday! Okay, all right. No need for alarm. No need for alarm. Just having a little fun with it there at the end.
Yeah, Q onto the minion, going the wrong way on the lunge there, but gets the kill. And that's why you back off the Baron. You don't need to brute force it. Someday is making things happen down the bot side of the map, and now they're back onto the Baron.
Now they're back on Baron because they know that Dignitas has to send another man back into the bottom lane to deal with Fiora. Biofrost going to get caught out there. Stun coming out from the Leona. Abadaga tries to go forward, but 100 Thieves is a little bit split here. FBI trying to find enough damage. Gonna get that last Mystic shot. He shifts and he finds his mark.
FBI, the sniper, lining him up, hops the wall, blue trinket over to spot him out, I believe he did. Then lands that max range Q, back onto the Baron.
And the way that these kills are staggered. Gamsu's about to come back alive in 5 seconds, but now Jinx is dead for 30. It is impossible for Dignitas to ever fight with their full strength. River's hanging around. He's like, okay, we're going to go for a YOLO, see if maybe we can flip the Baron and steal it. 100 Thieves backing away again as Biofrost approaches with River. So still, 100 Thieves have not been able to secure the Baron, but across the map, the real story's being told.
Yep, Someday just never left that bot lane, grabs the inhibitor. He grabbed a couple kills around the Baron as well. So the gold lead just continuing up 400 Thieves here. Going to be even more difficult with super creeps in the bot lane.
Super creeps in the bot lane. We've got the Drake spawning now, so 100 Thieves will likely take themselves to soul point with that one. Let's take another look at how this play went down. Abadaga didn't hit the charm, but there was a bunch of shots being fired back and forth.
And you can see like how Dignitas' comp could be very scary when they don't get on top of Neo. Just a couple auto attacks onto Abadaga puts him down to almost dead, but thankfully FBI also hopped over the wall. It's going to land this first Q right here to put him into almost dead. Boop.
And
got vision.
He's feeling it.
Ooh, blind, actually. Yep. That was actually the Dignitas blue trinket that confused me. So blind Q over the wall, read the map movements, dialed into the Matrix, killed Neo.
Game messing around.
Agent
CIA,
Smith,
man.
FBI.
This is the FBI.
This is Agent
the FBI. Yeah. See, you're in there now. 100 Thieves are back in that Baron pit, but they're not starting it up just yet. Someday still has to get that wave escorted a little bit closer in the enemy base. 100 Thieves making sure they're synced up with their man on the other side, so there's always multiple threats for Dignitas to have to answer, pulling them apart, never letting them play this 5v5 League of Legends 101 team comp correctly.
Yeah, I mean, this is textbook by 100 Thieves, and I think what a lot of fans wanted to see out of them as one of the teams with returning members, championship team from just last summer. You expect them to be playing at a higher mid to late game team level, even if there's still things in the patch they need to learn, know how exactly they want to team fight with new champions and whatnot. Knowing how to play as a unit, how to push and pull an enemy team around the map when you have a big gold lead.
Well, 100 Thieves are starting it up again. Dignitas will once more be challenged with how to answer this. Someday pushing up in the bottom lane. Now he's going to rotate over towards mid. Super Mega Death Rocket fires out, gets a little bit of damage onto Closer. Difference is 100 Thieves not fully backing away from the Baron just yet. Now they finally going to decide to do that one. You can see that Abadaga went fishing with the charm, didn't exactly land anything. It's Blue that is now standing to stop Someday. Gamsu's like, I cannot deal with this anymore. I'm Sejuani versus Fiora, and it's 35 minutes into the game. It just doesn't work.
No. The one nice thing is that Closer, they don't have someone who can tank Baron too effectively. Closer doesn't seem to have enough lifesteal to be able to just kind of like with the Divine Sunderer be like, I'm not taking a ton of damage.
Yep.
So he gets low. Obviously, he has no way to get healed up. So when they do these stalled out Baron attempts, they don't have a frontliner who can then restart the Baron after getting chipped low. It's one of the things that's stopping 100 Thieves from getting Baron right now. But they've been getting plenty done on the rest of the map. The only question is, how are you going to blow open the game completely? How do you actually win from here? Can it just be the Sunday split push, or are they actually going to get this Baron?
And you're talking about Closer not having anybody to tank for him to be that front line there with the Baron. This is a much tankier Viego than the Viegos we've seen in the past with like Maw and Death Dance. This is Skarner build Viego. These are just movement speed tank items and a Divine Sunderer, so...
Yes, he understands that I'm the front line kind of with this 4-man core that we have on the Baron, so going a little tankier, never really... got quite as fed as we're used to seeing the Closer Viego, the team fight monster. But I think it's important to know when, like, I'm the backseat, Someday is the superstar carry this game.
Yeah, I like seeing players make build adaptations, right? I don't want to see some cookie cutter build from Mobifier. I want to see what's right in the moment. And what's right in the moment is Closer grabbing a kill on Neo. Dignitas are heading for the hills, and they're sending Gamsu straight into the dirt on the side of 100 Thieves. They keep on chasing as Blue tries to get away back over the wall, and Someday keeps on diving behind enemy lines. River wants to get out, and a flash gets him away from the Mystic shot, but Dig stands 3v5 as the waves are pouring in. Blue will do whatever we can to clear out these super minions. 100 Thieves now with 2 inhibitors down in the enemy base. Another excellently blocked True Shot barrage from Braum, but you got a lot more to worry about for Dig right now. Abadaga goes in, Charm's gonna land, Everfrost gonna follow that up, and FBI is rampaging through these guys. River tries to stay alive here on the front. He'll be burned down by Someday. Still no dead thieves here in this Dignitas base. Blue trying to change that, but a 1v5 is not good odds. The plot armor breaks, and 100 Thieves take down Dignitas.
First win over Dignitas for 100 Thieves here in 2022. Looking clean while they do it. They didn't need a Baron, Captain Flowers. They just kept pulling Dignitas apart. And Closer said, I hear you guys saying I'm not the carry. He
immediately gets it done. 100 Thieves. We talked about at the beginning of this match, during the draft, who's going to get the other side to play their game better? 100 Thieves did a great job of never letting Dignitas have their big front-to-back team fight.
I liked it a lot because it was an expert showcasing from level 1, going in knowing that we're going to have a lot of the advantages in the early game. They blow that flash onto Blue, and then they punish him again, and from there never really let up off that pressure.
And we never really got to see a lot of success from this Sejuani. It never got to team fight. We never saw any kill pressure from the Ignite like you were talking about. We never saw any value out of that. It was just, hey, this is Fiora getting to play a Fiora game. We'll slap some Wub Wub music on this one, turn it into a montage, because Someday just got to play the Someday game, and Gamsu was unfortunately the target dummy of this Fiora.
And it was reminiscent to some of the losses that we've seen out of Dignitas from last split, where they just never really find an angle to be the power point on the map, and they end up on their back foot. They never really had a play that worked for them where they got an advantage in the game.
I mean, we saw a couple of good picks onto Abadaga. We saw, as you put it, what almost could have been, seeing Neo get those auto attacks with the boom, boom, boom rocket launcher stuff out there in the jungle. But when you're 8,000 gold behind already?
Yeah, it was a lot of like back foot punishes that they were finding, not their own plays.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, those feel good in a closer game of League of Legends, but the big thing is the game just got too far away from them too quickly. It was all so slow for so long during the early game, but then once the game left that state of 1-to-1, it was just 100 Thieves stacking up those advantages one after the other, and now we're handing it over to Latigris and Crawl Closer for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. A victory here for 100 Thieves. I've got Closer. This was the first win against Dignitas all year. Any special feelings about that?
I mean, finally we took out the final boss, Dignitas. I'm happy with that. Yeah, happy.
I do want to get your thoughts on the pacing of the game, because some were thinking 100 Thieves like to play aggressively. We saw you do that in the earlier portions, but tell me about that and how things went in the mid to late game, even with such an extensive lead.
I think we had like no way to lose the game because we were too ahead. I do think we played a bit too slow. Like the game should have been over maybe like 10 minutes earlier. We took it like extra safe. I think we tried to do Nash when we don't have damage. But I mean, like I'm still happy that like we are trying to play this kind of style instead of like going full aggressive, like only fighting. I want to improve as a team and not win by like individual performance mostly. So yeah, we are improving.
How are you personally feeling within the context of this team coming off of the spring split, having this time to prepare for summer? Just your general emotions about it all.
I think we still have a long way to go. To be honest, as a macro game perspective, like we are all skilled and good players, but I think as a team, if we improve, like we will win the title again. So we are looking forward to that.
I do have to know, do you feel like a bad guy because you denied Biofrost a 200th LCS win on Father's Day? You're denying BioDaddy.
I'm sorry, Biofrost, but like we gave them 2 wins last split, so we had to win this one.
Yeah, had to take it back here. Thank you as always,
Thank
Closer.
you.
As we go to a break right now, the good guys of FlyQuest have sent us along some content that we can chillax to. Check it out.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so. This is a miss.
Brother David, behold! It's a fork!
I got 10 forks right here, baby! A toilet? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
Hancock!
No king!
The people shall have the right to vote!
Even the stupid ones? Edison, can I be honest with you? It stinks. Nobody's gone to the moon, ever! Why not? It's far! It's too far! It's far!
の未来はポータブルミュージックです。
バカか！出て行け！語りがいいでもやるぞ！語り！
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
Back to the 100 HP, but he's got the warm-up. Remember the warm-up. Kumo is in the enemy base. A teleport coming back. Will it arrive in time? Impact is there, but Kumo does not concern himself. FlyQuest take game 2. Snip, snip. Wow.
That was the last game that EG lost domestically. Welcome back to the LCS. And the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's reigning champs, Evil Geniuses, coming into their game against FlyQuest at 2-0. And that's where I want to start, because we did all this couching on day one.
Yeah, we did.
Guys, MSI. You went on a whole ranty spiel yesterday with Pastry about the effects of MSI, and yet here's our MSI reps at 2-0, Jet, opening week.
I remember. So first we're going to see like them actually playing well. I still don't think they're playing at their level, but I'm trying to decide whether or not it is just the teams they played against just for some reason not being as prepared as they should be, or if it's EG overperforming. I think EG still has that like team fighting magic that they were able to win with throughout so much of the playoffs, and they're playing with confidence because they are not playing because they have a bunch of practice.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
I mean,
Definitely not.
they themselves have said this in interviews where they're like,
we've had 3 days.
we've had not a lot of time. I wanted to take a break, but I couldn't because of the new patch, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, props to them. They still seem to be really, really cohesive. And as far as I know we have the graphic on this coming up. But with the 2-0 start, they are going to be the most successful in their first week. Just in the first week, obviously, very small sample size. When we're talking about MSI hangovers,
so this
they're
is
already
what
guaranteed.
This is what I remember. It's every team that has gone to MSI, they've all done bad.
They've all done poorly.
Like, these are all defending champs, starting with a 50% or worse win record. So yeah, EG
already beating
the
those
least
odds.
hungover team ever. It might have to do.
We need to know their trick.
Well, so
with
Yeah,
the
what's
age.
the- what's
well,
their
but so here's
because they're not allowed.
So here's
to
my
drink.
follow-up on your theories, though. That's an interesting one, right? But if we talk about a hangover, right? You were making the case in the past that, like, right? So we had more time in between to recover from that hangover. I'm going to make the case that this is hair of the dog situation. They never got to stop playing League of Legends.
Yeah.
Right? So they were playing a bunch of League of Legends, they came back, and boom, they're right into more competition play. That's like, that's the cure to the hangover, is don't rest.
Yeah, maybe.
Every team doctor.
Many.
Gamer doc, 1 HP medic. Oh yeah, I just pissed everybody off.
There's a lot of vendors that are formed with that theory.
That's absolutely true. Either way, Evil Geniuses performing solidly so far. We'll see if Evil Geniuses can remain on top here in the LCS, especially with a little help from Mark Z, who's standing by. Let's take a look.
Speaking of downtime off the Rift, something that EG did not have very much of coming into summer, can you tell me a bit about how the team is feeling in terms of recovering from MSI, coming into this week and picking up these victories?
Yeah, we tried our best to recover. It wasn't much time, like you said, unfortunately, and also Riot decided to drop a very big patch right before Summer Split, so I kind of had in mind that I would take some days off from League after coming back from Korea, but the first day after I came back, I instantly went into solo queue, because I didn't feel like going on stage with no idea how this durability thing works. So I didn't get much off time. We'll see how that goes throughout summer. I'm trying to pace myself, so trying to save some juice for when playoffs and Worlds come around. But so far, looking good. I'm glad to be 2-0 yet, so it's nice.
Well, Vulcan, you're in luck. I'm here to give you the down low on the durability update in this not State Farm Neighborhood Tactics. I don't know why they didn't want to sponsor this one. So there's a lot of numbers I could show you about the durability update on 12.10. I'm not going to do that. We're just going to watch some gameplay. So here's a team fight from EG. As you can see, they're going to be chasing C9 into this choke point. They have Jojo Pune on Corki. He has the package available. And you're going to see a very common play, which is package in, Valk out. But the thing is, with the durability update, you are more durable. And so when Jojo Pune ends up going in here, he could have stayed in that fight. Look, he's full health as well as just being tankier. You're sturdier, you're tankier, you're hardier. You can stay in that fight, drop some more damage on these guys, deal a little bit more before getting out of there and then, valking out when you actually start taking damage. So just a little bit of a missed opportunity here from EG. They do win this fight. It's still okay. The other thing about the durability update was they wanted to make sure that diving turrets wasn't so easy when everyone's tankier. So turrets do more damage. It was rolled back slightly on 12-11. Again, there's some numbers there. I actually didn't look at them, so I couldn't tell you what they are, but I'm pretty sure it's still higher than a month ago. So this dive, a little bit of a bad idea here. The enemies are also going to be tankier underneath the turret. That's the thing that's important to remember about the durability update. Not only are you more durable, the enemies are more durable as well. So this fight gets turned around. I know what you're probably saying here. Mark, weren't there other factors like map positioning, the fact that they shouldn't have been going for that play, TPs coming in, all that stuff? Honestly, no, none of that matters. That was 100% a misplay because of the durability patch. So that was the C9 game. They ended up winning. It's okay. But there's a couple other instances that this team needs to look at to improve on. As you can see, this fight gets turned around. Bit of a throw by EG. This is the next game versus 100 Thieves here. Jojo Pune gonna go for a kill on Abadaga again. Great opportunity, but look at this. He doesn't die. You know why he doesn't die? That's a kill a month ago. It's not a kill today because he's more durable underneath the turret. Again, gets baited in though, thinks, oh, if he's more durable, I'm more durable. Wrong, Jojo. You're not more durable. Well, you are, but you're not so durable that you could do that play. So you die there. And I think this is one of the things that a lot of teams are gonna have to adapt to. And if I have one piece of advice to EG and any team struggling on the patch, it's that people are more durable post-durability update. Anyways, back to you guys.
I feel like I'm going to be a more durable analyst having watched that.
Durable ears.
Yes.
Until you attempt an analyst turret dive, and then you are less durable.
Yeah.
Less durable than you think.
Then I overestimate my durability.
There you go, EG. Mark has done the homework for you to make sure that you're up to speed coming in on this durability patch. But I feel like, Jet, we should do the same thing for FlyQuest. Now, they're not necessarily working against durability, but they had a rough showing so far, and yesterday fell short.
If you're not watching closely, you might not have seen why FlyQuest lost yesterday, because they could be undefeated with EG as well. But I've pinpointed the moment where they lost. Watch closely.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
I built it up more. Wait, can you roll that back? Let me see that again. I think I may have missed it the first time around.
So, Afromove does press R.
Boom.
When he shouldn't have pressed R.
Yeah, but your R is your strongest ability, so why is that bad?
The timing was unfortunate.
Oh.
If I had to say, he didn't plan on doing that, because they actually had to do a soul fight right afterwards, which didn't go well.
I think he just needed the movement speed.
I think this joke would have played better if Mark didn't also just do a joke. Because now all we've done are jokes, and we're out of time.
We are out of time.
I have some actual analysis here.
Give me some real stuff.
When you do have a team composition like that, I think FlyQuest strength is when they're all on the same page, when they are executing stuff like this, right? So when a small mistake like that happens, it's really unfortunate for them because it kind of derails them being able to contest around objectives and stuff like that. I still want to be watching out for Chukui and Jose Deodo and how they're working together with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I mean, a good example, that exact moment also was combined with Aatrox popping ulti, forced error there just because at that time, Revenge actually opened up on him. So that's a resource disadvantage with FlyQuest having a gold lead. You already looked at this game. This game, huge gold lead, thrown a few times, top side fight and around the red side, just behind the Baron pit. And then, of course, that dragon fight that we were talking to. So they have a new member of the team, also just new patch coming through. They need to be able to work through it.
Look, I think the core of it is when you move past the jokes.
Yeah.
FlyQuest was in winning positions 2 out of 2 games. They're sitting at 1-1. So they find themselves in winning positions and avoid small mechanical errors like that, and they can very much take this game. Either way, we'll see if EG can exit their first weekend undefeated or if they will fall here for the first time in the summer split to FlyQuest. Either way, we're out to the arena to get into the game.
Durable.
The EG files, case 001, created to explore the strange, some might even say evil phenomenon of this world.
If you try to describe this team in one word, it would be talent.
He randomly said your mom or something. Yeah, actually, I hope Jojo mom doesn't look this.
Inspired mom in my door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Zoom.
My hair is going gray. My hands, like fingerprints are actually like gone. So might as well sacrifice a bit more and then don't leave any regret.
I'm ready to like enjoy it and hopefully we will win it though.
You walk out?
Evil Geniuses are your new LCS champion.
3-0 Cloud9, 3-0 Team Liquid, 3-0 100 Thieves. The Evil Geniuses have changed the game.
Yeah. You know, Mark, I'm beginning to think that Impact spends a good amount of his free time just AFK flossing. That's what he was doing behind the stage. Backstage, fun fact, before the finals. Yeah, before they did the walkout for the finals, because I was back there, or the semifinal match, excuse me, where I did the intro. He's standing back there wearing his sunglasses in the dark.
Practicing.
Yeah, just
Practicing for the big
AFK
moment.
flossing, man. That's the way. Apparently, that's the secret to being not only a top laner that was a world champion years back, but still one of the top competitors
I mean,
today.
the thing you gotta say about Impacts, he adapts to the meta. You know, he adapted to the flossing meta. Who knows what
he teaches the Zoomers how to. He teaches the Zoomers the ancient ways. They teach him the new age.
Who knows what the next cringe dance is he'll pick up.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's go ahead. Let's see how our drafts are looking this time around. Karma, Zeri, Lucian, they were all banned in game number 1. They're banned here again, but Viego, one of those picks that we saw in that first game, not going to see him here. Senna also banned out. Very powerful champion on this pack.
Inspired had a great game on Viego. I believe it was yesterday. I think he picked up the player of the game for his Viego game. I'm going to have to double check that, but he had a great game on it, so obviously they want to take that one out. A lot of marksman bans seems like the current meta right now. Wukong seems next on the priority list for most junglers.
Yeah.
And even then, it's between Viego and the Wukong. Depends a little bit more on carry potential individually, I think, that Viego can bring versus team fighting, engages, and early ganks that Wukong might have, or post-6 ganks.
Yep, Azir banned out this game too. So I mentioned last draft about Corki, Victor, Azir, all these hyper-scaling mages in mid lane. Azir will be the one that is not available this time around. EG have more pick of the marksman than what we saw for either side in the first half of the draft last game, but they still want to go with that Ezreal, especially against something like Wukong that's good at diving. Ezreal's extra safety feels nice.
Yeah, feels good. I think we'll have to see what they want to do with this pairing. Again, Karma's gone. Last time we saw it with the Leona, and it worked pretty well for the most part. 400 Thieves. Yeah. Just now. They could roam around the map. Huhi kind of ignores the Ezreal. There's two kinds of Ezreal. There is the insanely annoying, we have prio, we pelt you with mystic shots all laning phase, and you sit under your turret and take it. Then there's the
I farm under my own turret with you.
Yeah, that's basically how he plays, one of the two ways. Depends what you're paired up with.
Well, we got Lilia locked in here for Evil Geniuses. So some very powerful team fighting potential there on that champion. Over on the other side, though, FlyQuest locking in the Twitch, locking in the Yuumi, the invisible submarine missiles.
Yeah, Toxic Rat coming in with the cat on the back. The rat and the cat combo. It's very scary. It's something that's been terrorizing, I think, both solo queue and scrims. I think everyone is aware of this combination, and it has so much playmaking potential once you get out of the lane phase, the submarines like you're talking about.
And all three of the champions drafted for FlyQuest so far. Incredible AoE team fighting potential. Yuumi ulti, Twitch ulti, Wukong ulti. These guys are scary in a 5v5 situation, particularly if we get into some mid-game scrappiness. I am trying to will this into existence. I do not want to see 2 kills at 22 minutes again. But if we get some fights in some corridors, maybe for some objectives, these guys can really cause a ruckus. Gangplank going to be picked over here on the side of EG, so Impact will be piloting that one. He's had tons of great games with this in the past. But we are into our second half of the draft, which means the second half of the bans, as we're targeting some solo lane action here. Aatrox and Yone banned out.
Yeah, interesting to see the Yone banned by FlyQuest there, probably targeting Jojo Fume because you know that GP is going top. I really like the FlyQuest draft so far. I think it speaks to the team's strengths. They are a team that works well together to the point where you can say they're playing as better than the sum of their parts. They always seem to find these mid to late game fights that go well. Yesterday, notwithstanding, I know they just dropped that game to Immortals, but they still had a huge gold lead off the back of some great team play. So going for a more 5v5 oriented composition makes a lot of sense for them. And EG, I mean, they've shown that they can kind of play it all, man. They got scrappy comps, they got ball comps, they got spoon feed the Danny comps.
I mean, chat doesn't have much faith in them. I just now noticed the vote is about 2/3
That's the Tukey power, baby.
Yeah, that's the Tukey time power plus the Twitch Yumi is OP power. As we've got our last bans of the draft coming in. It's Irelia, it's LeBlanc taken off the table. Lots of focus there towards that top side with a little bit of hate thrown in for the mid lane as well. What is Ezreal going to be playing with here? Evil Geniuses trying to figure this one out, probably leaving that last pick for JoJo himself. Ezreal Sona. So I'm feeling like, you know, this is one of those times. Sona scales up very impressively, right? Like late game Sona is an absolute monster.
She is an absolute monster in the mid to late game. She also should have a decently okay lane into the Yuumi. I know a lot of people like playing some enchanters into the Yuumi. It's not too much of a high pressure lane or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised to see it over some of the other enchanters, which were not that heavily targeted out. But I guess if you're thinking that it's going to be two ball comps running into each other, Sona is incredible in those situations where she can keep your whole team shielded, healed up, find some engage opportunities as well, which is not always easy for enchanters to bring, but they're pretty similar.
Well, hey, we want to talk about AoE team fighting power. How about some Vlad thrown on top of a Wukong and a Twitch and a Yuumi? That one's locked in for FlyQuest.
Yep, I expect both teams to continue indexing into that. Not seeing the mid laners yet. Ahri?
Okay, so Vlad top.
Vlad top. As expected in the GP, it's a good matchup for the Vlad for the most part.
Just had to 100% confirm because it is a flex.
You never know, but definitely going to be going to the top lane. Just a strong matchup unless you mess up the lane horribly. Vlad should have control over that one. And then the Ahri, it's a double AP solo lane, which I know sometimes people try to avoid, as well as the Yuumi.
AD jungler though, so.
AD jungler, and then if people want to index into MR for team fighting, Twitch is going to have a field day. It's going to be great. I'll just pop you guys with my ult and stuff. So it does seem a little surprising maybe at first to see the double AP solo laners, but I think it works within the context of their composition. Lissandra.
Yeah.
Team fight.
How about that?
More
Lissandra.
Team fight. It's going to be, again, some early Merc treads probably for a lot of these solo laners with the amount of AP damage in this game. But I think it makes sense. You are trying to kind of blow people up in 5v5s for both team compositions. I like it. Both these play pretty much the same way. Like, you're asking for fighting. You know, you wanted an aggressive
I want fighting.
game.
I want League of Legends is a PvP game.
Are you sure?
I sincerely hope I am. Because this is, I want to see a spicier early game. These are, I mean, Evil Geniuses is not a team that when I think of, all right, just sit and scale, that I would think of them, right?
No.
That's not really their style. So I'm hoping, Mark, we get something a little spicy.
We should. I think the big question for me would be the junglers. If they can get into the lanes and make something happen. Lilia doesn't have the greatest setup in the top lane. Bot lane as well with the Sona pre-6. Nothing really to use there. So Lissandra or bust feels like where you're going to go. So I'm looking at mid lane jungle combinations, hopefully get some early game action going.
You think we're going to get an invade like we got last time around? Maybe, I mean, if you're looking at all these lanes that got escape mechanisms, what if you can cheese out a flash level 1?
I mean, you're looking at Takuya then to make that one happen. The Ahri charm over a wall, you can always find an angle onto somebody.
I mean, if you can play it like Abadaga did in the last game with all those setups time and time again, it is a very scary thing to deal with. But here we go, onto the Rift, game number 2. Evil Geniuses going up against FlyQuest. If EG takes this one, it's a perfect opening week for the reigning champs.
Oh, battle of good versus evil. But we got some funny chat in text. Inspired himself says, what a funny draft. We go soccer after. 4 AP, bro, all good. People are just talking about the AP as well. I was talking about it. The players are talking about the amount of AP in this game. It's very interesting.
Well, I mean, hey, at least everybody's in good spirits. We're having a great time here. I sincerely wish the all chat is something that we had on the pro broadcast. I obviously realize why we can't, because sometimes
there's always the concern.
There's always the concern for that. It's a reason why back in the day when online games were first becoming popular, they really made sure to always hint online interactions are not part of the rating of this game.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I don't see that as much anymore, but back in the day, I remember, you know, when I was a teenager, that was very, very, like, pushed front and center. They were like, hey, by the way, this game's rated teen, but not the part where you play online.
Or when you were at Best Buy and your mom was looking at the back of the box, like, rated E for everyone. Okay. And then you hear voice comms.
And then it's not so much E for everyone. As now, let's go ahead and look at what the level 1 looks like in top. We know the Gangplank's such a scary level 1 champion because of Trial by Fire. Grasp as well on this champion just makes it so hard to deal with him, and you can see how easily Impact wins that level 1 trade.
Yep, nicely done there by Impact. That's what I was talking about. The GP does have some opportunities. If you can find ways to get your Trial by Fire off and then Q spam them down, you actually can get advantages in this lane. So that's pretty big exploitation of Philip there, the young gun, getting taken to task a little bit by Impact, showing his wily veteran moves there. And I was a little surprised not to see the Twitch cheese into one of the lanes early on. It's one of the things that people always do in solo queue with Twitch.
Yep.
You just stealth into a lane, win the trade, give them the advantage that they permanently have mid prio or something. It actually translates fairly well to a more coordinated environment, where in solo queue it's more about tilting the enemy mid laner, whereas this can give you real advantages for invades and things like that.
In solo queue, it's more about tilting everybody. I swear that's one thing that hasn't changed in this ever-evolving game for a decade, is if you're against a Twitch, you can ping your mid laner. He will be there before you hit level 2. Don't be stupid and die. Sure enough, what do I hear? An ally has been slain. Twitch is the best tilter, or one of the best tilters, in the entire game. But down there in bottom lane, Johnson running the cleanse, Danny running the teleport, so it is a actually massive TP advantage overall for Evil Geniuses. They have 3 teleports on this team. Philip going for the Ghost and Ignite there on the Vladimir, much more combat power, but not going to have that same macro ability rotating around and being able to get there for the fights later.
It makes sense to me, though, given that we were talking about both these team comps kind of being 5v5s. They can technically split the Vlad or the Ahri or whatever, but the game's going to be won or lost, I think, in 5v5. So less of a concern about the TPs. I'm sure Philip will make sure he's down at Dragon or Baron whenever they need.
Make sure you're there. Be there, right? Take into account the fact that you actually have to walk the distance. That's down here in bottom, a little trading back and forth, but both sides with enchanters, both sides with heals means that damage is going to be tough to stick.
Might be tough to stick, but I think you can still see some good trading into the Yuumi. I think a lot of people do like Sona into Yuumi. It's something that was, I think, debated a lot when she came out. It was a pretty common matchup to take.
Yeah.
Scaling enchanters
Wasn't there some Twitter
into Yuumi.
beef at some point on, I don't even remember who was arguing about it, but there was Sona versus Yuumi arguments at some point.
I think there was a debate about, especially in competitive play, how much it was good, because both scale well and both have risky lane phases a little bit, so you take them into each other, and it's like, well, which one's actually getting the advantage?
I remember there being some back and forth on Twitter about this, but I don't remember the exact circumstances that it happened in. Down here in bottom lane, everything's still about par for the course. Slight farm advantage there for Johnson, and more creeps alive for him to farm as well. So could be up slightly, but nothing really to write home about here just yet. Both junglers continuing to farm. You can see they traded off on the Scuttle Crabs there, with FlyQuest grabbing the one in the North River. Evil Genius is doing the same thing in the South, and Impact still running the show up here in top lane, but Philip has more farm than his opponent, so even if Philip's not having the greatest time in the trades, he's not letting it affect his economy.
Yeah, still not quite how they probably wanted the game plan to go when you're coming up with like, okay, we'll get control with our 2 soul lanes, because in theory, mid and top should have the ability to get some prio and then work with your jungler for invades or something like that. Not going to be the case with Impact kind of winning that lane from level 1. Philip, like you said, will be okay, but it can still be enough of a wrench in the game plan to make Jose have to be like, okay, where do I go now? Can I still do the same things I wanted to do?
Well, and of course, things will feel better for Philip as the levels keep pouring in. We know that Vlad's Q feels pretty awful to use before level 7, and it doesn't really feel good until level 9. So things will get better over time, you would think. Meanwhile, here in mid lane, Inspired's just hanging out, seeing if maybe there's anything to be done here. Glacial Path. They get the root onto Takui, but Inspired can't get the angle for the magical bowling ball in time, so Takui just takes free damage and says, all right, sure.
Yeah, I'm mostly looking for pressure there. I do like this mid matchup a lot, because I feel like Takui came in from 2022, not that hyped up. Jojo Pune, savior of NA for mid laners. And then quietly, Takui actually got the all-pro vote over Jojo Pune. Yeah, it was
really well.
Despite Jojo Pune winning the championship, at the end of the regular season, I think more people believe Takui to be the better mid laner, and I think there is still a bit of a back and forth that I'm really interested to watch in. Not just the good versus evil monikers of the organizations, but I think some of these players as well having taken accolades from each other, you could say.
Yeah, and you can see Takui, like you mentioned back in the draft, you feel like Mercury Treads are going to be a good item in this game. You can already see a Null Magic Mantle in the inventory of Takui, the first item that he decides to buy, making sure that he's got some MR, knowing that it's an AP opponent, knowing that it's an AP jungler next to it, helps out a lot.
Yeah, see if Jojo not feeling the same way?
Nope. Well, not quite. Once the Ionian cooldown boots instead, looking to make some plays.
Yep. Interesting. I would have guessed it would have been Merc Treads just because Ahri Charms, Yuumi Roots, stuff like that, but not the case. Wants to be a little bit more aggressive, I guess, with his spamming. It will help you with prio, because even in the matchups where you pick Lissandra as a counter matchup, things like LeBlanc and Ahri, sometimes you can lose the shove just with base damage and cooldowns and whatnot, so this does give you more prio to contest the wave early on.
Plus, the Mercury Treads don't give him double value. The enemy jungler is AD, so it's not like going to help you out in the ganks as much. FlyQuest coming in for the dive. Impact! Not long for this world. He's burning away, but he stays alive. Mark, what's the word? Durability update.
Durability right there, coming up clutch for Impact, keeping him alive underneath the turret. The Ignite not finishing him off. I wonder if Jose could have snuck in an auto attack or something, because he mostly just kind of drove by through the lane. And it looked like Philip had the turret aggro, I believe. He dropped it definitely when he used his W. We'll have to see if there was an opportunity there to get that last little tick of auto to finish him off. Because it was that. It was one more auto attack from you that probably would have killed him.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a replay, check back into that one, and see exactly if there was an opportunity to finish that off. And there we go. So let's take a look.
I like the timing window, 5 on 6. So this is a window where Impact should not have his ultimate, but Impact understands, I'm going to kill this cannon. I need to do it. The E ends up, his passive ends up burning it down, gives his ultimate for him to drop it, and just the flash away from Jose, who committed a little bit too hard to the left side, trying to insta-give him. I like the idea from Jose to go, okay, I'm going to insta-kill him because we knew Lissandra was on the follow roam, but that there was a window for Impact to get back, flash underneath his turret, stays alive. Well played by Impact to get the trial by fire on the cannon to get his level 6.
Yeah, Jose Diodo had already used the Q at that point, so as soon as Impact flashes away, there's no way to really get the chase, make that kill happen. So nicely played from Impact there to be able to get out of danger, stay alive. Evil Geniuses have a 600 gold lead with no kills on the board, so the laning phase is going pretty good so far.
Looking good for them. This is one of those games where we're talking a lot in the 100 Thieves matchup about, scaling 1-3-1, 4-1, ball comp, stuff like that. I think this is one of those games where it's going to be 100% execution. No team has, I think, super inherent scaling advantages. They always talk about like the scaling of Twitch being able to get the pass-through damage and all that stuff. And it's absolutely true that Twitch can become an absolute monster in the late game team fights, but there's so many threats on both these teams, basically every position except support. Even the supports do damage this game. Like, this is just a high damage game. It's not really much about, I think, one team having inherent scaling advantages.
Makes for some very interesting team fights. Whoever gets the drop is obviously going to be at a great advantage on that one. You can see in the inventory of Johnson here, the usual Twitch build these days. One of the champions that does not rush Mythic item first. Blade of the Ruined King is the hotness in the current meta. Makes him very, very deadly if he's able to just dump that percent HP based damage into that first target that he finds. As Inspired is going after the Drake, so not quite as slow as the first Drake that we saw in game number 1. Not exceptionally quick either, but it is Evil Geniuses with the first neutral objective here, as it's going to be answered across the map. Jose Diodo also picking up the Rift Herald, and we'll see where he uses that one. Hopefully better than game 1.
Hopefully, most likely the case, because Philip should be able to get prio at different points in time here. Jose going for a wraparound gank on Impact.
They know Impact has no flash. Philip dropping the ulti, finding some damage here. Empowered Transfusion while the ulti is still active. Impact running through the enemy turret. Takes 2 turret shots. Eats the oranges and tries to get away. Philip into the pool. And Jose Diodo sneaks in to take the credit. Get the assist money on the table.
I'm helping!
Yup, he brings FlyQuest the first blood.
Excellent play there by Jose Diodo. I mean, to be fair, I like the idea. You know, Impact turned around. He was out of turret range. You don't want something to go horribly wrong where he finds the kill onto Philip before he gets his empowered Q off or something. So just go kill him. I actually do like that play as much as we're memeing about it. Just secure the kill and get back onto the map as fast as you can.
I mean, I like it just because you're getting the extra money from the assist.
That too as well.
Like that alone, I'm a big fan of, so I'm totally cool with it. It just looks goofy in execution since Philip did 99% of the damage, but hey, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, he did 99% of the damage, but Impact ran that way because of Jose's presence.
Exactly.
There you go.
Sometimes it's about the damage you didn't do. As down here in bottom lane, the damage starts to come out, but the immediate disengage from Evil Geniuses. Danny, however, losing some, wait, what do we call it now? It's not Expunge anymore. Somebody actually told me this ability wasn't named Expunge anymore, and I couldn't believe it. Twitch is E.
I'm gonna look it up because I couldn't tell you.
They changed it to Contaminate or something. Contaminate! Thank you so much, observers. Yes, they call it Contaminate now, but back in my day, it was Expunge.
Are you a Spray and Prayer, or are you a Rat-a-tat-a-tat, whatever, for the alt name?
I usually just don't even say it. Twitch alt's one of those names that I think in casting, like, there's not a lot of times where it's called
Final Light or Finala's Falcon for Lux?
Oh, I never called it that first one because I couldn't pronounce it even back when it was the official name. I just called it Luxol.
They changed it for you, Captain Flowers.
I think I've called it a Kamehameha more than I've ever called it its real name.
Oh, God. Yeah, I like the opportunity there by Johnson trying to find that kill, but no lockdown CC against an Ezreal makes it very difficult, so.
Yeah, you can just kind of walk away from it, right? I mean, Yuumi does require 3 waves of the ulti to get the root on you, and if you're an Ezreal that gets hit by 3 waves before you find the E key, it's time to wake up.
Definitely the case. I will say, on the support matchup a little bit as well, 52% win rate advantage in solo queue Diamond Plus, at least, for the Sona. So great counter pick by Vulcan.
You love to see it. Now, We do have the Essence Reaver completed for the Ezreal there, so again, another one of those champions doesn't rush Mythic, stacking towards the tier to get that Manamune into the Muramana. Divine Sunderer on Wukong, so there's your first actual Mythic item completed in the game. Jose Diodo just ever so slightly behind Inspired in terms of farm, both junglers not having a terribly active early game, so the farm counts are going to be high.
I will say I do like what I've seen out of Philip and Jose Diodo so far. I think there was a question of Philip's laning phase that people were talking about coming in. He wasn't dominating in Academy, and so I'd like seeing that in the right matchups, in the right game states, they actually can play around him. They almost got a dive off. They got a gank off. Now they have the Herald dive setting up as well. You can see this Swirl C from Inspired being like, I'm coming. Don't make this dive happen.
FlyQuest is bringing up the whole party here, but now we got the Glacial Path ready to go as Evil Geniuses backs up Impact. FlyQuest tried to get something, but EG respond in time. They'll shut down this play. The Herald is used. It gets the 2 plates, but nothing more.
Not able to find the kill. Still a nice little opportunity here. Actually, FlyQuest is not actually calling this playoff. They're going to stay around.
No, they're going for the element of surprise here, but Inspired has found the 2-man slate. Jojo goes over the wall, and Jose Diodo is not long for this world. Takoi tries to get out, but it's an Ahri with no mana. Luckily, he has Philip there right next to him, means he stays alive, but EG do a good job punishing what FlyQuest thought was a clever play.
Nicely done by Inspired, excuse me. The double Swirl Seed. Whew. Danny, we talked about the extra TP in the game, showing up there.
Yup.
Almost found a kill. Nice punish by EG. First off, to stop the Rift Herald dive attempt, showing up in time with Jojo Pune's TP, and Inspired just kind of getting a read that that's where they were going. And then when they tried to find that re-engage, punishing that. And now Danny up on the top side is able to grab some turret plates. On the bot side, you can actually Impact making his way down there to pair up with the Sona to try and defend his turret.
A little bit of a swap back and forth here to maximize what these guys are able to get done. Again, it was all about trying to snipe that kill in top there for Danny, and although he hits the mark, unfortunately not quite enough damage, but now Johnson up against Impact and Vulcan, and they'll just keep farming it up. Let's take another look at how this happened in top lane.
I thought for a second this was still going to work for EG when they get this bit of a wombo between the ultimate from Jose Diodo and Philip, but a nice route by Jojo, excuse me, ultimate onto Philip, make sure that the Vladimir can't kind of continue on through that fight, with Takoi potentially coming back in from the wall as well. But then when they go for the re-engage, just the nice double E, double ult from Inspired splits this fight, so it's basically a 3v2. Hold on, bot lane!
Bottom side, now Impact, he cannot get away from the Yuumi Twitch as easily, and he's going to be taken out. Jose Diodo trying to stand and fight here with the Drake pit. He's going to secure that dragon. Evil Genius is trying to get some kills in the back end now as Johnson's going to be taken low, but Jose Diodo looking to spin and win yet again. Johnson gets taken down. FlyQuest trying to get the hell out of town now, but Danny's still looking for more. Philip finds his way into the fight, lands the ulti onto 2. Takoi grabbing the kill on Vulcan. Evil Geniuses lose 3 men and the objective.
We're getting just what you wanted, Captain Flowers. Some action in the early game. I love it. They get to punish Impact, who's just not ready for that submarine combo. They get that first kill as the dragon was going down. I think Impact might have had a lulled false sense of security where he thinks FlyQuest isn't really going to contest this, and then that breaks out into this big fight. So you can kind of see them on the dragon up there, and I think Impact just goes, oh, they're going to the dragon. Just turn right back around on top of Impact and explode him for this fight. And then just, I really like how they continue to contest this for the side of FlyQuest. The engage there, Inspire gets the heal from the ultimate, but ends up trying to flash away from Takoi. Not quite enough. Johnson plays this very well, getting the cleanse flash away, kiting out decently. And then right when you think EG is a little bit stronger, here comes Philip. Just blows up Vulcan. Nice charm by Takoi to set that one up. And Jojo, nice escape there. Lands the root and then the E away.
Yeah, but even though that fight looked really good for FlyQuest, even though they got the Drake, even though 700 gold lead for the side of Evil Geniuses, who are still ahead overall in the game. FlyQuest going for Rift Herald number 2. Remember, they did get that first one. It did result in 2 plates, but nothing more. EG are bringing bodies up towards this pit, but it doesn't look like they're going to be there in time to contest it. Is secured by FlyQuest. Eyeball still on the ground. They want to at least try to grab this and get out. Afromu takes it. See you later, Jose. I can't help you, bro. Yuumi, get the package and get to safety.
I was wondering what FlyQuest was going to do there when they had Yuumi on top of Jose Diodo in the pit. Jose's like, guys, look at me. So Yuumi can, the cat, grab it in her mouth and then skirt over. So they do get the Rift Herald there. They end up dropping at the end of that and didn't have some pressure from EG, but cute little play there.
That was the quarterback sneak of League of Legends.
Yeah, I was like, oh, there's 2 dead people in the pit instead of just 1, but there you go. Afro move.
To get away with it. Nicely done from FlyQuest there to at least get their objective and get out. It does cost them a death, which does put Evil Geniuses 1,500 gold ahead, just about 17 minutes in.
1,500 gold ahead right now. The Rift Trail charge will hopefully bring that a little bit closer for the side of FlyQuest. Yeah. And the one thing I'll say as well is EG have some money printers go burr on their side with the GP as well as First Strike. Ezreal get a little bit of gold, and you're going to be just pelting away over the course of laning phase. And then even in team fights, if you can, just get a fat ultimate across multiple people, it's not a bad chunk of change you can pick up. Similar to how on First Strike Karthus, you just drop your ult. And
just pop the ulti and get paid for it.
Yeah.
Press R, get 300 gold.
And to be fair, it's even better on Ezreal in the sense that you use that to check objectives. You get to the cooldown a lot faster with your Q spam, whereas Karthus, when you do that in pro games, it feels pretty awful. You're like,
it's not the
I'm a team fight champion who doesn't have a team fight ult now, whereas Ezreal is not reliant on his ultimate at all.
Well, Jose Diodo has Afro Moose strapped to him yet again. They're looking towards that crab, but unfortunately, Evil Geniuses is doing so, but with a lot more eyes. 4 players up here in the top side river means they will secure this little mini neutral objective, but talking about neutrals, there's nothing to fight over here for the next minute and a half. That's when the 3rd Drake of the game will be live. Remember, those are tied 1-1 right now, so nobody close to a soul at all. 18 minutes into the game means Baron is still off the table for the next couple of minutes here, and that's about how long Afro Moose still has on this Eye of the Herald as well. Mark, where do we want to see FlyQuest use this? Never mind, they have used it mid lane.
Well, that's what I was going to say anyways. I swear to God. I swear to God, it's not hindsight analysis. I was going to say I always like second Herald on mid if mid turret is still up. Mid turret is just such a vital, it's not in terms of gold any more important, but just map state, being able to get a little bit further of a push in to then go move into jungles and stuff. I think it's can't be overstated how powerful that is. It's the most important turn on the map in a lot of ways.
Oh, Jose Diodo getting caught out here again, trying to disengage with the help of Afromu, who once again must abandon ship as Jose is caught and exploded.
They do lock him down, but you can see how difficult it is to engage through the Yuumi with the Wukong there, being able to leave his clone behind for the knockup. Does force a lot of spells out there. You have JoJo's ult down, Inspired's ult down, Vulcan's ult down, so a nice pickoff, but at the end of the day, FlyQuest still dropped that. Oh, the mid turret's still up. I'm trolling.
It barely survived from the Herald Charge. Herald Charge got it down to 2 or 3% HP. But no, like what you were talking about with how this turret is so important, I fully agree with. It feels like so many times you see shoving out mid be the first step to whatever other play, whatever other movement you're looking to do, and being able to shove it past that, oh, well, we're just at the river anyway point, means a lot for what you can set up, right?
Yeah, definitely the case. Mid priority is something I have hammered home more than I probably should have over my career. And it's something that, again, will be very important in this game, I think, with the Dragons. Stacking will not be like the importance, but you'll see a lot of people fighting around Dragon. Having that angle will be huge.
Koi looking for the setup here. Everfrost gonna get the slow, guarantees the charm, and Jose Diodo getting a little bit of revenge for those last couple of deaths.
Vulcan sidestepped the Everfrost, not able to sidestep the charm as well. That pickoff leads perfectly into Dragon. Not gonna be contested by EG here, who are gonna sack this one right away. You see Danny moving up to the Lissandra instead.
And that's one of my big issues with Everfrost is this item. You don't even have to hit the root part of it. It fires at this 90-degree cone, and if you're in the slow at all, the skill shot's no longer a skill shot. Hit the charm, you're gone.
I love it. I have terrible mechanics, Captain Flowers. Of course I want that item.
This is the Mark Zimmerman seal of approval for the Everfrost setting you up.
I love it. I can't hit anything.
Give yourself the alley-oop setup so you can then also do the
self alley-oop. Absolutely. I love it. Anyways, the gold lead up to 2K with EG grabbing the top turret there, so still feeling good. I was checking the money printers, how much the government has made. Impact on his Q.
Mark, we might have to get back to that here in a moment. Danny gets jumped on, but he's able to get right on back, and Jose Diodo shot to pieces again. Evil Geniuses just keeps finding him. Impact teleports into the fight, but he's not there in time to do a whole lot. Philip taking a bit of damage on the back end of things, but nobody really in any further danger of dying. Jose Diodo, I believe, is 4 out of 5 of the deaths on FlyQuest.
Yeah, they've been picking on him quite a bit. I liked having this problem of me thinking that there's going to be downtime, and there's not. I love it.
This is a great problem to have.
I love it. Impact now getting caught out. Johnson on the wraparound with the submarine coming in.
Yeah, they've got the ultimate here for the Twitch.
Not even submarining.
Okay, Johnson just going to go ahead, pop that ulti. Rat-a-tat-tat, spray and pray, whatever you want to call it. It's gold in Johnson's pocket.
Nice flank there on Impact. These guys getting a little loosey-goosey, but I'm having fun with it. I think a lot of people are also getting lulled into the false sense of security about the slower gameplay of, oh, well, they're not going to fight now. We just picked The Sona.
We just had our first fight for these 15 minutes.
We
now
just
we can wait.
The Dragon, of course we're not going to fight, but like we said, this is actually an incredibly squishy draft from both teams in the current meta. Just realistically, no frontline.
There's no meatballs.
There's no meatballs at all. Every single person can get caught out of position, as well as having a lot of CC for both these team comps. It's just so easy if you get out of position to get exploded.
The closest thing to a meatball in this game is Wukong. He's more like a vegan meatball, tofu ball. He's not
crumbly.
Yeah,
it's not firm tofu. It's the soft tofu.
There's no meat. And Wukong is, of course, not having a great time frontlining in these fights, as if he gets caught, all JoJo has to do is put that ulti on him like you saw in the last fight, and there's not enough survivability there for him to escape. 3,500 gold lead for Evil Geniuses. How damning is this for FlyQuest, Mark?
Not too damning, because like I said, you can always just blow somebody up. I think it's starting to get concerning where the enemy team just has a lot more damage than you.
Okay.
That you start just dying faster and first. But like the stopwatch or Zonya's coming in for Jojo Pyun makes it a little bit annoying because he's a target that might not be able to be exploded right out the gate. These kinds of tools coming in where you get a second item defensive, like the Hex Drinker, for example, on Impact right now, makes it so it's just a little bit harder for you to find the first kill, because if everyone's on the same damage item but they have one defensive thing, suddenly you lose those fights.
Yeah, buddy. Well, we've got some scary, scary stuff in this Twitch for Johnson, at least, right? Like, you've got Kraken, you've got Bork. Next item, still working towards it. The dagger tells me this is probably going to be a Runeans,
yeah.
right? Because that is one of the nice parts too. Like Runeans, typically the way that I see people talk about it with Twitch is obviously Runeans always feels great. The more clumped up people are for Twitch, Jinx, anybody like this, that's what that item's all about. And especially if people are squishy like this, just blow up the whole team all at once. There's always a win con.
Yeah, the little bolts that you're not even targeting ends up chunking someone to 60% of their health or something. Very scary, and that's one thing that they'll always have in their back pocket. Plenty of scaling with the Vladimir as well.
I love the ridiculousness of the visual of it as well, because the main bolt from Twitch ulti, it looks like something out of a ballista, right? Like that thing looks like it should hurt you. But the Runeans bolts are the most unthreatening thing ever. They look like a projectile from a trash mob in level 1 of an MMO, and then all of a sudden you are just dying to these.
The funniest thing was Caitlyn back in the day with the headshot crits, the range, the fact that the bolt range would increase, and you just see this little dinky little bolt shoot out to the right, like 2,000 units, then hit you for 400 damage. You're like, what?
Level 1 trash mob staying in the gym, as we've got Philip still farming up here in the top lane. Has that second item completed. Night Harvester plus the Void Staff. Night Harvester, one of those items that for a long time was just almost universally considered trash tier. We've seen a couple more champions building it more recently. Does give you a lot of extra burst in the middle of a 5v5 team fight, since you get the effect on every single enemy champion if you can hit them.
Yeah, and it's something that great for team fighting if you can get in this position normally, but I think a lot of people still prefer the Proto Belt build just because you're not guaranteed to get there. You do have Flash, maybe Flash Ghost. I'd be more down with the Night Harvester angle. He does have the Ignite, but we'll have to see. I mean, your team has so many pieces of damage, you're just throwing some more on with the Night Harvester.
Yeah, just get everybody in there. Jose Diodo jumps in, looking for the ulti here on Impact, who gets away from the first knockup, but he can't get away from the follow-up. Jose Diodo grabbing a kill there.
Jose Diodo's been getting picked on by EG. FlyQuest returned the favor, beating up on Impact all game long. Multiple gank opportunities onto him there, caught in the side lane. What can they do with it? Looks like they're pinging on Assist Me onto that turret from EG. You can see multiple members after getting the shove on the mid wave are making their way through that top jungle. What are FlyQuest going to do?
Well, FlyQuest are leaving Philip up there on the tier 2. Jose Diodo backing away now. Danny lands some good damage over the wall. Jojo throws out the Everfrost. They lock down Jose Diodo, and the bullying continues. But they're going to bully everybody this time. 3 dead on FlyQuest. Mark, you smell that? Smells like Baron.
Smells like Baron. They're going to make a rat joke about cheese or something. I'm confused. He started sniffing like a rat. I don't know. I was surprised FlyQuest left those guys in the top lane. EG clearly pushed out mid, and we're going to collapse onto the top side. And FlyQuest just left them there on an island. 3 kills over immediately means a Baron. Huge macro blunder by FlyQuest that Evil Geniuses instantly punish.
And they end up going the Dragon the way of FlyQuest, though, so at least they get that. You saw that during the Baron take, Danny fires off the True Shot Barrage into the pit just to see if maybe he can YOLO steal it away. Does not end up working out for them, so FlyQuest get that, but it is a poor consolation prize for losing 3 men and then losing the Baron.
The fact that Jose Diodo was running into the jungle makes me think that FlyQuest was totally unaware that EG was collapsing in this situation.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I don't know why you would be face-checking 4 people. Maybe they thought only 1 person was coming, but I just don't know what else you think the enemy team is going to do after shoving out mid-wave with 4 people. They're obviously going to be trying to stop your push there, and FlyQuest just need to respect that and back off. Nice punish by EG, though, because now you're asking, what's the gold lead? What's the gold lead? 5.5K with Baron is the lead.
I asked you how damning it was earlier at 3.5 with no Baron. Now we're 5.5 with Baron. This is troubled waters for the side of FlyQuest. Yes, they have Soul Point, but if we're listing off advantages for them in this game, that is about it. Looking at Johnson's inventory, has the Zeal, so still working towards that Runaan's. And this lead is becoming so massive, I'm starting to feel like that's kind of the only win con, is just Twitch opens up the firing range on 5 people at once.
The Wombo combo always exists. Vladimir ult, Twitch ult, insta-kill everyone because they were grouped up with like Yuumi root over the top or something. But it gets harder and harder to pull that off as the enemy team just has more vision control. They can spot you coming, as well as like the Sona can stuff this stuff. You know, people have other tools like EG is also a great ball comp, so as long as they're not totally grouped up on top of each other, they should have the tools to disengage something like that.
Danny will land a little bit of damage there onto the tier 3 turret, but Evil Geniuses doesn't want to risk anybody getting caught by stepping too far forward. They have these 2 empowered cannon minions, which always feels good in these situations. If you're really trying to be maximum cautious and not get caught by stepping up to auto the turret, you have 2 cannon minions, you don't have to. The cannon minions are doing all of this. There, they finally die, but they get the turret down to 10% HP.
Yeah, FlyQuest was just waiting to see where GP was. Once he showed getting the top wave in their favor, they got a little more aggressive about clearing that out. Now they're looking for the fight.
Jojo missing his W there, casting it a little bit too early, so Jose Dioto, an extra bit of threat there that forces the Evil Geniuses mid laner back, and with them losing control over that mid part of the jungle there through Jojo, that means the rest of EG now backs away from the bottom lane, gets themselves back into the Tribe Rush. Going to be a group recall here. That True Shot Barrage not going to find a whole lot of anything as Impact gets the top wave pushed out. But now the problem is, with everybody bottom having recalled, Impact doesn't want to stick around top as the only thing on the map.
Nope, and only 30 seconds left on the Red Bull Baron buff power play. Right under 3K gold if they've been able to get from it, so
that's really good.
It's good. It's not crazy though. It's not back-breaking. You didn't break any inhibitor turrets. Those are all still up, as this is probably going to time out. Maybe they'll be able to grab this inner as the last little prize for them.
Yep.
Then it's really going to be about the soul point fight, Cloud Soul available for FlyQuest if they can find an angle in there.
Usually when I see a team take a first Baron, I expect them to be able to get most, if not all, of the tier 2s. That's what I generally consider a mark of success. And then a huge success is breaking that inhibitor line. Like
it's changed over time. There was a period of time where that's like, you were happy if you could get the inners down. Then there was the everyone dies so fast that like the game should be over after the first Baron. We are definitely back in that, like your first Baron may not be the game ender if you're not already massively ahead. So,
but it gives you a really nice boost.
It gives you a huge boost. It means these team fights around these soul points that are coming up should be massively in your favor. You should be able to get the second Baron as well. In FlyQuest, they're going to have to find an insane angle somehow to get this game away from EG.
Yeah, it's feeling like even though FlyQuest are the ones who could go for the Dragon Soul here in a minute and a half, they're so far behind and they've lost control of the map in a way like what you're talking about. You can see all the EG vision down here in the jungle. That it's so dangerous to go after a single Cloud Drake if EG gets it. It's not that big of a deal if EG takes it. Yeah, you're losing out on a soul, but what are they really winning? You don't have to take it.
You don't have to take this, but at that same point, when are you going to find the angle that you like? Is it going to be at the Baron? Maybe. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
I mean, EG have...
And that's the call you have to make.
It's a call you have to make. EG have done a pretty good job of kind of playing as a unit. I'm trying to figure out like who I want to single out on this team as having a great game. Multiple members are, you know, obviously Danny, pretty fed. You have
Danny and
Inspired
Jojo are both
Jojo.
doing great. Yeah, Inspired's doing fantastic. Like Jojo is the only one with 100% kill participation. So if nothing else, default to who's always in the fights. That's the way I do it.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, Philip.
Oh, nice reaction there from Philip. However, the barrel chain is there. Impact only needed the second one. He put the third one in for style.
He was stunting on him. He said, I know where you're going to go, and put the third barrel down on the escape path of Philip. They find that kill before the dragon is up. They might not even go back to it. They have a huge wave here. They're going to be able to crack this inhibitor.
Vulcan throwing up the white flags, which telling him to FF.
Just get out of here, dude. The game's over.
Man. And the rest of the team wasn't around at all to try and make any sort of a defense. So Evil Geniuses with that pick just strong arm their way into the base. They take the first inhib. They set themselves up to stop the soul, to grab their second Drake. Everything's coming up EG, Mark.
Yep. Excellent job there, kind of getting ahead of the dragon fight. Just find a pick beforehand. And Vulcan has had a good game. I know it was dodged out by Philip, but I knew they had the inside track with GP there.
Yeah.
And it's been nice to see Vulcan on things that are not Alistar Leona and Nautilus. I think even he was memeing it in some of his interviews that he's just like auto slams Nautilus Leona and showing that he has more things in the back pocket that he can pull out. The Enchanter meta is not one that he's going to struggle in, if this is any indication.
And Jose Diodo will hand off this blue buff here over to Takoi. FlyQuest still trying to find some sort of a way back into this game. The Twitch on 3 items, the Ahri on 3 items. This is not a utility style Ahri at all. This is Everfrost, Horizon Focus, and Rabbidan's Death Cap. This is a ton of damage potential. But again, what I'm looking for here is the setup. I'm looking for Takoi to be able to find these Everfrosts into charms, into making some kind of a pick, because it doesn't feel like FlyQuest could win a fair fight unless Evil Geniuses gift wraps it to him in a form of 5 people clumping up for what you said, Yuumi, Vlad, Twitch.
Yeah, and with the Baron up, maybe that's the angle where people are all in the pit and you can land some of these bigger combinations of abilities. It does mean that you have to get into the pit to contest it.
You gotta get up there.
Got to get into the river somehow, but it's hard. There is actually a fair amount of zone control for the side of EG's team comp with the GP barrels, with the Sona ultimate, with Lilia's abilities. Like, it's actually a relatively hard team comp to just face check, but they're going to have to make it happen.
You can always tell when a team is confident because they will walk into the pit, start hitting Baron, notice the ward, say screw it, and keep doing Baron while they clear the ward anyway.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. They tried to brute force their way through that little entrance, and they eat GP barrels, they eat Ezreal Qs, they have swirl seeds coming at them.
It's tough.
It's hard to find a way in. They're going to try and make that happen through mid lane here, get some prio, and then go into the bigger entrance of the river from mid lane.
I mean, when you think about it, you got Sona, you've got Ezreal, you've got Gangplank. Like, this EG squad is very good at disengaging. So if FlyQuest have a move to make, it needs to be coordinated, it needs to be powerful, it needs to be soon. Oh, but we've got the potential sleep coming out here. That one's going to find Jose. As Jojo turns his attention over onto Philip, and now FlyQuest looking to counterattack here a little bit. Jose Diodo staying alive, Inspired grabbing the killing spree, and Johnson's already down. Impact stays alive too, and he still ain't dead yet. Evil Geniuses only lose 1, and they murder the whole damn crew. The environment be damned, the bad guys take this fight.
EG looking for the last kill to find the ace. There it is. Bud Light Ace available for EG. Find that kill. They're moving into the top lane, going to try and end this game potentially.
Oh, they're just burning the whole thing down. I like what FlyQuest tried to do there, but that is what was an 8,000, now a 9,000, nearly 10,000 gold difference. Health bars got low, but they didn't hit 0, and EG just outfight them. They're gonna get some turrets. They're gonna get the Baron. Impact's looking to grab himself an inhibitor. This is feeling over.
I spoke too soon. I said it was over. Technically, game's still going on, but there's just so little opportunity now for FlyQuest to get back in the game. They're waiting for the respawn on Jojo before taking this Baron. There they go. Jojo's back up.
Yeah.
Greeting the smite for fun, waiting for resets.
I think they're just taking as much time as possible. Just like, hey, well, let's get 3 extra seconds on Baron.
We're min-maxing. All right, I'm down for it. Here's this fight. Philip gets jumped on with Afro on top of him, and it leads to a small opportunity here that I kind of like, but watch Johnson just get absolutely exploded when he tries to open up here. Everyone's initially onto Philip. They get some good trades back, but Johnson gets the big one dropped right on his head, comboed up, blown up with the Ezreal ult as well. Like, he just got exploded without really being focused down. That's the danger when the Yuumi is not on top of the rat. The cat-rat combination not available. And so they were able to force out a lot of stuff out of Philip while killing the Twitch, and just too hard for FlyQuest to find someone to get. They do get Jojo in the middle of all that damage that they were dropping.
Show is Tom and Jerry for a reason. You can't have one without the other. Otherwise, you just end up having a bad time. And you can see the difference dealt in the team fight between AD carries. Nearly triple the amount of damage for Danny's Ezreal. And now FlyQuest trying to get the hell away again. Takoi nearly dead. Johnson going to get caught out there by the Gangplank ulti. Vulcan comes in for the stun. Glacial Path to chase down the enemy AD, but a lovely charm coming out from Takoi, guaranteeing nobody's going to die on the way out, at least for now. True Shot Barrage misses everybody. Philip barely hobbles back into the fountain. Evil Geniuses have taken the mid lane inhibitor. Bot lane inhibitor about to respawn now. EG still looking to end the game. Nexus now open. 2 kills coming in. Both carries already dead. Jose Diodo buying time, but there's not much left to buy. Evil Geniuses, 18 to 8, 36 minutes in. They're even looking to pad the stats a little bit. Ezreal firing the Qs in there towards the Yuumi. Danny wants it. Afro won't give it. Doesn't matter. EG takes the win.
EG closed that game out pretty cleanly. 18 kills to 9 in their favor. It was back and forth in the early game, but once FlyQuest made one big mistake, EG rolled over them.
And hey, we were talking about, the desk was talking about, everybody was talking about how's EG gonna look coming back from MSI. MSI hangovers, MSI curses, whatever you want to call it. EG finishes week 1 Super Week here in summer with a perfect record. Feels damn good.
Feels really good. I think that they look super clean. You heard the Jets talking about the ways to get over a hangover, and the just keep playing is a good one, honestly. You don't have
Hair
to,
of the dog, baby.
Don't got to relearn those habits if you never lost them. So I think they look really clean in the mid to late game, which is what they were really good at in that run. It's been months since they've lost domestically. The last team to beat them, as the desk was talking about, was this FlyQuest squad in playoffs in that lower bracket run. They haven't lost to anyone in North America since then. Months undefeated.
They're looking really good, and it's another big thing too that you always wonder, especially with a big meta shift like what we got from the durability patch, and with EG being one of our more aggro teams, you wonder, okay, are you good at all forms of League of Legends, or are you good at this form of League of Legends? And EG is showing, hey, they're here to rumble on the durability patch too.
Yeah, there's so many players who have a lot of experience. Vulcan, Inspired, and Impact have lived through so many metas at this point that you're not really too worried about them. I think it was, well, how will JoJo do and Danny and stuff, and clearly they're still firing on all cylinders.
So EG is proving themselves to continue to be one of the teams to look out for no matter what point of the split we are in. But now we're joining the Tigress and the Pentakill Prince himself, Mr. Danny, for our Verizon post-game interview.
Pentakill Prince sure has a nice ring to it. I've got Danny here after this victory. I do want to start with draft. A lot of AP going on. What were your thoughts on how that came through?
The draft was really funky. I mean, it's not something we usually see like in our day-to-day competitive league scene. So I really thought we like really shook things up a bit. So it was interesting.
Which I think all of the fans are very appreciative of. It's nice seeing these unique picks come through. What was it like in this game? You faced off against the Cat and the Rat, a lot of back and forth before you really took over as a squad.
Personally, I've had a really bad experience with Twitch Yumi. I've always been like mentally scarred from it. So it was kind of really annoying to play versus because he can always just pop up on your face and Yumi ults you. So I think it was really scary, but we ended up persevering through it. So.
Yeah, popping off in the end for sure. As far as good things for the mental, this is a strong showing for Evil Geniuses coming into the start of summer, a 3-0. How did you think this week was going to go, and how does it feel to have such a strong Super Week?
At first, I thought this week was going to go. I mean, it was really unknown, like what was going to happen, because I mean, it's the first week. We just came off of MSI, so anything could really happen. These teams could have prepared a lot of stuff because they've had more time to practice than we did on like this patch. So I think it went well for what it was. So really happy about that.
How are you enjoying kind of the freshness of everything, even though it did come very quick for you all having to make those adaptations? We have seen a lot of different things starting to come through.
I'm really happy with what's meta in this patch. I think I play all those champions really well, and our team plays around those champions really well. So, especially for AD carry. So I'm really happy that patch is where it is right now.
Yeah, I know Freak even mentioned maybe some Samira when he was talking about patch rundowns in the past. Is that something that you maybe at one point, as a Classico of yours, want to bust out?
It's a pocket pick.
Pocket pick we always enjoy seeing. We are about to check something out from Players, though. I know you've watched it. Any thoughts on the show thus far?
Players is a really funny show. I think I don't want to spoil anything, but just the main characters, Cream Cheese, like really like that guy.
Yeah. Lots of love for Cream Cheese on the stage. Thank you, Danny, for stopping by.
Thank you.
Speaking of Players, we do have a little bit of a featurette on Making the Show, which follows a fictional team in the pursuit of conquering the LCS. Let's check it out.
On some level, we do feel like it's a love letter to this world, to this subculture.
There's that type of like obsessive dedication in the pursuit of greatness in esports, and I hope it comes across in a genuine way in the show. So for League of Legends, I have tried every champion and I've played every position.
I'm a Caitlyn main. I'm a AD carry, but once it gets out how bad I am at the game, we lose a lot of credibility.
There's nothing worse than me trying a new champion being absolutely terrible and me just like spending the 40 minutes wishing I had picked my tried and true champion.
Dude, what are you doing?
Take theirs.
Oh my God, is that a joke? You just took Heimerdinger? What are you doing, bro? Heimerdinger?
The idea of forward players came from my co-creator, Dan Peralt, was interested in this world
Tony and I went to the Game Awards in Los Angeles, and that day is where I really learned about League of Legends. It's one of the biggest sports spectacles you'll ever see.
It is sobering, and you realize you're in the future.
11 Dreams with all eyes on the LCS trophy. It is action-packed on opening day.
I was like, oh my God, this is everything I love about traditional sports.
For me, that was the coolest way to present this show. I was like, okay, we could do a version of this that feels like a traditional sports doc, but such a more unique game that maybe a broad audience may not have experienced.
LCS. We're going to win the LCS. Fugitive for life.
It's a challenge to portray League of Legends esports accurately. One really important thing that players did was several members of the team have been actual LCS pro players or pro coaches in the past.
Yonhan Lipstick Yepayo.
They also did a good job of getting people who really knew the game into the writers' room to make sure everything had that level of authenticity.
Realism is so important, but the point of our show is this relationship between a veteran support and a rookie ADC.
There he is! ADC of the future. What's up, dude? How are you? You're a prodigy, dude. It's like standing in front of one of those kids who plays the piano, you know? Awesome, dude.
Also, there's a fair amount of comedy baked into the DNA of the world.
We were kind of the bad boys.
You should, baby.
We do shots of hot sauce. We never claimed to be romance.
Like, I've been around the world, gotten a ton of girls.
All right.
Yeah.
You know you don't have to do that slow motion, right? Like, we're gonna slow it down in post.
Oh.
So yeah. No, so
Okay.
just go ahead and do a regular speed.
Esports careers are remarkably short on average. If you're 25, 26 years old, you are often on the way out. We've seen the story before of players clashing personalities on the team, and you've also seen the aging veteran, but I don't know if we've seen the aging veteran in his mid-20s. And so that is the story of Cream Cheese. He is dead set on winning his first LCS championship, knowing that it may elude him if he's not able to capture it within the very near future.
So go ahead, keep on doubting, because we're not going to win just one championship. We're not going to win just 2 championships. We'll probably win 7 championships.
I do hope with players, by the end of the show, I want them on the edge of their seats, cheering for Cream Cheese and characters that they may not have thought they would identify with. My goal is that they are just like cheering unironically, waking up everybody in their house by the time they get to our finale.
I think it's going to be exciting to go up against Brooks again. To be honest, I don't really know what to expect. It's been a while since I played against him, but you know, we always have some pretty fun matches, so I just hope it's going to be a good one, to be honest.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. It has been 652 days since Jensen and Bjergsen last went up against each other on the LCS stage, which makes that matchup right here between Cloud9 and Team Liquid all that much more exciting.
I remember that game.
Okay.
Yeah,
what was the matchup? What was the matchup?
I was the coach.
What was the matchup?
Do you remember Orianna versus Zillion. TL was 2-1 up. We played Zillion game 4, lost. Played Orianna game 5. Broxah was like 5-0 on Graves. Speaker was on freaking Rivershen.
Yeah.
And they just win like these ridiculous fights, even though we were way ahead. And
you can't beat the Rivershen.
Then TSM won the split, even though it felt like we had their number like the whole year. Anyway.
Wow,
it's
coming out.
I love it.
Not a good moment.
I love it. I love it. I mean, that was almost 2 whole years ago, and here they are, the 1 and 2 of the LCS mid laners, right? I mean, that's what this is. It's a re-meeting of these 2 greats. I mean, right there, the win column, the top number on your screen. It's actually Jensen who's done Bjergsen 1 better in their head-to-heads all the time.
Yeah, this surprised me at A, how close it was, and then B, that Jensen had the 1 win, especially since, like, I feel like when we think about these two mid laners, their entire careers, all this other stuff. There were a bunch of years, in my opinion, and as a journalist at the time, that I thought Jensen wasn't getting nearly as much credit as Bjergsen was for a lot of the plays that he was making back when he was on C9 at the time. So.
Yeah, I really like how the wins are so close, because I think when I look at these two players, Bjergsen is in almost every way the LCS GOAT.
Yeah.
Because of his consistency and his ability to consistently play at a very high level. Jensen, I think, can have higher peaks than Bjergsen. And specifically, when he's playing against Bjergsen, I think he elevates. So that's why Jensen versus Bjergsen is always so exciting.
Yeah, it's crazy. Kind of, you know, what Emily talked about there. There was a split in my mind where Jensen wins first All-Pro, LCS MVP Bjergsen.
He had 50 more kills than the next closest player and didn't win MVP.
It still sticks out in my mind to this day.
It was also my fault because I voted for Bjergsen.
No.
I had this like intangible stuff in my head.
I kind of want to drudge up that voting sheet and see. Let's start naming names.
I'm pretty sure as a journalist I voted for Jensen.
Respect for bringing it up, but yeah, it's one of those things.
Pulls out. I want to say I voted for Jensen in that, but I'm not positive. I'm not positive.
That's the history of this matchup, though. Like it's been,
it is. That's what it is.
Even in award voting, there's a rivalry there. So,
exactly.
Then they've swapped around now too, like
especially
C9.
the drama in particular about the circumstances that he's been very public about when he got out, when he was like not on TL anymore. It was like, what happened? You know, like the idea of him switching to AD, like wanting to work with Bjergsen, it would be like, oh, a team with Bjergsen and Jensen, right? Oh, but here comes Hansama. Out of nowhere, Hansama with the elbow drop. And it's like, so that story, there's so much that comes into this specific matchup that draws my attention and the fans' attention, fans from TL, C9, and those individuals, that now we finally get the matchup of these two individuals.
I'll at least say from my perspective, I'm glad that Jensen remains in the mid lane so that we get this once again. Now, while Bjerg and Jensen have a score to settle, it seems that Team Liquid Honda as a whole have settled into a new style this summer. Take a look.
We're all really capable players, and some of the issues we had in spring were the fact that we just, you know, we didn't place ourselves in the team individually. So when we built this roster, at least, when Steve built this roster, I'm sure he looked at me as like, I'm the weak side player, I should be, you know, Hans core is where you want to have the pressure, and that's the type of team you want to be. And I think that we were too afraid of embracing that and being like, you know what, that's our style, that's who we're going to be, and if you're good enough to beat us, come at us. We tried to be a more, you know, two-dimensional team where, you know, we were like, oh, we should be able to play topside, we should be able to play mid, we should be able to play everywhere. And I just don't think that that's something that we, you know, we were ready for just yet. And I think that coming into summer, we just recognized, like, look, this is what this team is going to be best at, and we're going to commit to that. And I'm not scared of announcing that, because I don't think there's a single team in the LCS good enough to contest us at that, so I don't mind.
So this was super interesting to me because it's something that we talked about with TL constantly, especially when we were talking about MVP voting, right? Where we had our own little TL mountain over there because we're like, they're all really good players. You can play around any of them. And it was really interesting to me to see Bwipo come out and be like, you know what? I should play weak side. This is how we are optimized to play. And I feel like we've even seen that in their first few games, especially in the first one with that Lucian Nami game.
Yeah. I'll say, like, for me, there's a difference between a team that will play through every lane, right, or can play through every lane.
Yes.
And so, like, the idea of throughout the regular season, we will be the, you know, the Azubu Flame kind of like one-trick warhorse, like that. We are playing through this one style, but when it goes to a best of 5 and we're put in position that it's much more better for us in a draft to play through top line, Bwipo's going to be that person who can smash the, like, lock in the Fiora, right? So I think it is definitely a change of mentality where you're like, this is our best style. We will, like, play that, and that's going to be something that we're known for. But if we're forced into a different direction, we can do it. I think that's what they're understanding here.
It's a really scary thing to commit to. But it's also something that TL did commit to in the past.
Yeah.
I can tell you, actually, like, going back to the last time, like, Jensen and Bjergsen might have played against each other, in 2020 summer towards playoffs, we had a thing that we called Liquid Champs.
Okay.
Like, we had so many failed scrims with champions that were in meta that just didn't work for us. We just kind of made a rule, like, we're only going to play Liquid champs, and we'd have like 7 champions in each role, and we wouldn't vary outside of that. And a lot of people can look at that and say it was stupid. We eventually had to pivot away at Worlds when we were 0-2 and added a few champions in that we were more willing to play after more practice. I think I still like it, even though it seems like a really counterintuitive thing to do, because every player, when they first have that, it's going to feel really insulting.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you don't think I can play Fiora? Like, oh, you don't think I can play Volibear? Like something like that.
Right.
But
as opposed to reframing to, you're just that much better at this other stuff.
But that was also a split where like Team Liquid had been in the dumps and then had their best record ever, in part due to simplicity.
Yeah.
So the fact that they can have such a superstar roster, I think if they actually do buy into simplicity, the whole split, you could see a really, really good record.
But you're making the case that that is a dangerous thing?
It's scary.
It can be.
Because
It's
if the meta
scary.
pivots too much, you're going to feel like you're not prepared.
Yeah.
Right? It's always a balance between what is optimal and what is optimal for you.
Okay.
And if that gets too out of place, then you're like, oh no, we're so far behind.
God, I want to talk about this more.
Oh,
but
yeah.
We only have a minute to go. We only have a
discussion.
minute to go until this matchup. So I do want to hit on Cloud9 beyond Jensen. Obviously, still operating at partial power without their intended bot lane, but that is the lane that I want to focus on at the moment. King, Destiny, so far leaving something to be desired. Rez.
Yeah, I mean, just their last game, getting 2v2 killed, those are the type of things you definitely do not want, especially when you're coming in with a few changes, just wholesale, like Fudge coming into the top lane, Jensen coming back. Like, those are going to be the places that are going to be a little bit harder to find adjustments for. I think those two individuals have been playing really well, but for King and Destiny, who was their academy bot lane, right? And also just a bot lane that has played together when they were in Oceania and had been to Worlds, these type of things. Like, I definitely want to see a lot better from them. That being said, we're kind of just waiting for Berserker and Guzan to be here with the team so they can start proper.
A massive matchup ahead of us. It's the return of the Kings in the mid lane, Bjergsen versus Jensen, and we got a TriCast for this third game of the day. It's Captain Flowers, Azael, and Mark Z. Gents, enjoy.
They're not the only Kings returning. That's right. We have the literal world champion himself, Mr. Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley here joining us for the TriCast for our C9 versus TL head-to-head. There's a lot of rivalry between these two teams historically. The big issue, the elephant in the room, is still the fact that Cloud9 is playing with a backup bot lane, however.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that is a really big deal, so we can't overlook that. TL has looked incredibly dominant as well in their first 2 games. They have been playing very, very fast. They've been playing very aggressive, which has been really refreshing in a meta that a lot of people had been looking at as, okay, it's all slow, it's play for late. TL is just stomping you.
That plus the fact that they are the super team at the start of the year that everyone was gassed up about, and they ended up ending spring on a back foot, not good at all. And so to come out angry and aggressive and perfect gaming people is exactly what everyone wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though C9 doesn't have their started bot lane, you already know Jensen's going to want to have a good game here against Bjergsen.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys have had a rivalry pretty much as long as they were in the league. You know, I think back to the very first game that Jensen played in the LCS. I was watching in the studio as a fan. Bjergsen went up, I want to say 100 plus CS on him,
my God.
but then Jensen won, right? And it was like, right from the word go, I remember them having this rivalry, right? And it was always those two are number 1 and 2 in the league, but almost always people are putting Bjergsen above Jensen, so you know Jensen is going to want to be putting Bjergsen down a peg here.
Yeah, and even right beforehand, the LCS Twitter account tweeted about how it's been 650 days or something since we got to see these two go head-to-head, so it's been quite a while, my friends. Bans are already over. It's Gragas, Senna, Fiora, Zeri, Lucian, and Kalista all banned away. And who is that? It is Ezreal, locked in immediately yet again, but answered by Tom and Jerry here in the bot lane for C9.
Yeah, this is exciting. We saw a couple Twitch bans the other day, and then, of course, Twitch did come out in the last game. Wasn't a loss, but I do think it is a really, really strong scaling duo. Obviously, the submarine combos that you can pull off are really strong. I also really love Shen as a pairing, and I think Shen is kind of undervalued in this meta currently. Has some pretty strong matchups, works really well with this, so it'd be interesting to see if Fudge is willing to bring something like that out.
Yeah, I think last game you saw why it's such a deadly pairing. Even though it ended up losing that game, they found a ton of pickoffs just off the back of having that Twitch. And I think in terms of composition, they had a ton of damage in that. You can also just work with him with frontline. It doesn't have to be like, everyone go in and kill with Twitch. You can also just actually peel for him. You can play control mages with him. He is more versatile than just like a pick champion or something.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting, though. You know, I was going to say, if Karma did actually get out, of course, we saw the Sona Ezreal combo. Sona, I think, is much better of a scaling champion than the Karma, but is a lot weaker as far as the actual laning phase. Now, though, with the LeBlanc being grabbed up here for Bjergsen, you are expecting Karma to get banned out in the second phase of bans here for Cloud9. Love the zillion hovers here from Jensen,
I was about
though.
to say, it's such a funny rivalry as well, because Jensen loves it, or seems to enjoy playing into the rivalry more than Bjergsen, who's just like stone-faced, doesn't acknowledge any narrative. He's like, no, PoE and I don't have a rivalry. No, Jensen and I don't have a rivalry. It's so funny seeing the two sides of it.
They're just another man.
Yeah.
First half of our draft is locked in. It's Wukong yet again. Been seeing a ton of this champion in the jungle recently, going up against Volibear, who is also incredibly powerful in the current state of the game. Really good at being one of those frontliners, being one of those engagers, and getting your team off to maybe some playmaking in a world where playmaking's harder in the early game.
Well, and one of the things I think is really interesting to kind of consider is everyone talks about how much stronger champions, how much stronger the towers are. So I think that champions that can actually enable tower dives in this meta become stronger as a consequence, right? Vladimir is one of the things you can actually immune tower shots with the pool. Volibear can turn them off. Champions like Zillion can have the revives. Ways to actually pull off tower dives in a meta that are more difficult does become really, really valuable. And Blabber is an aggressive player, so I'm excited to see if he can actually enable some of that early action and pull off some of the dives that we have been seeing a lot less of on 12-10 and later.
All right, well, the bans are done in the second half for C9. They are banning the Karma away from the Ezreal there for the duo. Olaf also banned away. Remember, Olaf is seen as a top laner.
You better respect him for that first game.
Yeah, the perfect game off the back of Whippo just running over kids. I can understand wanting to pull that one down.
And I mean, it's been such a good pick for him in solo queue. You know, if you watch any of his streams in Korea at their bootcamp, he was slaughtering people in high challenger with the Olaf. Swain with another one that I'm really excited to see if he's going to bring it out. You know, Whippo has been bringing out new picks, up to 20-something or at least 20 unique champions across the year. Both the first 2 days were new champs for him. It won't be a new one, you know, just yet, but we'll see if he has something interesting to kind of answer the GP with. Like, Kale is actually a pretty good matchup if you wanted to bring out a new champion that does scale well into this.
But Kale is banned.
Oh, excuse me, I missed that.
Kale is banned, but also you've seen the mid-jungle combination of LeBlanc, Wukong. I'm surprised to blind your top laner for C9 here instead of just taking Jensen for your mid laner, so you can do the counter pick for your top laner later. It's a little surprising to me.
I think that they were maybe thinking the GP was going to get taken away, right? And so I think if you're doing it as a takeaway, but it's going to be Swain. So Swain, almost guaranteed this is going to be top lane as an answer. Another range champion that does actually work fairly well into GP. People generally like a lot of the range champions just because the interactions with barrels are much more favorable for range champions. So much of playing top Swain, though, is about can you actually connect with your E, right? Yeah. Because if you are not connecting with that E, if you throw out the E and they move forward into you to trade, it connects with the range minions. Now you really only have your Q to actually play around.
And the cooldown's not low enough.
Exactly. And GP can start to go a little bit more aggressive there in those situations. It's also pretty easy to itemize, you know, an early Hexdrinker or something like that for Fudge because it is double AP solo laners. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that top lane matchup goes. You look unhappy about the Corki, but I do think there's a lot of ability for there to be action on the TL side. And I'm going to look at this from the lens that you have a TL squad that wants to push the pace of the game and has the tools to do so against a scaling champion in mid lane, which can be exploited, right? You've got LeBlanc, Bard, and Wukong. Like, they want to make stuff happen.
They want to, and the other team is going to try and make that not happen. I'm with Captain Flowers with the sad face, man. GP, Corki, Twitch, Yuumi a little bit more aggressive with the Volibear, but it's kind of three scaling lanes, and I guess Volibear is going to be trying to act more as a bridge champion to negate any Wukong aggression and make sure that you're there to stop your game from turning, like you said, because TL want to turn up the pace of the game.
And I mean, you can really, even though there's not great gank setup, obviously, for the Volibear, things like this Swain that are going to be able to push to actually try to win out in that lane. He wants to push, wants to play aggressive. You know, when you're overextending the lane, you can be taken advantage of. Whippo looks like he's going to be playing Ghost, which is an interesting adaptation. He did this on the Olaf. I also think it can be really, really strong on the Swain. I'm interested to see if he goes Mandate this game. Rylai's either way with the Ghost allows you to stay in range and keep that ultimate going.
I'm just excited to see these two go head-to-head again, man. TL versus C9. It's always spicy. It's always a good time. Bjergsen and Jensen going head-to-head again. Let's rock and roll. Jensen back head-to-head on Summoner's Rift. Cloud9 with that volley bear for some playmaking early. Bjergsen on a LeBlanc. You always want to see what he's going to pull out here on something like this, too.
I mean, this is one of his kind of iconic champions. You know, when you think of Bjergsen in the early days dominating in the league, it was on a lot of these aggressive champions. LeBlanc is one of them that he was really well known for. I do like to move from Destiny, just going up towards topside, expecting that Swain will be hovering in that area. Even just getting mana flow proc plus a little bit of Spell Thieves gold is always going to be nice.
Got some loud chants in the audience right now, going back and forth a little bit. C9 at least sounds like it's winning to me.
Yeah, C9 needs that. They're 0-2 right now. They do not want to start off this opening week. Subs or not, whatever. Your record's your record. You don't want to be 0-3 starting off Summer Split here, but going up against a Team Liquid that's been looking ferocious, it's a tall order.
I think, one, obviously the individual rivalry between Jensen and Bjergsen. Jensen wants to win. Two, you don't want to go 0-3. And also, I just find that you were the big opponents in the regular season last split. It was their matchups that people were looking forward to the most.
Yeah.
Look at that right there. A couple of the little health shrines there. Hot Cocos dropped by CoreJJ. The W start is something that we used to see a fair bit with Bard when it was back in the meta. And this is actually a pretty big deal. Each of them heals at full kind of charge for about 70 or 80. So it is an additional potion, essentially, that he's given for Bjergsen.
Yeah.
That will allow Bjergsen to try to trade more aggressively, use that to try to win out in the lane. Whippo here with the Q start. So most people do go E start these days on Swain top, but he's going for a little bit more of the aggressive option. You know, he's trying to push very heavily. You can see may feel that he's going to get kind of whittled down. So starting Q, if you want to get the shove, makes a lot of sense. Non-stop auto attack, try to push, and probably go for a quick reset here afterwards.
Plus, starting with Corrupting Potion plus Cookie's Mastery together means he's going to have a lot of recovery for that aggressive trading, being able to recover the resources that he loses by spamming the abilities and whatnot.
Plus, top to bot, or bot to top, excuse me, top clear for the junglers. You can see that Santorin will be coming up there to support him. So if you're just trying to shove, harass the GP in, you're going to be getting some backup in your pocket in a minute here.
Well, the thing to worry about is what you were pointing out earlier, Isaac. Even though Gangplank doesn't have a lot of setup for a great gank, Swain doesn't have a lot of ways out. And Volley Bear is an awesome early jungler. Santorin's ready to go here as Bjergsen flashes away, and Jensen lets him know.
Bjergsen trying to flash past the minions there. I'm not sure if that was a prediction on a reactive flash from Jensen, but it was pretty off target there. It looked like it was over to the left. You know, trying to flash beyond, land the chain. If he lands that, you know, Jensen at the very least would have had the Valk flash, but now Blabber here just covering the push. Yep. A nice start here for Jensen as he's going to be able to get a quick reset. And I would be surprised if he goes, you know, just kind of a more defensive build, right? He can just go towards Hex Drinker, you know, Tier, Cull, that sort of a style, and really just look to farm it out.
Yeah, back the last time we saw Corki in Spring, when him and Victor were taking over everything, Corki's ability to build Hex Drinker into AP matchups is one of the big strengths of him during that laning phase to transition into that late game abomination of rocket spam. And it's just so damn good.
Well, and there was also that period of time where there was a debate about which you should be going. A lot of people were going for the shield bow build. I know Bjergsen tended to build that more often. There's been a lot of debate about that recently. Yeah. And I think for the most part, people have landed more on the first strike poke build that you see kind of taking over, and you saw already earlier against
Ludens,
Jensen
Hydra, all that good stuff. Yeah.
Jensen got exploded by that earlier in game one, so he knows, like, okay, that's some BS.
It's living right for you right now.
It's in his head.
Yeah. Fudge here pushing up. Blabber is behind him. And remember, Whippo has no flash. They're going to look for him.
Okay, Whippo ghosting away. He gets hit by Volley Bear Lightning. He gets hit by one barrel, but overall, he's all right. Blabber's just going to help shove this wave up underneath the turret. There is plenty of minions here for Whippo to be able to pick up. He has already teleported back into the lane. Fudge has not used his CP yet, so he'll stick around, make sure this wave gets shoved up, expend whatever health and mana he can, and then he'll be able to rejoin back up here after he shoves.
And that's why Blabber resetting the wave was actually really important, right? Because Whippo did what I said. You know, he started Q, he pushed in very hard, spends all the resources, and then he actually TP'd immediately back to try to lock the GP in lane with an additional buy. And when you go for that, you really need your jungler to come topside to help reset the wave. He does do so. And that's going to allow him to kind of get out of that situation. They would be locked in with the item disadvantage. Has enough gold for the Sheen and boots. Going to be feeling really good about that reset. things looking pretty good so far.
So where do we want to see our junglers looking at here, or do you feel like it's just going to be another one of those really slow, like slow burn early games before we get fights only at objectives later on?
Well, TL definitely want to pick the pace of the game up, and I think you saw that with the mid-lane attempt. It just didn't go well. I think LeBlanc has the easiest setup if you can do that. Without the flash, it's going to be more difficult, and Santorum will have to adapt or start working with Core JJ to try and get on the map and make things happen, because that is Bard's big strength, is not just sitting here and trying to poke a rat in lane.
Ooh, Core JJ going on a magical journey through the wall. Beautiful stun there, making sure that they get the maximum amount of damage on the King.
Yeah, Destiny trying to actually attach the King there to heal him, but that allows Core JJ to land the binding stun, had the timing on it, really well played by Core. And I agree, Mark, you know, from my mind, he should be linking up with Core JJ, Santorum and Core, moving around the map, looking to attack, and they're going to try to set up a dive here.
TL looking for it. King tries to get away. There comes some Bard CC yet again, but it ain't enough. They don't get the stun, so King gets out.
Here comes
and
Blabber Jensen.
Cloud9 is sending the cavalry. TL wants to get out. They get back past their own minion wave. Blabber's coming in, goes for the flash, finds the stun, but he's all alone for now. TL firing back. Blabber going to be taken low, but Han's going to be taken down. First blood over to King. Santorum is not going to be dropped just yet. Bjergsen jumps in, makes it a 1-for-1. Double kill back over to Bjerg. And he is ready to go 2-1. TL.
Scrapping already in the bottom lane. You guys didn't think we're getting action. We're getting action already. Bjergsen, 2 kills in the bottom lane that early on. Off of TL, you know, trying to get that early dive. C9 thought they could have the turnaround, just were barely able to get out, you know, utilizing GP's ult for the slow, escaping out, and then looking for that re-engage, but Bjergsen on the roam really punishing them.
I think this was a great, like you said already, the double stun here that comes in as he tries to link up with the rat, gets that, and forces out a lot of the defensive summoners early on. So even though they don't get these follow-up kills when they eventually portal in over the wall with Santorum, they are still putting King so far in the back foot that when they try to re-engage much later on in the play, they're end up going to get exploded by Bjergsen because there's no more summoners available.
That GP ult was actually so good from Fudge. You know, that really did make the difference. The slow on all 3 TL members allowed King to stay alive. Then Blabber arrives looking for this re-engage, but it's all about Bjergsen trailing the play here. Jensen does come in, but you see these low health bars at the top of your screen there. Blabber and King. Bjergsen goes straight in, distortion, ultimate distortion, follows up again, AoEing both of them down, 2 early kills, gets the Sork boots, he's ready to go.
And it's huge to be on Bjergsen. Not just like, oh, Bjergsen the name, but LeBlanc in this game having the agency to go and explode people in this game, move around the map and spread it up to the top side and the bot side where you're probably going to have priority for most of this early game.
I mean, it's the situation with assassins in general, but I feel like even more in the current state of the game, playing an assassin on curve with everybody else versus being accelerated is so much different because it's all about that 100-0 one-shot.
It absolutely is, right? And MR was added as a scaling stat. You know, the MR base stats, you know, weren't really ramped up, so it does help a lot to be ahead of the curve of the game there, get that spell pen in early, and really try to snowball this game.
And instant respect, Hex Drinkers picked up by both solo laners on C9 side. They're like, all right, that's a strong LeBlanc. It is double AP solo lanes.
Exactly.
Anyways,
in general, it's good.
You would have done it first item anyways, but it's especially
more imperative now.
It feels like, okay, well, the LeBlanc's bad. We need these.
For sure. It's always funny, but I just think it's a great buy. MR is going to be hyper effective against this team. You have Bard, magic damage. LeBlanc, pure magic damage. Swain, pure magic damage. Ezreal, a fair bit of magic damage mixed in as well. So I do think it's super, super effective, and I think we're going to see a lot of MR this game. I'm expecting Blabber, you know, to get a Force of Nature relatively early on as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see King moving towards a Hex Drinker, but maybe he doesn't feel like he can make that pit stop. It would have to probably be later on if he's worried about slowing down his item build.
I definitely think as Twitch, you want to be more focused on getting your items for damage right out the gate. Especially
it wouldn't be at first. It would be like after 2 items or 3.
Especially with the Yuumi, whose job is mostly to be attached to you for submarines and stuff like that, that you will have heals coming in, barriers, exhausts, the summoner heal as well, that you should not be getting exploded if you're playing well. And stopping your damage to account for me not playing well is not a good use of gold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just going to be, can he think he can kind of survive against the potential dive, right? Because it is very scary. Set up from Bard, Wukong, LeBlanc, Swain, everyone coming in over top. And I do think that the Yuumi has multiple uses in this game. You know, obviously early mid-game, you're going to be sitting with the Twitch, you're going to be looking potentially for these assassinations. But I think in the later stages, when Corki's on like 3 items,
you just sit on him.
You just sit on Corki, and you give Corki that safety. But TL moving 4 down, you can see Bjergsen moving down here, is going to be spotted by that ward. Blabber's in the area, but they're going to drop the Herald, and they're just going to take it right in the face of C9. Jensen on the roam, but he could be caught out
Destiny fires off the ulti. CoreJJ just gets exploded. It's the ulti from Fudge that gets the kill credit. So TL forcing a little bit too hard down there to try to get that turret, be able to use the Herald to secure the entire thing. They'll only get the 2 plates, and C9 takes the kill.
Really nice punish by Destiny there. The triple lockup with the Yumiel allowing the GP damage on top. They're not done yet.
Hans gets back. Is he back enough? The poison! The bear is there! And Blabber makes it a 3-2 game.
Blabber hops the wall and slams down on top of Hans, turning it a 2-for-0 in the bot lane, evening out the gold advantage as well with this scaling team comp.
Yeah, the kill was nice for Blabber, but how much better would it have been if he just Goomba stomped him? Not getting him with the ulti.
You don't like the Q kill?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, oh, is it even, who even cares about the kill?
I thought it was going to be the airy damage finishing him off, actually, from the Yuumi. It was a little bit disappointing that had to have Blabber come in.
The least emphatic kill.
Yeah,
the airy, the little water dragon just tickling you.
I thought it was a squirrel.
I don't know what it is.
I'm pretty sure it's a squirrel, man. It's got like ears.
I love the expectations being shut down. No big explosion.
Dragons don't have ears?
No, dude. Dragons don't have ears. They have horns.
They got ear holes. It's like,
they still have ears.
That's not. I mean, like big, floofy, puffy ears.
I don't think
we're gonna
any
move
reptile.
No, we ain't doing this anymore. I apologize. This never should have come up in the first place. Let's get back to the game. We got a minute and a half until Drake number 2 spawns. The Rift Herald already been taken a while ago, so he ain't gonna be up and available for anybody to be working with here anytime soon. Bottom lane tier 1 turret, very, 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 very low HP. TL would love to be able to finish this one off. They're gonna have 2.5 more minutes with plates still there. Bjergsen going aggro on Jensen, getting some of them trades in there, but you can see the power of the MR from the Hex Drinker. And thank you so much for highlighting Blade of the Ruined King done for Twitch. Makes him much scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking a lot about the builds, Twitch builds with Freak, while we were watching the previous game. And the kind of highest win rate by quite a bit is actually, Blade of Ruined King straight into the Hurricane, and delaying the Mythic towards 3rd. It is a really, really powerful spike. Blade of the Ruined King has always been the kind of like dueling item classic, back to when it was an active item, but the same does remain true. It slows down your 3rd item spike a lot because IE is massive for Twitch, and we saw that kind of come to bite Twitch in the butt last game, but it does make your early and mid game very, very strong.
And when you need to accelerate things a little bit, when you want to try to contest these guys like Team Liquid who are trying to make moves, sometimes that earlier power spike is worth its weight in gold. And now up top side, Bwipo and Fudge. Let's check in on how things are going up here. It's Fudge with a very slight farm advantage. These guys, we've seen Fudge participate in those bottom lane fights just through the use of the ulti. Like you said, his ult was critical in getting King out of trouble there on that first dive that was coming in from the side of TL. It was also Fudge who ended up getting the kill credit with that on CoreJJ in bottom lane. But now both junglers have shown up in the bot lane yet again. We got the potential for a 3v3 here, but instead it's just a standoff as the Drake spawns, and there's a ward in the pit from CoreJJ and Team Liquid.
I think Cloud9's done a great job this time finding the windows where TL wants to move into the bot side and punishing or just stopping their plays from coming through. This is a bot lane, like we said, substitute bot lane that has been attacked a fair amount so far through these first 3 games, and I like the fact that Cloud9's doing a better job this time protecting them and not just leaving them on an island.
Oh, Bjergsen running into the pit there. Blabber activating the Q. There's no way to really chase Bjergsen over the wall unless you want to commit ulti, and you don't want to do that. So C9 will chase the Team Liquid mid laner away, and now they're the ones who have started up the Drake. TL's not really in any condition to try to contest this. Bwipo was walking down, but Fudge can just contribute with the ulti. No problem whatsoever. Bwipo grabbing Jensen, pulling him in here a little bit as Bjergsen goes over the wall looking for King. Not going to get meaningful damage there. Bwipo ultis, but has to disengage. Nothing really shows up out of it. C9 takes the Drake, but Team Liquid is going to get this bottom lane tier 1 turret. Will they get it in time for the plates? Yes, 13:59. They get the extra money.
Right down to the last second there. Big pickup by Team Liquid. And so far, I actually like they're trying to punish Cloud9 on the way out, but just too many defensive tools available. And both teams kind of advancing their game plan there. Team Liquid wanting gold, wanting team fight power. Now, C9 happy to stack these dragons because come 25 minutes into the game, they should be the stronger 5v5 team comp.
And I actually really like Fudge ult in that fight. I know it looked pretty silly, but it was unironically a zoning ult so they could retreat up. They see Swain coming down. Fudge does not have TP, so he can't actually join. So they just want to slow the larger squad from TL and move up towards the tower in mid lane to try to really escape from that. Something I always like to check in on is the stacks, soul stacks there for Bwipo. Has gotten 12. He was only actually 5 in the 1v1 against Fudge, so Fudge has done a really good job of avoiding it through the first 12 or so minutes of the game. on that roam down, did pick up a couple stacks with the W and the E connecting onto Jensen. But it's actually a pretty big deal, especially when you are going, lane injuries first. You're not building any HP. You don't have the flat HP increase like you used to with the Swain, the old Swain.
Soul fragments, yeah.
So it is something that's very important to actually continually get those souls throughout the game so you're not really, really squishy. Otherwise, you're a champion that has to be in a very close range with no bonus health, no bonus stats.
Well, Team Liquid, having lost both of the early Drakes, will, however, secure themselves both of the early Heralds. Remember that Herald #1 was used there in the bottom lane. They tried to force the entire turret. It ended up getting punished with the death from CoreJJ that they got through Fudge's ulti. Let's see how they use this second one here, 15 minutes. Going back to what you were talking about last game, Mark, you say you like to see it used on the tier 1 turrets if they're still up. Well, they're still standing.
Still standing. There's some attention to Fudge here, but this is one of the reasons the double AP soul lane's frustrating, because when you put your LeBlanc into this side lane, if it had been an AG matchup, you might not have as much MR stacked up. Now, it's not nearly as threatening the fact that this 2-kill LeBlanc is showing up and you've itemized incorrectly. You can see that Fudge is actually able to trade quite well with Bjergsen there and able to stave off this aggression underneath the turret and allow Corey to stay mid.
Trial by fire plus turret shot. Bjergsen is not having a good time against that gangplank. Goes for a barrel combo there, but Bjergsen gets out of the way in time. Fudge also had the flash, so if he manages to connect with that barrel on the auto attack, you can flash Q, and as long as you don't hit the clone, that's a kill.
Yeah, definitely a little bit threatening there. Is in a really good spot. Fudge kind of withstanding the early laning there from Swain. Swain does not have as good scaling after the nerfs. Swain was really, really popular in solo queue on 12.10. I think the nerfs came through in 12.11, or it was the micro patch, I can't quite remember, that hit a lot of his scaling, right? So he's not as powerful towards the later stages of the game as he had been initially, but still can be an absolute beast in the team fights. There is the potential, though, that there's an overwhelming amount of damage on Cloud9. Like, there's a lot of damage potential on their team, and if you can keep the Swain at arm's length with things like the GP slows, the Yuumi ultimate, and so on, then Swain becomes very, very squishy. You've got to stay on top of people with that ultimate to really be able to keep the drain going, and that's why I'm expecting him to go Rylai second.
And to be fair as well, it's not really on the Swain to find the good team fight setup. You're hoping for CoreJJ to set you up so you can go flying in there, or Santorin to get a huge ultimate, or Bjergsen with a flank. Like, the Swain is follow-up, so he needs someone to land this engage, which puts more pressure on CoreJJ, and as well as the C9 guys for, like you're saying, Fudge and Destiny to keep people off their carries.
So let me ask you guys this. We're 17.5 minutes in. Game is still incredibly close, but C9 are grouping up here in mid lane, looking like they want to try to crash this in, maybe take this tier 1 turret, backing away now. Our third Drake of the game spawns in 1 minute. Are we getting a team fight for this, or is this just going to pass?
I think we are. I mean, we see a stopwatch already on Bwipo. That to me always signifies that you're getting ready to fight. You want to have that kind of big one-punch fight. 2 items are done for Hans. His tier is fully stacked. I think that they're kind of hitting that point where they are ready to scrap, and we'll see if that is going to be the case. 2 more soul stacks picked up there by Bwipo.
Yep. Good awareness from him, saying, okay, these guys are probably going to make some sort of a move here, not put himself in a spot where he can get jumped on by that as Blabber was rotating up. Santorin hanging out here on the bottom side next to Bjergsen. They'll clear out these control wards. You always love to see teams getting to the area before the objective actually spawns, clear out the vision, make it dangerous for your opponents to walk into the area itself. You can see there is still that Scryer's trinket in the brush by the blue buff. So at least C9 have that vision.
Swain is moving down, and GP for now is staying up. Oh, they actually forced the flash off of Twitch there with the Bard ulti. That is really big, because flash is still available on Santorin, so I wonder if this is going to mean C9 just give it up now with Herald dropped mid and no flash.
Yeah, it looks like Team Liquid, they can easily force down that tier 1 turret. Doesn't look like they want to stick around long enough to guarantee the Shelly charge onto the tier 2, so C9 can disarm that one before it causes even more damage.
Whoa.
But a TP's coming in. C9 is ready to still try to do something here, but King in particular must be careful without that flash, as you said. Bwipo pulling a couple of them forward here, ripping out some more of those soul fragments. C9 grouped up as 5. Han Sama gonna get flashed on. They're ready to go, but it's Blabber who's in the most trouble, as now the first kill comes through on the Cloud9 jungler. Santorin gets away to safety, and Jensen's gonna be killed now as well. Cloud9 are decimated, and Team Liquid slams that fight.
Cloud9 do not want to give up their dragon stacking, so they just brute force their way into River. That was such a force, and Team Liquid played that out so well. The knockups by Santorin when they were hard tunneling on finishing him off allowed the rest of Team Liquid to find those kills.
I mean, that just felt like a huge overforce from Cloud9 to me. when you're attacking away from the Swain, I understand the concept. You're hoping to really be able to burst down Hans right here. We can see it in the Rocket flip the switch replay. The problem is, as you engage away from the Swain, you're giving Swain the perfect flank, right? You're actually setting up the team fight that they want. Blabber's already chunked low, does flash in. The Arcane Shift and Flash were there from Hans. Blabber goes into the stasis, and then Whippo is coming in behind. Remember, King has no flash. How is he ever going to be able to get out of this situation? The answer is that he's not. He's pushed away from Whippo straight into the waiting arms of Bjergsen. Your carries are just decimated. A big overforce from C9 and just didn't have the correct setup.
This took a game that was dead even to now plus 2,000 for the side of Team Liquid. Let's take a look at the damage graph. 4,000 damage for Hans Sama. Remember, this is who they were going. This was the Flash Volley Bear stun looking for him. It's so easy for Ezreal to disengage these things and still top the charts.
And it goes into what we were hearing from Whippo in his interview just yesterday, I believe it was, talking about wanting to have a bit more refined of a playstyle as a team. We've seen more resources sent to Hans Sama in the bot lane this game. I think we're going to see a lot more of that this season because, as you can see, when you get him fed, he will hard carry a lot of these games. And I like them early on in this season already having such a good defined playstyle from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really strong. Cloud9 not of this by any means just yet, though. They do still have 2 Dragons to their name. I think they have incredible scaling in this game. So TL will need to keep their foot on the gas here, continue pushing the pace of the game, and that's what they're trying to do here, setting up this deep line of vision. You know, this is basically all TL territory now at this point. C9 does have some defensive vision down on that bottom side, you know, this sort of quadrant over here. But really, it's TL taking over more and more, and now Blabber, you got no stopwatch, you're in trouble.
Blabber with the face check, gonna get caught up there inside Core JJ's ulti. Blabber gets out, Jensen also barely at any HP. Whippo, however, getting a little bit too spicy here, but Bjergsen goes over the wall, and Bjergsen goes unstoppable. Fudge continuing to get chased down now as Santorin has to back away. Oh, a little bit more will do it. Hans Sama picks up Fudge. Bjergsen's clone doesn't even die. Team Liquid just don't stop.
The skill shot accuracy, they just keep sniping people from over walls and things to lock them up. Santorin is fine. It was a really impressive way they got those kills there. It wasn't just like guaranteed lockdown CC. They sniped King over the wall first, and then Fudge in the middle of all those minions thinking that he was safe to set up both those kills off the back of a pretty tough face check by Blabber here.
I mean, this is one of the difficulties when you are playing with Enchanter supports, right? It becomes someone else's job to face check. Who else on the team is going to do it? It's up to Blabber. Does survive the initial play here. King getting a lot of damage out. It looked like Whippo may have been able to go down, but then everything connecting here onto him. He gets rooted up, and he just gets absolutely exploded by Bjergsen, as well as Hans. Then Core JJ forcing out the orange there onto Fudge.
Oh, and we're right back into it. We jump out of the replay into a repeat of a similar situation. Blabber barely staying alive, running back to the safety of the tier 2 turret, but Cloud9's jungle is owned by Team Liquid.
This is what's so impressive to me about how Team Liquid's playing this game. We just saw the Submarine Twitch able to find kills in the previous game, but Team Liquid have such a firm control on this top half of the map with their vision control that they're just not allowing any opportunities for this Twitch to find pickoff.
I mean, this has always been, I think, one of TL's greatest strengths is Santorin and Core JJ working together to actually just completely shut out any vision they have. There's literally not a single ward on this side of the map that is active for C9. They have one in the pit that's turned off by the pink ward. So they're going to try to play cross map, but TL at some point can start to move towards that Baron and look to threaten it. I mean, look how scary this is to play. Blabber has to be the guy to face check it, but you know, he's got no stopwatch as he's building towards Force of Nature, which I do think is really, really effective, but they could be on the Baron right now, you don't know.
Bjergsen looking for King again. True Shot Barrage nearly getting him staying alive thanks to the heals from the Yuumi. Oh, King. One more tick of Ignite would have done it, but luckily he gets away from that. Does not have a barrier any longer, still has his flash at least, but I just feel like every time we're seeing any moves being made this game, it's Team Liquid making them.
Durability update keeping Twitch alive there.
Is that what you guys were grinning about the whole time?
Durable.
Was who's going to say the word durability? I look over and these guys got a... What's the PG version of shit-eating green?
Well, not even said it. You don't need the PG version.
Flowers, what is the purpose of asking for the PG version and then saying the not PG version?
It happens.
It's a play-by-play brain. These things happen.
Mouth move fast.
Apologize.
Mouth move fast. Brain
Anyway, durability patch. That's what I meant to say. Next Drake is spawning, but Fudge might not be alive to see it. Poor JJ JJ nearly connecting there on the Bard ulti. Santorin walks away as Bjergsen attaches the chain to the volley bear. Damage the enemy jungler. Make it unsafe for him to get anywhere near the objective, and you guarantee for free this next Drake. Blabber's at 200. He's going home and healing up.
I mean, even despite the bit of an overstep there by Santorin, you can feel almost how far Cloud9 is behind because they couldn't punish it in any way. The fact that Santorin's running away on almost no health. All they can do is kind of split the map right now. That's how they've gotten their turrets, is basically avoiding TL because they cannot contest them head-to-head at all.
Yep, and I do think that they're doing that fairly well because TL is making it pretty choreographed which side of the map they're trying to play towards. Yep. First, they had everything shut out up towards the Baron, then clearly they were trying to play towards the Dragon, so they cut out that side of the map. And C9 just say, all right, if you're there, we're going elsewhere. When they were playing towards the Baron side, Fudge went bot, took the tier 1. When they're playing towards the Dragon side, Jensen goes top, takes the tier 1, right? So Cloud9 still getting their gold. The FTX gold advantage has not really extended massively more than what we had seen a few minutes ago. It's still sitting there around 3K. It is a solid advantage, but with the scaling, I think, in the favor of Cloud9, they are going to have their opportunities. To me, what's more concerning is just the game state and how they've dominated the Vision game, because I'm unsure how they're going to really wrest control of that back.
Well, Cloud9 have made it further away from their own territory, from their own base right now to establish some vision. You can see Jensen has the package. Even if you're behind, that does afford you more ability to sort of flex those muscles and make your opponents back up out of respect.
Strap a rumble to Corky's butt. It's pretty strong.
Exactly. It makes it work, but the problem is that will time out pretty soon. And then what's the play here for Cloud9?
And that's why I like Azael's point about the game state.
The rumble with
Oh,
Corky.
no, I thought I was going to say rumble.
That wasn't a good point?
No, I was
Okay.
saying game state just because while the gold lead has stayed roughly the same, it's happened that way because C9 has sacked their win con of the Stacks and Dragons. It's because when they have these windows, TL respects the Corky butt package, and bro.
That's one way to put it.
It's just heads up play by Team Liquid avoiding these kind of windows.
It was a good last cast with you guys.
Yeah, it's been great working with you, gentlemen.
It's been an honor and a privilege.
These past 5 years.
When
But
you put
now,
us together, our stupidity multiplies.
Oh, it's not a good thing.
try cast first and last. All right, let's go ahead and see the state of things overall here for poor C9. Because, yeah, you've got the Twitch at this 2-item spike. It's Blade of the Ruined King plus a Kraken Slayer, so not the Runons like we were talking about earlier. He does go for the
High
mythic.
single target DPS.
Yeah, very high single target DPS. You can see another cloak in the inventory. I'm expecting this to just, again, try to maximize that damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to be a Hurricane third. Hurricane is just so valuable on Twitch. I understand wanting to go for single target, you know, especially if you're thinking, all right, we have to do an overwhelming amount of damage to take someone down,
pick
like
someone as well,
or pick someone off individually. It does make a lot of sense.
Well, Blabber has to ult defensively. That always feels good for TL because now they know some of that threat that could move towards the back line is nowhere to be found. Jensen got caught mid-Falcon. Santora's ready to go here with the spin. Corky is grounded. That ain't Top Gun. Cloud9 trying to get their AD carry away now, but Whippo continues the chase. The rat goes splat. And just like that, Bjergsen is gone like it's too dead. Team Liquid's going to Baron.
Core JJ with the ulti, connecting on multiple people there. Gets TL everything they need to go for the Baron here. Blabber's still alive, but no flash, no ult, no hope of getting into this pit. We'll see if they want to just try to completely commit to it, but there's just no way in.
You're just delivering volley bear a la carte if you walk into that. Santorin's got the smite ready to go. Blabber's hanging out. Not really going to get a whole lot out of this one, I would assume. Baron is gone. Team Liquid's got the objective.
2 chains.
Fudge wants to get away. Now Fudge, he's trying to fight back a little bit, but he won't get Hans. Team Liquid picks up another one, and importantly, that is desynced from the other deaths in the fight. So now Team Liquid is able to get back. They can heal up. They'll be back out onto the map before Fudge is even alive.
Team Liquid going to get a clean reset. No one ends up dropping there. I don't know exactly what C9 was doing. It's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you just sack the Baron, you're in a really tough position anyway. So I think they're just looking for that miracle 1% play where someone horribly ints around the Baron and you can steal that or something. After this team fight started so terribly. I mean, this is such a clean engage by Core JJ. As we see, hold on.
We don't have the time for it, my friends. Blabber is trying to get away as Santorin is in hot pursuit. Blabber gets away thanks to the power of Destiny's heals and that blast cone, but with a true shot barrage coming in, Blabber has no choice but to finally use the ultimate. There to get away. Jensen gets jumped on!
Oh my God.
8-0-3 EG here on LeBlanc gets a bit of a mid-dip.
That was a straight-up solo kill here in 30 minutes. Bjergsen is monster-fed with the Deathcap voice staff. He's got the Mage Eyes writing in his journal about how he beat Cloud9 today.
This one is pretty done, my friends. Nexus turrets, only one remains. Cloud9 trying to scramble, trying to defend. You got 20 seconds before that Corki is back online, and Team Liquid is not stopping anytime soon. They finally clear out that cannon minion, keeping that remaining Nexus turret alive at about 50% HP, but you've still got 10 more seconds that you got to defend without your Corki ready to go. Blabber trying to see if there's any sort of an angle. What is going to be the right time to try to stand and fight? It ain't now! He's already gone! And King will be next in line. Bjergsen goes legendary, and the rest of Cloud9 goes back to the fountain one way or the other. Jensen dropped one last time, and Team Liquid makes it look easy.
Team Liquid off to a boiling hot start, 3-0 in Summer Split. They look head and shoulders above the pack right now. The only other team contesting them is once again EG.
Oh man, you have to be so excited thinking about the prospect of that match. But what an opening weekend for TL, playing very aggressive, 3 straight games, dominating the opposition. Perfect game day 1. Day 2, absolute domination with something like 12-2 kill score. This is 16-4, really pushing the pace of the game. You know, bucking the trend, ignoring the fact that a lot of people's read was that you have to go scaling. And I do think when our top teams are playing aggressive and showing that, hey, you can be successful with mid-game and early picks, that is going to shift people's perception on the meta. That is going to shift how people are drafting.
Well, I also, hey, we can talk about draft, we can talk about these things. The big thing that stands out to me in that game is that we had a very close game state for about 20 minutes, and Cloud9's force on that fight to try to keep the Drake stacking alive for Drake number 3 after they had the 2-0 lead, that was just not it. That was the throw that really exploded the game, and from there, Team Liquid never gave up control.
That 2-0 lead, starting with Bjergsen getting the first 2 kills and then just running over this game, ending at double digits, 10-0-4, not giving up a kill.
Yeah.
I know if you ask him about it, he'll deny that this game meant anything special to him, but like, I don't believe it what my eye saw in the Rift. That dude wanted to smash that game, and he was landing every skill shot.
Mission accomplished. 803 at the end. Well, no, it was 803 when they were pushing towards the Nexus. Yeah, because they padded the stats at the end, just picking up everybody one more. Yeah, he was all but like 1 kill participation that game. Bjergsen just coming in, cleaning up. I mean, on this LeBlanc.
It's really hard to ask for anything more, you know, from TL. We also got, you know, Bwipo, what I believe to be his 3 big champions that when he was boot camping in Korea. We got Olaf, then Mordekaiser, then Swain. You know, all new champs that we hadn't really seen him play in Spring Split, things that I think are very successful in the meta. It's a really interesting and exciting time to be a TL fan.
Well, fun fact, Bjergsen and Jensen have now tied up their head-to-head win record. And for thoughts on that, and then maybe even some more, we're joining Bjergsen and the Tigress for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. What a fun TriCast that was. Team Liquid, another victory on the week. I've got Bjergsen. They're just talking about the fact that you and Jensen, the head-to-head, the rivalry. But how much do you index into the rivalry with Jensen and him coming back?
Well, I've been asked about it a lot. When Jensen wasn't playing last split, when he's back this split, I think he's a good player. It wasn't, the LeBlanc Corki matchup wasn't really the show of skill, like the skill matchup. It's just a very, he wants to farm. I want to try to punish him, but it's not super high action of a lane. So hopefully next time I play him, it's going to be a little bit more of a juicy matchup mid.
I mean, your play was definitely very juicy. You started things out with bot and then really rolling into being a strong component for the squad. But what we heard from Bwipo yesterday talked a lot about the direction Team Liquid is going, wanting to play through bot, having a defined style. Can you give me your take on that and why Team Liquid is choosing to hone in on something?
Yeah, I think that along with just being a more aggressive team has been what we talked about a lot going into the Summer Split and our failures from Spring, not even making the finals. And I think it's really shown this week so far that we are really pushing our advantages constantly. We're constantly on the map. We're constantly in the face of the enemy team trying to fight. Whereas a lot of the wins we got last split were through very slow games, winning team fights, winning on objectives. This game we gave up the first 2 dragons and then took the 3rd fight and then just kind of pushed our advantage over and over inside the enemy jungle. And that is something that wasn't naturally our style, but we all agree that this is the team that we want to be, and I'm happy that we are showing that we can do that.
I mean, Team Liquid's definitely coming in with a lot of killer instinct to get these victories so far. How excited should TL fans be for you and the team and the strength that you're showing at the start of this split?
I think fans should be excited. Hope you guys are excited. I'm a lot more proud of these wins this week than I was of almost any win that we had last split, because it's not about winning, it's about how you win. And I think that we've won in a lot more of a dominant and strong showing. So I think that gives us confidence, and I hope it gives confidence to the fans too.
It is fairly early, of course, only being week 1, but is there any team in particular that you're already looking at as a big threat, or someone that you would enjoy more than anyone else to take down?
I think EG is the team to beat. I heard that they only practiced like 3 days going into the split, and still they came up 3-0 with pretty consistently strong showings. We went to Korea for 2.5 weeks. We practiced for about a month going into this. So it says a lot that even off of a break, they learned a lot at MSI. They were the strongest team in the spring finals, and they're the team for us to beat right now.
Well, that's going to be a fun one to look out for in the future. Bjergsen, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you.
Up next, we do have another match for you. Golden Guardians and CLG are taking to the stage. But in the meantime, CLG Academy head coach Juves did get some action behind the scenes on Asset Day. Let's see it.
Guys, Brandon. Good day, guys. Brandon. Good day, guys. Brandon here. Juves as well. Juves here. I'm at the LCS media day. Like, turn the camera to that guy. He always looks at me with a look of disapproval. That's kind of his disapproval look. Welcome to the Today Show. I'm your host. Who's the host? What's the guy's name? Yo, Luga, come sit on my lap. We talk. They said they only get good-looking players. They told me to go back to the office. You can't take pictures. I can't. I'm not allowed. They didn't think to get me a jersey with my name on it. 2017 was the start of your career, and I was there. I come to CLG in 2022, and you get promoted to LCS. I don't want to say I'm around for the best things in your life, but there seems to be a common denominator. I mean, this is my friend Steven. Well, actually, not my friend. I'm his boss, technically.
You're not my boss.
Technically, I'm your boss.
And you're not my friend either.
This is the disrespect I deal with every day, by the way.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. With opening weekend nearly complete, we've seen many approaches to the durable meta, but no one's approached it quite like the 2-0 CLG.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So, first game, they saw Senna locked in, put Seraphine in the bot lane. Next game, they had Senna, and then still decided to do Seraphine.
There it is.
And we've made a visual representation about their Seraphine priority. We have them every game, and then one other person that we could find.
Globally.
Globally.
By the way, this is globally. This is not the LCS.
Is it just major regions? Because I did see it, 100 Thieves Academy bust out the Senna Seraphine.
I think it was major regions, because...
Only major regions.
yeah.
We're definitely not going into the depths.
Well, you just doubled
Let's go.
the everyone else.
It's
there.
now,
All of them, so-
instead of this big, it's like
There it is.
So it's going up.
Yeah.
So I have another stat that's fun. Here we go. Total healing to teammates, 14,000.
This was yesterday's game.
383 in CLG's win when
Senna, Seraphine,
they ran
Nidalee.
the Senna Seraphine.
And then the Nidalee in the jungle.
Nidalee, yeah.
You know,
Nidalee's- let's see what Nidalee's healing was.
little top off every once in a while.
Yeah.
But still, those are
Senna
great.
did
That's
more
gross
than
numbers.
Seraphine.
Yeah.
This was also, though, Leandri's Seraphine. In game 1, they did the
Yep.
Moonstone Seraphine. So
Would have been even more.
They could have juiced it a little bit.
Exactly.
There we go.
That's a lot of extra health that you have to eat through. It's
And
a lot of
also-
sustain
Yeah.
that allows you. What? Oh, go ahead.
Sustained.
Durability.
There it is.
There it is. That's a lot of durability. No, I mean, it's interesting how drafts like this ultimately then also warp how the game is played, on the Rift. And I think that's one of the strengths that CLG has with drafting like this, right? Is, again, they have knowledge of how the comp works. It's a lot tougher for everyone else to immediately adjust to all of this healing, all of this sustain, all of the ability to sit around an objective, take trades, heal it back up, and then take the fight.
Watching Champions Queue last night, I saw a lot of Seraphine.
Yeah.
Because people
there
are like,
it is.
CLG is 2-0?
Yeah.
That can't be right. Let's play Seraphine.
Let's throw Seraphine
I think
in
that's
there.
what people are thinking. And it's kind of like when Ivern was played mid by C9 at the start of spring. Ivern just everywhere in Champions Queue. So that's one reason it's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how sustainable this is, right?
Right.
Like, because they are playing well as a team. Dokla is playing well as their new addition. But the team composition's like, have they just been 2 draft gaps? Or is CLG as like a cohesive unit on the Rift very good? And I think we'll find out more as we see more games.
Well, and that's a really interesting matchup for me because I also liked on the other side of the matchup, Licorice throwing out the Kale in response, right? This is something that we've seen across other regions, more specifically LPL. It was blinded, and then finally someone came out with a Nasus into it. But I think picking the way they picked it up in response as a counter pick was really cool. And she ended up being a major reason behind their success in the
Yeah, that was the game versus Cloud9, and even though some of those team fights were rough from Golden Guardian side, right, they still ended up winning them because of the draft and what it gave them. So, you see Licorice right in front of you. He's always been somebody that wants to play something different. I remember last split, we saw Trundle, top lane.
Yeah.
We also saw Fiora when Fiora
Yep.
wasn't meta. Now it's meta, so we might see that option. And Golden Guardians as a team will be the team that plays towards topside, going up against Dokla that has also showcased a lot of variance in his picks there too. So this is going to be a really fun game just from the draft perspective. So I'm really interested to see this one. The Doomer focus on the fact that we're now just seeing Seraphine bot lane.
Okay.
Maybe it's just now Enchantress bot because you see the high win rates of just like Enchantress in Mage's bot lane. And if you know that you're going up against somebody that, by the way, Luger, a great carry player, so the fact that he is bought in on just playing Seraphine and Senna towards the bottom side of the map means that it is just flatly good. Wouldn't be surprised to see Golden Guardians just outright ban it or have a strategy tailored against it.
I think,
absolutely.
So both times they've done these like double range bot lanes has been against Tahm Kench support.
Yeah.
So they're doing it against teams that have a very hard time forcing against them.
Yeah.
I am overall though just interested to see like if it's very exciting LCS if CLG is good.
Yes.
Oh,
Right?
definitely.
Anytime there is a classic organization that does well, the excitement is higher. So their 2-0 start, you want to see if it's sustainable. But I also see like Golden Guardians is a team who like you can, not that it happens all the time, you can use their name as a punchline. Like, oh, you lost to Golden Guardians, right? But they've been good, right? They've been so close to breaking through back when they swept TSM in 2020 playoffs, then got reverse swept by TSM like the next week. And then I think last split had close to the best early game in the entire league,
They're
but were
Yeah.
unable to convert.
Yeah,
So
they're
to
really
me,
smart.
like
Yeah.
these are two teams that would be on the precipice of breaking through into the top scene, and whoever wins is going to have the inside track to doing so.
I think everything you say there about Golden Guardians, though, is what makes that day one of this split feel kind of like a letdown from the Golden Guardians side. Just didn't feel like they put much out there on the Rift. Better showing yesterday, obviously, with the win and the drafting alike. There are 3 scenarios that I'm curious about for CLG, right? As you mentioned, they've always played it into the Tom Kent so far. So what happens when they played against another Enchanter, right? And you have more of a stalemate matchup. What happens when the Seraphine just gets banned away from them?
Yep.
They just don't have that at their disposal anymore. And what happens when someone takes a Pyke, a Leona, a Nautilus, and says, we're just coming for you, right? We're going to skill check you in lane. We're going to try and kill you and try and run you over. We'll see if any of those come out today. Prediction time, as we got Golden Guardians going up against the undefeated CLG. Does CLG keep pace with our other undefeated teams in TL and EG, or do they fall here to the Golden Guardians?
I said CLG because, not just because of the Seraphine draft, but like Raz already pointed out and we've discussed before, Luger is an excellent hyper carry player, right? So this is another team that I would expect. Maybe they throw out Twitch. Maybe they throw out a Cog, right? And so I do think this team has that flexibility, and I've also really liked how Dokla has performed.
Yeah, and my power rankings had CLG 10th.
And you're firm this year.
Yeah, and I'm firm, so as a firm individual, I am flip-flopping to a CLG win against Golden
What happened to the new Raz?
That was just for yesterday.
So-
I am now a renewed Raz, where I'm back to my old ways.
Yeah, I was going to say, yesterday, Jat said on the caster desk, like, I can't imagine a world where Raz actually holds fast to his statements, and it took us 24 hours to exit that world.
I wrote this down in case I ever had to doubt a CLG prediction.
Okay.
And it says, they perform inversely to community expectations.
That is true.
So they are going to lose.
So now they're going
it's
to
the Golden Guardians.
So you're going Golden Guardians
Yeah.
on this one. All right, that's what I love to hear. A split desk. Freak, Azael, they're stepping in for the last 2 games of the day. Let's hand it over to them now. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello once again. I am back. I'm also Freak. Both things are true. Third thing that's true.
That was like the most dad joke ever. I'm back. Hello, Beck. I'm Isaac.
Hi, Isaac. We're the Doug Duo. Welcome back to the show. Hey, you know, we're going for a more youthful look and dad jokes. The juxtaposition is exactly what gets you coming back to the LCS week over week. And speaking of juxtapositions, CLG 2-0 to start out the summer split. It has been a long time coming as we have seen CLG top dog. So, by the way, if they win, quick maths, they will be 3-0. The last time they were 3-0 in the LCS.
Hit me with it.
CLG fans, think of when it was. 2017 summer. It has been 5 years since CLG's had a 3-0 start, and they are poised to do it here.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think they're kind of bucking the expectations quite a bit. It is really, really exciting to see them performing at a high level. We'll have to see if they can maintain that, right? Because to be honest, usually every split there is one team that is kind of expected to be more towards the bottom, you know, has an easier strength schedule at the start, maybe has a hot start, and then we'll see if they peter off, right? You know, my big question now is clearly they have a very defined style. They're doing this Enchanter stuff, but it has worked very well for them. I think it's going to get banned today. I don't think they're going to be able to get Seraphine because very clearly it worked great for them 2 games in a row. So Golden Guardians, I think, would be foolish to let it through. And then you have to prove to me that you can win with more than just that strategy. If they come out with a very different draft here, look great again, then I'm bought in. I'm going to really start believing that CLG is, you know, like maybe a top 5 team, right? Maybe they can sneak in. You know, it's kind of one of those higher up spots. But Golden Guardians also cannot be overstated how much better they looked yesterday than they did day one. Because day one, they looked hopeless. They were giving up everything. They really didn't contest anything start to finish. They pretty much just rolled over and lost the game. Yesterday, they kind of just blasted Cloud9. They looked really, really good. We saw the Kale come out. That was very effective. They had better scaling, but they were also more proactive on the map. They controlled objectives really well. So it was kind of like a renewed Golden Guardians team.
Yeah.
So I am excited to see, you know, how these two teams are going to match up, and also in particular how Dokla and Licorice are going to match up. Because, you know, I kind of see Licorice as the this guy who's like right on the outside of being in with that elite group of top laners, you know, the Somedays and the Impact and those kind of guys. But he can compete with them. And if Dokla can compete with or beat Licorice, then like he's really getting up the rankings above a lot of these other top laners. And he has had a great first 2 games, has really impressed me. You know, did win Most Valuable Prospect, the MVP award for Academy. So, you know, best player in the league there. And you can see like he's made remarkable improvements from just last year to this year, right? And it is cool to see because it just proves this kind of like antiquated thought that like players who are older can no longer improve.
Right. You've played in the LCS and haven't won yet? Just quit the game, right? We're not bringing you back ever.
Exactly. And it's like, he hasn't played in the LCS for a long time. It was back with like Optic, you know, when, and I don't even think he started that split. I think he then came in to take over for, I want to say it was Zig, if I'm remembering correctly. Might be wrong. But, you know, it's been quite some time. So he did actually grow a lot as a player in Academy. You know, he talked in an interview about how he's doing a lot more VOD watching, you know, really went in with some very focused practice coming into this year. Worked really well for him in Academy, and thus far has worked really well for him in LCS. So we'll see if they can continue their winning ways.
Yeah. And I'm always excited as well, just to have teams with a defined style. It's the storyline we had for Team Liquid just earlier, where they're like, yep, we're really bot focused. It's all about Hansama and Core, and we're gonna get stuff done. And so far, Dokla's entire LCS track record, by the way, 3 games, because he played 1 last split, it's just carry tops, right? Okay, Jace was last, or Vayne was last split, but Yone and
didn't
Jace,
go so well.
I know, it wasn't so good, right? But it's like, okay, I got the full support, and I'm on carries. Yeah, there's Seraphine gone. And so I am curious, like, because there are a lot of very good enchanters. We saw Sona earlier as well, right? Like, there are a lot of really good, just hard supportive bot laners out there that, like, Dokla's going to be on a carry every single game this split, right? And it looks good because he plays to the edge and has the backup.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I agree. There are more of those Enchanter-style champions than just the Seraphine that can be a farming champion. You can also do it with like a Mage plus an Enchanter and be very successful with that. But my question is, like, does CLG have more prep than just the Seraphine, right? Because you talk about having a defined playstyle, and to me, CLG's defined playstyle was Enchanters through bot, carries through top. But if there's only one Enchanter that they can actually make this work with, then guess what? It's going to get banned every single week, and they're going to have to show us something new. So this really is, I think, a big test for them. Senna also banned away. So they're saying, no, you are not going to play any of that stuff that you did already. So unless you're willing to bring out, like, Karma Sona or something, it's not going to be what you've already won with. And I do think this is very, very intelligent.
We'll see what comes out of it here. Lucian. No, I saw Licorice, and then it's like, but it's an Ezreal. It's AD carry that starts with the L, so I just like, my brain said Lucian. Lucian was banned.
Yes.
I think we can
agree on that.
We can agree on that.
We can agree on the fact that Lucian is banned. Twitch is in fact available, though.
That's also true.
Yes.
Yeah. And right now, Dokla's hovering Malzahar. All right, we're back on board. Ezreal locked in here. Danny.
Malzahar bot lane.
Yeah. Danny 3-0 in the LCS. Has been an Ezreal one trick so far this week. Golden Guardians going to follow suit. And this Talia's through. Now, we saw Talia jungle from Kenvi on day 1.
But he had no setup. I hated that draft.
Yes.
I hated that draft.
I agree with you. I also think Talia mid is a much better overall champion. On red side, you can flex till the very end. I like Talia mid a lot. She is very strong. You still have a lot of that early power. Like, she's just an overall well-rounded champion. Want to see it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it is going to go mid. I'm expecting it to go jungle, to be honest with you. Contract has been a fan of the AP jungles, you know, brought out the Nidalee. And one of the things that I have talked to some of these mid laners about is the fact that they do feel Talia mid has some difficult matchups. So they're sometimes, you know, more happy to just put it in the jungle, have it farm for free where you don't necessarily have to interact, and then kind of have the power there. Sometimes easier to get those effective ultimates when you're coming out of jungle, and it's kind of less track where your position is too. But I agree, it is a great flex. Also really strong against champions with a lot of dashes. Wukong is going to be that. Sivir coming out from Luger is really interesting. This is obviously a very different style than Enchanters, but it is something that is really stable, has incredible wave clear, and I do think enables carry top laners in a different way, but still enables you to play carry top laner, because you can just park Sivir mid and say, all right, I'm going to wave clear forever. You got to do something else. You got to go somewhere else, and that buys time for someone like Dokla, who's on red side, to 5th pick, counter pick top, and look for a really hard winning matchup and try to play through sides.
Yeah, I like this a lot. The move speed, of course, pretty valuable. If you ever do group up, you're playing with team fighting top laners like a Camille, who's actually happy to group and play in those battles. As far as the jungle match is concerned, of course, we had absolutely 0 jungle bans, so both teams got what they wanted. Wukong is globally, like, kind of the guy, and if this game is locked in... So there's a chance it's Talia's support, but
I think that's incredibly low chance.
I think it is incredibly low as well. So Talia mid may end up being the grab here.
I think it is going to be Talia mid. I think you had the right call there. Viego jungle. You know, sure, they could get really wacky and put it bot lane, but I don't see it. I think Talia support sounds awful.
Yeah.
You know, especially against something like the Ezreal Yuumi, you'd be really squishy to get poked down. So we're going to be assuming this is Palafox playing it, and we'll see how much he can move around the map on it to really affect side lanes. I also say, when you are going to be playing Talia mid, that further makes me think that you are going to be playing some sort of a split push hyper carry style top laner, really looking towards that. So if I'm Golden Guardians, I'm banning top laners that I think Dokla would want to go towards, because very likely Licorice has to go blind. So try to really stop whatever, you know, you are most concerned about as far as those matchups go.
I'm actually really interested in some of the interactions in this game as well, individually. So Talia, I think, is a pretty good meta call in what we're seeing right now, kind of globally in the game.
Everyone has dashes.
Right. So Wukong has to E at you to do anything at all. And by the way, Talia rocks, if you dash over Talia rocks, they stun you.
You can't even reconnect with Yuumi, which is also really annoying.
That's the other part of it, right? Is it really screws Yuumi, because if she ever goes on or off someone, she is stunned. Being stunned locks your W out for like 5 seconds or something. She does not get to use either part of her passive in a team fight.
But I will say, you know, we're gonna have to see where the setup is gonna come from, because I do think Talia, you know, even if it's not from jungle, you still need some sort of point and click CC to really enable you to hit that fling consistently. If you don't have that, I just think Talia is massively weaker. So I am looking for some sort of engaged support. You know, if we're expecting it to be just a carry top, then I am expecting, you know, your Leona or something along those lines to come out here and to be able to actually set up for that. It is in fact Sona.
Sona.
And I don't think that they're going to play a tank top. So I am really concerned as to how the Talia is going to really function in this. You know, if you never have setup, can you actually effectively land that? Sure, there's Sona ult, but like that is not something that you can rely on to land all your flings. That being said, there's really good wave clear, good scaling with this bot lane for sure. Sona is a really strong laner. It doesn't scale as well as the Yuumi. Wow, blind Fiora, that is throwing down the gauntlet if I've ever seen it. Like, that is very bold from Licorice. I thought we might get Licorice going a blind tank and then an answering Fiora on the other side. He's like, nah, let's just play a skill matchup. I'm going to play Fiora. If you want to look for a Fiora counter, most of the Fiora counters are like really aggressive things like Quinn and stuff like that, that you have to play that is really risky to do.
Yep.
And we'll see if Dokla has the confidence to do it. I mean, he brought out Vayne top last time when he played in spring, that one game. So we know he can bring out those types of things. But I'm really curious. You know, if he just ends up getting pushed into like, I guess I'm Gnar then, then it feels like Licorice has kind of won the mind game a little bit.
Guess some Gnar then would be the worst thing I would want to hear Dokla say.
Oh,
Yo, okay. I mean,
I got so baited. I got so baited. There was like 1 second left. And I was like, ah!
Yeah.
Okay.
Jason's cool.
fine.
Yeah, Jason's
fine. Yeah, he's fine.
You got played yesterday.
He's no Nasus.
He's no Nasus. All right, well, we are going to be on to the rest pretty soon. Are also some fun interactions with Fiora. You can riposte during your lunge.
I feel like the champions trading is bugged out.
It's okay. We'll just get into the game in like 5 minutes. It's fine. So you can riposte during lunge with Fiora. So if you're like, Talia's remotely near me, you can QW at the same time, and you're coming in like, I'm tanking rocks, I've been quote-unquote stunned, and your riposte is now stunned, and you're like, yoink, come and chase you down. So actually has some decent gameplay here. You can do the same thing with like Jace E if you predict the knockback. So there are some favorable things. One of the fun things about Fiora is, can you ever mind game? Because of course, riposte is basically instant. And a lot of the CC you're going to face, some of it has no telegraph at all.
Yeah.
Like Jace E, I don't think you can, even on land, react to just on reactions. You've got to be predictive or it's going to hit you too quickly. Talia Chef, yeah, easy. Sona ult, yeah, pretty easy. But there's some where it's just like, if you win the mind game, you just kind of just dunk.
And to be honest, that's what a lot of the matchups are, you know, for Fiora. When you're thinking about top lane, it's like very similar with Renekton, right? Like Renekton is playing right on top of you. You know, you have to anticipate when he is going to do it. One thing that I will say that is kind of very forgiving for the Fiora is parry still does damage and it reduces the attack speed, right? So it's like, as long as you hit it, even if you don't hit a stun, it's still pretty valuable. If you land that slow on the Jace and then Jace knocks you back afterwards, he is still slowed, has a attack speed reduction. So sometimes you can just get that that queue in to follow. It was a trade bug, lo and behold. So unfortunately, client go boom. We are getting back into it.
We're not seeing Viego bot?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I'm shocked personally.
But
Jungle, I was holding out for it.
Silver Jungle would have been nice. W start on Raptors.
Ooh, hits all of them.
It does.
It doesn't apply the burn though, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Which
All
like
right.
makes
Well,
it just
FF,
really.
because you're gonna die to your first camp.
Yeah. You're just gonna leash from Jalea, the real jungler of the
there you
team.
go. But it's gonna be same picks and bans, so same draft. Will be an interesting one. CLG, no reliable engage really whatsoever on their team, but they can play heavily through sides. They can enable Dokla, and I think that is going to be the key part of this game. Whoever is winning sides, I think, is really going to start taking over this game. If Jace gets ahead and is really punishing this Fiora, then you have the ability to kind of go towards that side lane, potentially pull off dives, with Palafox getting over there with that Taliyah. But at the same time, if Fiora is winning inside and CLG just has to group, well, they have no engage, right? Like, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually, I think, have favorable 5v5s and really get the starts of the fights they want. So it feels like top lane is incredibly important in this one.
Yeah, I think it really is. I'm looking up, trying to find like a bowl of solo queue data on like how the matchup tends to play out.
Yeah, I mean, Fiora is just super strong in solo queue right now.
Right.
So Fiora is like the S tier of S tiers.
Yeah, she's very, very strong. We're seeing her in multiple leagues. So if you're looking at like, here's a fun thing because we have some downtime, right?
Yep.
I'm a huge nerd about win rates and like looking at a lot of solo queue data. Not all of it applies to pro, of course, but you can get some good inklings. So as you mentioned, Fiora has really high win rates. And so when you're looking at like, well, show me like Fiora versus Jace the matchup. It's like, well, Fiora's 50% win rate. It's like, well, that's because Fiora's like 54% win rate.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, yeah, she's still really strong even when countered. And so that's it's only part of the story. And so there's a lot of things you can look at when you look at online. So it's like, okay, well, how much did the matchup move down, right? It moved down from 54 to 52, so she has a 2% win rate drop when facing Jace. Okay, cool, that's something. Jace tends to do better than the average champion. But what's fun is a lot of the stats websites out there will show you things like the first blood rate of a matchup, or the first tower rate, or the first herald, which is like, oh, okay, at what points am I winning, and then at what points has it come over? So like, for example, in Fiora Jace, which, again, Jace is the counter pick, Fiora has a 55% first blood rate. Now, obviously, like, 80% of games, the first blood was like to a random person in mid lane. So everything's gonna like cluster toward 50%. But being plus 5% means Fiora actually, though she like quote unquote loses the matchup, actually tends to find first blood in the lane. First tower rate, actually also about 50%. Tends to actually find herself winning the lane outright by a very small margin, but like a little bit more than average, actually tends to have actual control over the lane.
I mean, one of the things with Fiora, and I expect at the pro level, Fiora won't have control of the lane. But if you ever do get that kill, whether a solo kill or you get a kill with Pride Sucker coming up there and punishing Jace, because Jace wins this matchup by pushing you to your tower and punishing you there, taking plates and harassing you on range minions. That's basically how the matchup works. If Fiora can then chase you down and get a kill post 6 or whatever, or get a gank and get a kill, well, first tower can go very quickly to Fiora because Fiora crushes towers. The Q works on towers. That can be basically an auto attack reset. The E is also an auto attack reset that works on towers. You get the bonus damage and the increased attack speed in between your E hits. So Fiora crushes turrets very, very heavily. I do expect Dokla to have the push. I do expect him to be winning early on. But yeah, I mean, the data on this stuff is really interesting because it's super easy to look at like, oh, there's a 54% win rate in this matchup. Well, maybe it's really hard losing in lane, but you're just way more successful in team fights. So your champion can kind of win more games in that way. And it is fun to dig into, but we are now finally into game here. Dokla going to be playing a phase rush. Licorice going for grasp. So he is going towards, the very heavily indexing to what I consider to be the best laning rune for Fiora. And I think it's really smart also when you're playing against a ranged matchup. It's much harder to stack Conqueror and get value out of that against someone like Jace, especially if you're expecting him to play phase rush. So with the grasp, you can just proc that on your Qs. If a vital especially is there and you get a Q, that damage plus the vital plus the grasp, you're going to be feeling really good.
Alrighty, well, we are getting ourselves into the game, and Tigress is side safe with CLG's coach. Thank card.
Thank you so much. With CLG on the precipice of optionally getting a 3-0 week, I want to know, what can you tell us about your approach to draft compared to everyone else in the league, because it's been very unique?
Yeah, I mean, we just came into the new patches with a really open mind because they changed a lot of stuff. We are a very fluid system, so we take a lot of player opinion into our consideration, and then we say what we think is good. And then I think we just strike a good balance of just making sure that we both agree on like what we think is playable and what is strong in this patch. And then we played it in scrims, and now we're seeing it on stage.
Any thoughts on how it compares to how the other teams have been reading the meta thus far?
No, I mean, I just think that maybe they were a little bit more afraid to step outside their comfort zone, but we did see Sona earlier today too, so some teams are kind of playing this style as well.
All right. Anybody on the team that you think people should watch most for the fans at home for the CLG lineup?
I don't know, I think we've just been playing really well as a unit, so I wouldn't even say watch out for one player, just watch out for the team cohesiveness.
Thank you for your insight. Back to the game.
Always great to hear from the coach, and it is interesting. You have had a very different approach to the game and have been very open-minded, which I love. I'm always a big fan of that. One thing concerning, I think Luger forgot to buy potions because he didn't spend all his gold.
He started with a control ward. It's to the right side of mid lane.
Okay.
So yeah, I
missed the drop of that. I just saw him with the tier. That's really interesting then, that he's actually forgoing the potions against Yumi Ezreal, who can be pretty heavy in poke. Of course, there is some protection there with the Sona. So I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah.
Because that is really, really interesting.
Yeah, so I actually like Sivir into Yumi specifically because Prowling Petrol is so telegraphed, and you don't have like permanent availability. Yeah, like once you're level 2, I'd learn E at level 2 in a lot of these matchups. Like I'd be willing to, because like, okay, well I don't get Yumi poked. Ezreal by himself is never killing me through a Sona. So like, I have infinite mana, you're not gonna play the lane, and I get to give a ward to my mid laner. And then E at 2.
He did go E at 2, exactly. Yeah, he just blocked the Q there from the Ezreal. We'll see if they can land enough poke to actually, make him regret this choice. Also, against Ezreal, anytime I'm playing lane that has the push, you feel way better. It's so much easier to actually avoid the Mystic shots when you are behind the minions, which happens when you get that push constantly. So we'll see if they can do that. A Blaze all be some trouble.
Forcing a Blaze to flash, which means they've got everything they need. Contract has a red buff, and it's signed in blood. 400 gold owed to the CLG jungler.
Nicely done. Palafox and Contract's able to find that kill there. Setting it up really, really well as he got caught on the stun. I guess he tried to E out to safety, got stunned by the Worked Earth? I forget what it's called. Unraveled Earth?
Unraveled Earth.
Unraveled Earth, there you go.
And it's super long. It's like 700 range, so it's like, you're in range, take a stun, idiot.
Aggressive.
It's Palafox's words, man.
Ever since the update, I mean, the E is crazy. It is absolutely massive at this point. Blaze Olive, though, coming in with the TP very quickly back, trying to push him in. So Palafox is going to have to base. He may need a little bit of help actually fixing this wave. We'll see if Contracts comes back through mid to do just that, to try to help him. Otherwise, he's potentially going to have to base on an awkward timing.
And Ole trying his best to do well in the lane. Has been able to tax the mana pool pretty well of Poom, who has run out at this point. We did see Sona rush a tier and then I think get an upgrade like second or third out of it, which, in pro doesn't tend to happen, but often needs the mana pool. There's the Trinket Ward, and Sivir wants to take a recall, but it's on a ward, so Stixxay can always interrupt this last second. Luca's like, I'm on a ward, aren't I?
I actually like that he didn't Q, because then you don't 100% know. You're kind of assuming because he's stepping towards it. But, kind of a little clever mind game there. Luger, of course, staying around in lane, but Poom does finish the reset, did get a tier, as expected. You mentioned that. It is going to be coming back. I always like tier on these champions.
Really
Luger's in trouble.
They knew he's gone. The flash fall, they're going to get him. Luger, he overplays his hand.
Luger punished so hard there. He's playing TP. He doesn't even have a defensive summoner. Poom is not in lane. Golden Guardians makes the read. And even with Spell Shield and Flash, you have Exhaust. You have double, Flash to follow there with the Arcane Shift plus the Flash from Stixxay. So just sticking in on top of him. They get the kill. And now they're actually up quite a bit of farm as well. Luger, thankfully for him, does have TP to come back, at least after it. But that is a rough death.
Yeah, and the read is, it's an uninteractive lane. I'm Spell Shield Yumi's damage. I got a Sona. Like, I don't have to run a combat summoner. I'm just going to make sure I can TP and play for wave control. And it's like, you have no combat summoners. We have 3.
Yeah.
Whoops.
And I mean, I think it's totally fine if he had just respected the fact that Poom isn't with him in lane, right? But he played up. He still wanted to get gold and experience, even in the 1v2. And then Ezreal can get right back on top of you. You use your Spell Shield to block a Prowling Projectile or Q or whatever, and then Exhaust slow means you just can't really get out of there. So careless death from Luger. Back up here towards that top lane is Licorice, slightly ahead in the farm. Early Executioners there for Dokla, looking to try to punish Licorice here. There's not that much healing, honestly, early game, from the Fiora, unless you're proccing Vitals pretty consistently. But Viego here threatening on the side means Blaze Olive is going to have to back it up.
Sees the ward get turned off by the sweeper and says, okay, I'll play the left-hand side. Palafox in between cooldowns. It's a good stun. I mean, really good damage here on a Blaze Olive. Not quite going to die to the next combo, but good chunks. Palafox a bit low on mana. Nowhere close yet to the Lost Chapter, but with 2 bits of inventory,
Actually has about 300 mana to spend. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Bot lane still has priority. I mean, you're never going to outpush Sivir or Sona unless you can threaten it all in. As a real Yumi tend not to be able to. And so First Dragon comes in very early on. CLG, you know, off to a gold lead overall. Feeling good.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, both bot laners playing TP in this one, thinking it is going to be that relatively uninteractive lane, more about wave control, less about those all-ins. Of course, that kind of baiting Luger into a little bit of a false sense of security in that previous play. Spell shield down, so trying to land as much poke as possible now. But Palafox also going for a strike, so a little bit of an interesting rune choice here. Not going to be going towards something like the area or the electrocute, which I've seen more commonly played in mid lane.
But yeah, he's trying to find like cool all-in windows, which like, okay, you know, electrocute slash first strike makes sense about, as opposed to like just poke heavy like areas. And I'm curious how much he's actually ended up earning. Sadly, he doesn't have enough money to finish a lost chapter, as I think
he has earned 42 gold, and he got 12 of that at level 1. He was able to land a Q on the Azir, so he's gotten 30 gold since level 1. So not much, but of course you can in the later stages of the game. You know, as your damage ramps up, you get a percentage of the damage you deal in gold. So towards the later stages of the game, if you land a full combo with First Strike active, it can be a significant little boon of gold there.
Yeah, and of course it is itself a damage amp. So if you think, yeah, my combo damage is very high, it fits a similar combat pattern to electrocute. Without requiring 3 different spells. So if you're like, nah, I want bigger chunks off of 5 Q hits because nothing else is going to land. All right, well, the best way to deal that is actually with First Strike. Goes for the knockback, finds stun here as well. Level 6 on the Azir, can't find the second bit of the damage. Then now Via goes around, but teammates nearby, jumps the wall. WE, out you go. Pride Sucker's gonna watch. Good spell, shield blocks Ezreal W. Yumi heals right back up to full, not a problem there. Again, clearing the waves back and forth. Be respectful off the fact that 6 is probably coming first in, jumps in, decent damage, Ignite is on. Again, to look if he can block the skill shots, shouldn't be dying to the autos by themselves. Second shield comes across, he will live, trading back on a stick set.
Nice aggressive move there, though, and now that Luger has no TP.
Oh!
Pride Stalker over the wall, gets the kill, and they can dive Poom. I mean, Poom does have his heal, but there is very little chance he's getting out of this one. You just don't use your E until he flashes, and I don't think he has any chance.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage. Stixay claims the kill credit, and Golden Guardians say, not today, CLG. 2-0, you will stop looking at that first L in the middle.
It is that bot diff here. CLG, you know, off the Seraphine here, off the Senna, and Stixay and Olay punishing big time. 2 deaths already for Luger. Yes, Pride Stalker did help, but the early advantage that they create is now going to be expanded because dying without TP with the wave pushing towards you means you lose a lot more. They're going to be able to farm the plates. You can look at the gold difference here. 1,300 in the lead for Stixay there already. Very, very significant. And he had never spent his teleport, so he can come right back to lane to actually answer the push from Sivir.
Yeah, he's going to look really good on this one right now. 2 minutes to go to the next dragon spawns right now. We'll see if Golden Guardians feel like they have the pressure to make that one a tied score, or if they're okay giving the one away and playing for a little bit later on. Obviously, Azir's going to feel really good later and later and later on. So might wait for that one. The Licorice Dokla matchup, by the way, kind of tends to flatten out with game time. Looking at Solo Q, again, it doesn't appear from solo queue that Licorice will just like, at 3 items, you know, Fiora walks away with the matchup. Doesn't appear to be the case.
Yeah, I do think it's much more about the setup, right? Like, can you get him in an extended lane where you can really utilize the move speed from the ulti, try to chase this guy down? Of course, Dokla going phase rush to try to actually answer that so he can disengage in a lot of those plays. And then it kind of comes down to actually, can you parry the JCE in melee form, as you were talking about, very predictive in that situation. But one thing that we didn't really comment on earlier is, I will say, it's really hard for Palafox to actually, you know, proc First Strike, at least in the 1v1. So maybe if you want it for a lane later. No, he's not going to go for the ulti. Because Azir just has such range. You just Q-poke the First Strike proc off constantly. So he's never really having it active. Every time that comes up, Blazolov is actually playing behind the minions and just WQing him to actually hit him once. So that deactivates the First Strike. You have to be out of combat, basically. Or not out of combat, but you have to be the first to hit your opponent, and if they do hit you first, it puts that rune on cooldown once again.
Looking for the fight, not going to find it here in mid lane, clearing away the wave. Contact says, if you found the shove, I'd go for the play. Ult, stun, something like that. Doesn't mean anything now in this case. Fiora stepping out of lane to see, is there kind of invade going on? Has a control ward, now spots Palafox. Well, the Trinket Ward did that. And he's like, and now I know Clown is here. Okay, 3v1. Let's run away. Can he riposte well? Gets stunned, gets over the wall. Riposte not going to matter enough. And burns down. CLG active again on the map. Get the kill into Licorice.
Yeah, that's a really big one. He's going to lose waves here and lose an entire tower in the face. Nice sweep in, though.
If you don't pull aggro, the turret will die first. They go to the fight anyway. Doug's going to flash right back out. Will stay alive. Turret won't quite die, actually. A few hits left. They got 3 minutes to knock that one down with a plate.
So a lot of gold there into the pockets of CLG. Now, Licorice was doing very well in the matchup, and just like that, going to be down about 16 CS. 6A here on his lonesome. We'll see, can CLG make anything happen? But 6A playing pretty far back. No real angle for a dive to be had there.
And so Ole is maybe down to this lane. Level 6 on Yuumi is kind of the first big power spec you super care about. And at this point, maybe to sync up with someone like a jungler, make the Pride Stalker ganks even easier, add some extra CC, probably projectile, just, you know, maybe helps you hit confirm everything else. But as we saw, CLG were the ones making the aggressive play up top side.
Yep. Licorice had the read, but I mean, Viego is already behind him. He does tank the W, is able to actually land this, the parry on the ulti, but would have had to be able to parry the W, I think, to have any chance of getting out. You know, if you parry the stun from Contracts and then can kind of Q flash away, maybe you have a shot, but as soon as that landed, there was no way he was going to get out of there, so like that, he at least held on to the flash. But it is that incremental advantage up towards that top side. Golden Guardians still have a slight lead. But as I talked about, I do think top lane prio is so important towards the later stages for both of their compositions, but especially, I feel like, for CLG. So I like the focus up towards that top side.
Right, yeah, CLG are winning every role that's not the bottom lane. You could argue Pride Stalker's up 5 CS, so it's actually him, but realistically, right, top and mid are the ones with kills and assists, so really, really well done to the CLG top side. That has been the primary focus. Yeah, the CLG duo is like, cool, you know, down on the bottom side, like, well, as long as we can scale equally, we're okay, we're chilling, we're supportive. Licorice still going to play up on the lane, take a bit of damage, but as he moves towards an eventual Vamp Scepter at some point in the build, he'll be able to withstand a lot of that.
Yeah, Licorice doing well, I think, you know, in this 1v1. We'll see. Probably going to go Ravenous Hydra second, but could be something like a Death Dance, so he's less concerned.
Stun. Pride Stalker wants this fight as well. Pops the ult. He gets away from everything else, and it's going to be a defensive ult out of Contracts because he was concerned about a Blaze Olive coming in and shuffling him back out of range of safety. So Pride Stalker ultimately trades ult for ult.
Licorice shouldn't go for the all-in. He actually hid over in the alcove. Use the blast cone and get back in. We'll see if he wants to go.
Oh, gets one, gets two, gets three easily. There's a fourth shot, but Dokla has Phase Rush, basically prevents the all-in possibility, can always outrun the Fiora, lost half his health, then have to back up.
Yeah, maybe if you connect the parry, there's enough facility you can try to follow back in, but I don't think he had the damage anyway. Nice attempt, though, from Licorice, gets a little bit of pressure, and now it's going to have to be CLG bailing him out of this situation. I do think he spotted him. Yeah, Licorice sees Contracts on the very edge of that ward, and now the pink ward does spot him again. Looking like he still wants to hang around for now.
And I think he actually should know that he was control warded there because if you're camouflaged and if control sees you, you can say, hey, by the way, you get the exclamation point over your head. It reveals the ward for you. And this tower, I believe, should not die. So
he should let it die. We'll see if... is it actually going to?
Plates are gone. 6 HP. I agree if you let the tower die. Local gold
is gone.
Yeah. First turret is also local gold, by the way. So it would be all that money denied. Ultimately, Contract's going to be safe here. Palafox low. Not going to find the kill. Of course, his ulti was down from the prior skirmish between junglers. Still forces the recall out of Azir.
Yeah, so those little things, I do think it would have been pretty worthwhile. You know, Dokla not in range for local golds. You would have been able to deny a good portion. Of course, if you think your team can get first turret itself, then maybe you want to defend. But I do think it seems very unlikely given that it's one auto attack.
Yeah,
you could literally just walk up and auto attack it, you know, in front of the minions.
Yeah, we'll see if someone grabs it at some point. Right now, not going to happen, though, as, well, there is recall coming out of Licorice, so Dokla makes the rush. Okay, TP's going to make that much harder. I am curious, because, I mean, I'm an idiot, and I'd be like, I'm just going to run in, like, as like, Viego, just, like, power in there and be like, stab, and then hope I don't die.
If you die for it, it's definitely not worth
yeah, I know.
But I think, to me, I think that the safer way to do that is just move your bot lane top and just actually walk up with your jungler. You know, like have a 3-man squad, just walk up to the tower, you know, get one auto down. You should be pretty safe to do that. Or even just move support jungle top with the Jace. Give yourself that safety to actually push in and finish off that turret.
Well, there we go. Onto the Herald they are, as CLG got pretty much every objective so far, right? 2-0 on Drakes. They're actually up in gold right now, well into them. And now looking at the second Herald, which don't waste it on top tower, you know? Like, just auto it. You don't need to charge for that one. Probably most wasted Rift Herald possible if they did. But you do have Sun on top side. Sivir is sitting bot lane just doing wave clear. Similar to that you can put an Ezreal in, right? Where you can kind of leave yourself alone. You're relatively safe from most risks. Okay, Licorice going to find decent damage here. Not going to be able to find the ult play or anything. Of course, Contracts has flash and ulti to get away. tower dies. Dokla was there for it. Thank you for the 400 gold. CLG up now to 1,200 in the lead. Bot will be traded back finally.
Yeah, Stixay very rich, so that is kind of the big hope right now for Golden Guardians. Is the gold leader in the game by a fair margin, so doing quite well, but Dokla again just pushing this up, and he's pounding that tower.
But he's got a teammate, by the way, so he's going to go back in for the play. They get the ulti over the wall. Crescendo sets it up. Licorice.
Oh, the Q.
Back, flashes, dodges away, but now Ablaze Olive's here, finds the pullback. That should be enough. No, the shields are good enough. Thank you, Boom. And now Ablaze Olive, can he get away? He's going to walk over the rocks, hits back on a pallet box. Shields there, flash of safety. Pride Stalker. Ulti gives move speed. Needs to flash in, finds one, blast code it, and you get Power Fox as well. Nice snipe by Stixay. Once again, the move speed for the ulti. It looks silly, but it's the right play, and Pride Stalker is almost guaranteed this kill. He's just out of range, but he should kill. There it is, Red Smite auto. Thank you very much. Golden Guardians get 3 unanswered kills.
Man, that was actually really smart to use the ulti for speed there. I don't think a lot of players do that. Ulting just on nothing for speed, it's 20% move speed, so it's actually a lot. He for sure would not have caught them without that, so really smart stuff. And now TP in, they're going to try to see if they can get contracts.
Well, the away contracts will not be stunned. Luger going to spell shield one Mystic shot, plays all back in, but no ult, no flash, no nothing. Maybe wanted to bait it, but no. Cooldowns were not available, nothing else to be had. So CLG down 1,000 gold, but on Dragon Soul point.
Yeah, and I do favor that quite a lot, right? You know, 1,000 gold is not enough to really matter here, unless Golden Guardians do feel that they're just going to win out in all these 5v5s from here. Licorice trying to look for an aggressive play, but it was Poom over the wall. You can't blame him for not being able to repose that. There's just no shot you're going to be able to get it, but still Licorice procs the Vital, procs the Grasp, flashes out, and then it's the Q flash, but the Q comes back off cooldown there from Licorice. The scoop in onto Dokla. Licorice doing a good job avoiding most of this damage, and Ablaze Olive not walking into the scoop from Palafox was really well played, and then just ulti for the 20% move speed, catches up, flash E, closes that gap, the ulti comes through, cross map, be able to get a second kill, and then again, ulti through here to catch up once more to Pride Stalker, in with the EQ, gets a third kill. Nicely fought back there from Golden Guardians, but of course, Soul on the horizon is a big concern.
It is, so they got to make sure they've got control here on the Golden Guardians side, because there's a 3-0 Ezreal who's already on 2 items, where Mana will easily transform by the time this Dragon Soul spawns. Big damage on a Luger, gonna walk away, stays alive, just kidding. True shot, barrage kills him. Ole's Ignite gets the kill credit, and it's more on the board. The Golden Guardians bottom lane doing everything they can.
Yeah, playing really well, very aggressively. They are just not afraid at all of going right at Luger here. Spell Shield be damned, Sona be damned. They know they have the damage to get these kills. Blaze Olive in trouble.
And that's going to be huge right there. Blaze Olive just drops Stoke gets kill credit, his first of the game. CLG back to a 1,400 deficit, looking at mid lane. With this Herald Charge, will not kill it by itself, but if they have the control, they'll be okay. Luger spawns in 2 seconds, will walk down mid lane. Without Nazir, this fight's going to be tough. Bit of poke towards Stixay. Again, will not quite kill, but they can walk up and go for more. Not quite.
Yeah, pretty confident to be able to walk up, because they also knew Pride Stalker had no ulti, right? And there's no real threat of the engage without that being available. So CLG walk it in, get that turret very, very low. But up on top side, Licorice is pushing. And we'll see if he can actually find anyone on transition. If Luger walks a little bit too aggressively, could be in trouble, but just moving out towards mid lane, walking a very safe way here, knowing that Fiora could be in the area. Because Golden Guardians are trying to control vision up on this top side. You know, they have a couple wards in this section, trying to enable the Fiora split push here. As Jace is kind of at the point where he's starting to group a little bit more, I'm going to be interested to see if Dokla continues to do that, if it is just going to be about push and then group, or if he really wants to just continue hunkering down and playing through that side lane. As Licorice looking with the cloth armor, I'm assuming he's going Death Dance second instead of the Ravenous. Which can be really good for that kind of all-in play, the 100-0. I do think it's more effective than the Ravenous, but of course Ravenous does allow you to really shrug off a lot of the poke that Jason's going to look to do.
For sure, but yeah, deciding to be sort of tankier in the teamfight itself. Obviously, if you're more about 5-on-5, you need the teamfight durability. Ravenous, of course, yes, exceptional for 1-on-1. As you mentioned, lane control and everything else, shrugging off damage, but 30% or what, 12% Omnivamp. You know, you're not getting as much as a Death Dance delaying 30% of all damage taken.
Of course, yeah.
So, yeah, is focused more on that one, which, you know, that is one of the nice things about fighter itemization, right? And I think for most roles as well, you do get to pick the items that fit the game plan that you want. And identifying that game plan and saying, hey, did what I buy match the way I'm going to win this game? Like, that's very important. And in this case, if Licorice is saying, yeah, the way we're winning is I'll make sure I team fight at this dragon with, you know, now 2 armor items, right? Steel Cast Plus on the way. Okay, right? It's matching the playstyle.
Yep, and we'll see how much they can really kind of bolster their itemization. You know, how much gold can they spend up? Do they buy stopwatches? Things like that. Because Golden Guardians, despite being in a comfortable advantage, that all goes away if you actually lose this next fight. If you lose Soul here, that is going to be much more the advantage that you have actually gained for yourself. And there's a lot of champions that can apply that Infernal Soul tick very easily. You know, Ricochet from the Sivir, Shock Blast from the Jace, you know, Q from Talia, all super easy ways to proc that consistently.
All right, 3 Muramanas online. CLG just got their 2. The first one's already done for 6A a little bit ago, but we have the Dragon Soul fight coming now. A 1,000 gold inventory advantage to Golden Guardians, but you can walk that back in stats by the CLG Drakes. Is it going to be enough now? Boom a bit low, will not be one-shot just yet, but the poke out of Azir is so good. A bunch of flat pen, a Luden's Tempest, and a Riley's to lock him down. I mean, a Blaze Olive is so threatening up just WQ auto.
Yeah, it is a lot of damage. It does have the comment as well, and Riley's does help to hit confirm the comment, which is always a nice little interaction. The slow also going to be valuable. Will they try to trade for anything much? No, I mean, they're just ulting towards top. They're just going to try to go for the tier 2.
Okay.
So they don't feel that they can make their win. I mean, they had no vision in the area, so maybe that's the call. Like, where's the closest ward? They literally have nothing on this entire side of the map. That whole area is just darkness. Yep. So CLG saying, all right, we can't actually enter blind or we'll probably just die. 2 Pride Stalker plus Olay. And then the follow-up, of course, from the others. So they go top. They do take down the tier 2. But you're giving away that dragon for free. You're going to lose the tier 1 mid. So Golden Guardians feeling okay about it, despite going negative in gold on the play. I think still going to be pretty happy with how things turned out.
Back on that we go. We get to pause for another 4.5 minutes. I mean, maybe a Baron setup now that it's alive, but the Golden Guardians to the brink of, you know, feeling uncomfortable, right? I can understand. We're going to play for gold. You'll get Drakes. We'll meet you when it's time. But it feels uncomfortable going to all the way to 3-0 on that record, right? Like, you get 2, no sweat. We got 2 shots to deny Soul. It's fine, like, no big deal. It's like, we're one bad smite away from a 4,000 gold swing Dragon Soul.
Yeah, and that is really scary for Golden Guardians. They're bringing down the Talia, though, and Dokla is behind Licorice. So, could have potentially been in trouble, but is actually making the rotation up towards mid. And again, there's just no vision for CLG, so they don't really know where people are. It's very difficult for them to make plays, and Palafox hasn't really been able to find any play at all. Like, I think that was his first ulti of the game up towards top just to try to actually take down that tower. Has been locked in lane very effectively by a Blaze Olive. It has been a part of a couple kills. They had some good pressure through mid lane early, but has never really been able to actually get the push and thus unlock himself to move around the map, which kind of just makes it feel like it's going very in a Blaze Olive's favor.
Yeah, not quite still in a Pride Stalker. Of course, I think hit decoy in time anyway, that even if it was on target, it still would have been the clone getting the hit. So safe there. The Viego really the only consistent setup, and even at that, hard to call just the W consistent, but otherwise it is all selfish. Again, I will say that the E being a stun when someone else dashes is very relevant and a really meaningful part of the kit's power.
They were spotted.
Okay, so Golden Guardians, look at this Baron, but they know for sure they are on wards while doing it, but not really perturbed here. Contract has ult, has flash, actually doesn't have smite right now, but I don't believe Golden Guardians knows that for sure.
I think they want Jace to TP. They're trying to make Dokla TP, and they're going to stay around on it until he does.
Blaze Olive should. No, he's out of. He shuffles in Contract. So back to safety, stays alive. Wukong finds a knockup, but not a ton right now. Yuumi in for a bit more as well, but they can kite back. CLG have the Sona, and you can heal up the team, speed the team out, and Baron will reset. Dokla did, in fact, teleport over, so a mission accomplished. Golden Guardians got that summoner spell down. Palafox chunked a bit. Mid lane outer drops, though. CLG find their 3rd turret.
I think that was a little bit of an oopsie there. I was just shooting the ulti the wrong way. I think that might have been a mini-map one. I've actually had that happen where if you adjusted the minimap size, if you put your cursor towards the bottom right of your screen, not actually even on the minimap, it will try to anticipate that you're aiming on the minimap. So if you're moving your cursor towards it, it will actually shoot it the wrong way. So I'm gonna give Stixade the benefit of the doubt that is actually what happened, because that is a pretty weird change that has been in there ever since they added the kind of UI adjustment.
I did not know that, because I think I play on full-size minimap.
Yep.
Like I think all my UI elements are like as full as possible.
Yeah. If you got a boomer brain like me.
Well, I mean, I definitely need the big mini map.
Yeah.
I have very tunnel vision as a player, but actually everything else is because I stream some, and letting viewers, especially if they're on like phone, it's like, oh, you can actually see my health bar.
That's true.
My mana bar is always empty. We get that one, but the health bar, we try to give
Wholesome
people
free.
the ability to see it.
But either way, CLG coming out pretty well, I think, all things considered. Because yes, they got the TP off Dokla, but Licorice actually TP'd too, because I think he thought it was going to be a committed fight. They did go positive in Summoners still, I would say. Yes, Ole spent his, but getting Flash off Palafox and Contracts is relevant.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can actually force anything again during this time. Honestly, if I was Golden Guardians, I would be happy if both Dokla and Licorice are not in the fight, and just start the Baron with 4 men. Because I do think it's a really winning 4v4 for your team, and it looks like that is going to be the read here. Azir can knock this down very quickly.
Yura is far Licorice without teleport, by the way, and chilling away on the far side. Ultimately, yeah, they don't pull a whole lot. They do give Licorice some time to knock the waves down, and Contracts will ult for ult with Yuumi. Not sure which one I like more, honestly. I almost prefer the Yuumi ultimate, but we still have more skirmishing towards the mid side here. Stixxay really jumping up, feels very safe from engage. Good chunk towards Luger. Will heal up a little bit off of Sona helping. By the way, it is Lethality Sivir on her way towards Cyrilda's third.
I will say though, Contract's now no flash, no ulti, so it makes it hard for him to get in for the dragon, right? So maybe they're kind of okay making that trade as a result of that. They also have the Azir tower up here as some defense. Talia is kind of moving down towards mid, but now decides to go back up towards top. Viego threatening a little bit of a flank, but Pride's not going to take this fight.
This is a lot. Contracts alone in the river. We know he has no ult. We know he's got no hope. And that is Golden Guardians shuddering the faith of CLG.
Yeah, that is a big deal there. Contracts no ult, no flash, just kind of walks up very boldly to try to clear that vision by himself. Talia had shown top. The rest of his team was showing mid. So they know he's by himself, and he just ends up dying there. A very easy pickup for Golden Guardians. They grab the dragon, not going to commit towards that Baron just yet, but they could actually go up now for it. And I think they may as well start it up. You still have a good 20 seconds. You add another 20 or 30.
That is a good wall, actually. You just bought yourself. I mean,
they can just go over it.
Yeah, okay. You still bought yourself like 5 seconds, though, okay? You didn't buy as much as you could have.
That wall was incredible.
It was an okay wall. It was the mediocre wall of Los Angeles, okay? It did something. Look, Baron's not dead.
Wukong hops over it.
Baron's not dead, Azael. I don't want to hear it. The idea was very sound.
True.
The idea was like 85 decibels.
Okay.
It was very sound.
Oh my god. Anyone else want to cast with this guy?
There's a long list, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well now they might actually lose Baron. They just kind of like, oh, cool, we can't do a Baron. I guess I'll base. And CLG are just going to take it.
Wow, okay. That is a goof by Golden Guardians. That is a very rough mistake. CLG right back to driver's seat.
Really set him up.
That wall! Oh, could you... All right, we need Jat back on the telestrator.
Yeah.
Right, he did a pregame segment.
I can do the Jet. He just kind of goes like this.
Yeah. Well, he had a pregame segment that was how did Immortals beat FlyQuest? He did his whole thing just circles after him, wasting his ult. I want him to do that segment. How they win this game? He's just like this wall.
Yeah.
And then just like goes back, sits down. All right, I want to see that one. Jat stats with Palafox walls that turn it. Yeah, Licorice.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, looking a bit tasty. A little bit of a snack here. Gets down to half HP and gets knocked around. He's been for more. Gets a bit close, finds the heal, but nowhere near enough. Thank you for the gold.
It kind of feels like the wheels just fell off for Golden Guardians. Really just kind of lost focus, I think, of the fact that their opponents could counter Baron. When you go to Baron this late in the game, and then you're like, all right, we're not going to do Baron, and your whole team bases with no vision on Baron, it's such an easy take for your opponents. And CLG just say, thank you very much. They grab that Baron, no problem. And then Licorice out towards bot side, there's literally no wards. Like, he has nothing. There's no vision for him. So, he was boldly pushing past the river without any wards at all. Gets punished for his hubris, and now CLG on the push here with Baron can take a lot. I mean, Luger's going to take down the tier 2 mid very easily. Pridestock are potentially in trouble. They're going to take down the tier 2 bot. The gold lead is going to explode. It was Golden Guardians' favored. They were like 1K up.
Yeah.
And just like that, it's about a 4K swing here for CLG.
Wow, Rebel Baron power play already at 4,000 gold, and you can see, yep.
Off a cliff, right there.
Yeah, right there.
Right when he walled.
Right there.
The whole game turned.
We're actually showing a wall, going to the bottom right. That's actually just, how CLG have done it. I'll have to keep your heart out. It's the red wall in this one.
Are we
Here we go.
yeah!
Exactly! Exactly.
Okay, let's go.
Palafox knows how to build
There
them.
it is, right there. Look at that slow-mo. Look at the wall. Wow.
And look, a Blaze Olive.
Everyone just goes
2, 3, 4, 5. Finally gets to move.
Yeah, Blaze Olive completely blasted by that wall.
Yeah.
There was no counterplay.
There was no counterplay.
There's nothing you could do.
W was on cooldown.
It was just a wall gap this game.
Absolute wall gap,
Absolute
honestly.
wall gap.
Talia builds better walls than Azir does. Contract's forced to get away. Has to burn his ulti defensively again. Pride Stalker dives in, wants this one, but there's just no damage anymore. Pride Stalker gonna burn a stopwatch, but that means Stixay gets shoved in and dies. He had flash, he gets hit, and he falls. And CLG go for more. Luger flashes in for a slow, stunned up by Fiora. Big shuffle back by Azir, but it's not gonna matter. It's 3 unanswered kills. It's CLG looking for the first 3-0 start they've had in 5 years, and they're on the way now.
I think they've got it. 40 seconds here on Licorice, 40 seconds on a Blaze Olive, 6-8 down for Aegis. No wave clear here for Golden Guardian. CLG find the fight, and they're going to find the win.
Oh, could you believe it? CLG defend the faith, looking at a couple of final kills to make sure. Budlet Ace comes through. Where were you when CLG ended week 1 in first place?
What a performance from them. Nice comeback there, punishing Golden Guardians big time for losing focus, not tracking them around the Baron. They take the Baron, they get a kill on Licorice, they win a big team fight, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, CLG close out this game very quickly. A 32-minute game. It was looking like we were going to be settling in for a 45-minute game, winning off Soul, that type of play. Yep. But CLG find the windows here to punish Golden Guardians, get the maximum out of those fights. And I mean, you can see the look on the Golden Guardians' faces. They are frustrated. Yep. No surprise there. They know that they were in a great spot, but CLG found the windows to make it work here after what was a pretty tough early game.
It was, yeah. I mean, we were trading sides in that pretty heavily. CLG clearly playing toward both Palafox and Doke. His first setup on kill was great, level 3, like really, really good job. Set it up, counters at the kill, off to the races, wonderfully done. And they spent that time and that money coming back to top side, making top look good. They got top tower to like 6 HP, 13 minutes in the game. That all went well. They had, I think, both Heralds, I'm pretty sure. So that was all really well done by CLG. But, by CLG on the other side, you had Golden Guardians who were really crushing bot lane. Yeah. Like, they just did well in the 2-on-2. Yes, mistakes are made, of course, but we had a 3-0 Ezreal, right? Stixay is really, really big. And I was like, okay, we're top versus bot, okay. And for a while, Golden Guardians caught back up, but they forgot Baron was there, blindsided. They walked away from Baron. It's like, we can't see it. Must not exist on the map anymore. And CLG's like, I guess we'll take this.
Yep. I mean, CLG, they take the Baron, they punish those mistakes, and sometimes that's a lot of what pro play is. Punishing the errors, punishing the windows that your opponents do show for you. It does make it hard, I think, to evaluate this game, though. You watch this game, and it felt like, first time bot lane, is not playing kind of the farming enchanter style, right? Something a little bit different. Senna was banned out, Seraphine was banned out. They bring out the Sona, so they're clearly very in on the enchanters. But bot lane had some struggles here for sure for CLG, and it did feel like Golden Guardians were in a pretty strong position. Had taken a couple dragons in a row. They have this Ezreal, Azir, Yuumi, like really strong scaling at that point, and felt like they were poised to maybe take that game. But CLG punished what was a pretty good mistake, and are able to close it out very, very quickly after that. So it's interesting. I still don't feel like I have the best read on how strong is CLG when they are playing more standard, and can they actually continue to play that enchanter style? And it's going to be really interesting to see this over the coming weeks, because they have come out of the gates extremely hot. I think they're really, really should be very happy with this early 3-0 in Super Week. I think proving a lot of people, myself included, wrong. I had them very low in the power rankings. So really should be proud of, I think, their week 1 performance.
Right, so 2 thoughts for me. One is this is the first win they've had over a team that was in playoffs in Spring Split. The other 2 wins were against the bottom 6 teams. So, okay, if we take every game at face value and it's like, you deserve all those wins, you're better than those teams, they are a 6th place team just based on results, not yet seeing them play the top 5. They haven't yet, right? So we'll see them play 5 later, we'll see them play C9 later. Like, they can go up the standings, sure, but like, okay, you can comfortably put them at least 6th. You can be more faithful, say higher, that's fine. On the other side is, hey, every team around the world is figuring out, like, what is the best way to play League in 12-11 onwards? And if they're like, yeah, it's weak side bot, whether that's enchanters or just a wave clear marksman, and it's all enchanters for support and it's all top side play, okay, then they figured out the meta, right? And like, that's cool, they can keep doing that.
And I mean, it definitely worked a lot better than what Dignitas was doing with weak side top, right? So very clearly we have 2 teams that had very different reads. CLG performing much better in week 1.
Looking very good so far. 3-0 for CLG. And after the break, High will be going pro to pro with Big Dokes. But before we go, join Riot and the LCS in celebrating Pride all month long.
You better get out your chair. Haters even be like, yeah. My crew everywhere like we in the atmosphere. Make it yell, woo, like Flair, we the champ. Never crush it on the regular. Serve your whole squad like Federer. Top for the podium like I won the gold medal, bro. I'm a ticking time bomb. I'm about to set it up. Now what you hear? Ain't no test. This is real as real can get. And you know my deal, I ain't one to mess. So let me get this off my chest. Now I wanna go and act real crazy like there's nothing to lose. So everybody make way, cause I know what to do. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where CLG complete the weekend sweep. 3-0, and we've got Dokla on the desk with us. We've demoted Jat to the steps of the...
Should I tell the story?
Tell the story.
Yeah, we were supposed to be pro to pro. High's still working on it.
Yeah.
He's trying to
He's
figure out.
over
I
there
want to
trying
see
to
it.
say-
He is a troubleshooting master. He's trying to get this working.
Working out right now. Yeah, we're having some telestrator difficulties getting a few clips that Hai wanted to go over with Dokla ready. And so in the meantime, we figured, hey, what better time than to pick Dokla's brain around the success that CLG's been having so far. And I think it feels natural to start in the draft because so much of our conversation was about the first 2 days, the Seraphines along with the Sennas and the different approach that CLG has taken, it seems, to drafting in the meta than any other team in the LCS. Buy yourselves a Seraphine ban here today with it already. How you feeling about the approach that CLG's taken to the meta?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we are able to play a lot of unique champs that other teams just don't seem to think that are strong. And especially for like the top lane pool, I feel like most people have like the similar like 3 or 4 champs. They're not willing to like look for counter picks. Only Bwipo, I guess, would be the exception to that.
Yeah, he's been
and
like
our ball lane's like kind of similar. Like they're always looking for like different champs to pull out and just see potential and win the game with.
How is your draft like process work? Because like every team is different, and it's fine if you don't reveal this. But like I know you've worked. Well, you worked with Croissant before.
Gotta watch out for him, you know.
You worked with Croissant before back on Optic. Obviously, you have ThinkCard and Croissant there. Like, how much of your drafts are like player run, or are these just like the coaching staff goes into a dark room and is like, trust us, guys? Like, how is it working right now? Because I think all 3 of the drafts have been hugely successful so far.
So I mean, I think they give us an outline of like what. Like we'll give input on like what champs we think are strong, and then they'll make an outline from that, and then they'll like, okay, can we pick X champ here, and then just figure out the draft like what the pick priority is, like what can we 1-2, where they likely to pick. So I say the coaches do a majority of the drafting. We just make sure we can check off on it, and then the draft's good.
Because like, so when I think through the drafts this week, in the first game it's like Senna's first pick for the other team, and like boom, Seraphine right away. And then yesterday it was Viego, and then boom, Nidalee, something like no one else is playing. And today it's an Ezreal, and it's like, boom, our answer is like Talia Sivir. That's not improv. That's like, hey, by the way, we really like Talia and Sivir into Ezreal?
Well, that's
because no one else likes this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like Luger's like pocket pick, I guess, because he's always talking about it. But yeah, I mean, we got more pocket picks as well.
It's
but
cool.
It's definitely like just deep in the pool. I mean, there's like so many champs in the league now, so.
Yeah.
What I want to talk about is your initial meta read, right? Because you boot camped, came back. Your coach, ThinkCard, talked about this already a little bit in his sideline interview, but like you have a very dramatically different approach to this patch than any other LCS team. The only teams that I've seen have anything close to you are actually in Academy, in NA Academy. So what went behind like just your overall approach to the meta and this belief that enchanters are this strong?
Well, I mean, you just have to like play the game. Like as a support, like you probably feel really bad if you're playing like Nautilus, for example, you're just dying every time you like get a Q in now. So it's like, it doesn't really feel good to play like melee supports that just go in and die, and if you can't win the engage, because like everyone's like so terrible.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the read on the meta is a bit different than maybe we're just ahead of the meta a bit, but I think all the champs have like potential, and it's just like what fits with your team.
Cool.
And so kind of talking about it in kind of that angle, playing in Academy, you were playing a whole width of champions, like 80 carries top lane kind of thing, right? A bit of the shy style, but a lot of the times hearing from top laners making the move from Academy to LCS is naturally, you kind of have to change that because it's much harder with the competition in the LCS. You know, you get either targeted a little bit by the enemy jungle, or the angles that you found in Academy aren't necessarily there in the LCS. With that, like, when you started scrimming in the LCS and going up against top laners from the LCS, especially going through this week, can you explain kind of that feeling? Do you feel like you can, like how steep is the competition there? Or are you kind of like, oh, this is much easier than I thought?
I mean, there's only like 2 really good tops. There's like Bwipo and Impact, and then everyone else is, I think, pretty meh.
Yeah.
Like I don't really worry about them, but playing against Bwipo and Impact and is like just really good. Like they're gonna beat me, but I'm gonna learn from them. And
is that some someday slander?
I mean. But yeah, it's like people in like from just Korean Solo queue, like they're also very talented. So it's like that's like kind of the competition really. It's like career's the end game, and then everyone is just like boot camp.
Yeah. Do I have time for another question?
Yeah, keep going. Hi is over there still trying to load clips into Telestrator. So
I full faith. I always come to
You got this, Hi.
Anytime also that we have a pro player on the desk, I mean, we're going to go as long until the producers take us off.
First off, really love the trash talk so far, right? You're just throwing shots everywhere. But I also heard you say, like, by end of split, top 3.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so confident? Because COG was what, 6-12 in LCS, and then you're the only new
that
addition.
was before me, but also it's like, I mean, Worlds is in NAs here.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That's just my goal. So I mean, even if, like placing top 4, top 5 won't really matter.
For sure.
In the grand scheme of things. So top 3 is definitely my goal. I think EG and TL are definitely like probably 1 and 2, interchangeable, and then from there it's just
more open field.
Yeah, I guess
just have to slot ourselves in.
Yeah, I mean,
be competitive.
Makes total sense for the confidence, but like maybe where do you think COG's made the most improvements, like outside yourself? And High's good to go apparently.
Yeah. We'll answer this and then we'll send you over. You're pulling double duty today.
I don't know, honestly. Like I'm just gonna play my game. I didn't really.
Right.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think we just have good players. Like.
Yeah.
So I'm just confident. No,
That's great.
Not to be,
Nice.
This is that simple.
Fair enough. Well, from ours and Jat's hard-hitting questions over to High's, I think we're already at the Telestrator, so we're sending Dokla over for the Pro to Pro. Break it down.
All right, welcome. Sorry about the technical difficulties here. I gotta say, I'll take partial fault for that. But I got 4 clips for you. I'm gonna run them one by one. This first clip is just, I wanna talk to you about how do you feel about the Jace and Fiora lane in general. This first clip just has Licorice back in really early.
Yeah.
Just tell me about how you think this lane should go, and then why do you choose to buy the longsword over the corrupting pot, which is the common option, right? So just run me through that.
Yeah, I mean, so this lane is pretty hard early because Jace is like super nerfed in the early game because he's really oppressive. So I think you need 3 pots to get through the early lane phase, and yeah, Licorice took a pretty early base because he wouldn't be able to contest me on the wave. Like that was like right outside my tower, so I was able to stack a wave and just get my base off. So I was in a pretty good spot because I have more like effective gold to spend relative to him. So the next time I'm coming back to lane, like I'll be maybe like 400 to 500 effective gold up on him. So I was in a good spot.
Gotcha. So then that went pretty well for you then. So then the next clip I have here that I'll bring up is the top lane gank that you guys got on him. First off, you'll see that if I pull up the mini map here, you'll see that they start pathing from mid lane all the way up to your lane. Can you tell me about who's making the comms there and then how you're feeling as this is going through?
That's Contract's making that call here. He's pretty aware of my lane state as well. I should probably talk more about that. But yeah, we made the call that we're making a wave top and we want to just pressure and use Rift. But if he stays there in tower, then we're just going to try to dive him. So yeah, I mean, he was just, I guess, out of position. I mean, it's hard to say he's out of position when he's like that far outside his tower, but yeah, I mean, we just got a good player, and I mean, I probably should have flashed a 0 here, but...
Well, you flashed later anyway, right? So at the end of the day, it worked out. So then I guess from here at this point, you've gotten a tower dive on him, he's really behind. Do you feel like how the game went after this is how it should normally go, or what would you have done differently? Because my next clip I'm gonna pull up is this Baron take. Before this, you guys were super behind. Luckily, you guys made a good call to get this Baron. Well, I guess not luckily, it's a good call to take this Baron. So can you run me about how, as I play this clip, can you tell me about how the lane went, or post that, and how you're feeling about the game?
Yeah, generally it's like Fiora can still fight Jace 1v1. It's just like pockets of vision they have to play in to like get chunks on him. And then here it's like we pushed him out because they were trying to start Baron, which felt really shaky for them because they didn't really know like how to progress a game with Fiora, who's not really winning on side. So they just started playing Baron, and then we just found a timing where they're just chunked and need to base, and we managed to get the Baron.
Awesome. So then after this point, do you feel like you guys are in control of the game now? Do you feel like you're going to win?
I mean, absolutely, because Fiora really struggles into like Baron creeps. Like she's just a bad team fighter in general, and we have Talia as well, so it makes it really hard for her. So with the Baron, I mean, I think it will probably take a soul for us to close it out because they do have pretty good wave clear. But I mean, the fight just starts here, and then we end up playing the game off of it.
Right, so as you're pathing over here, is there any point while you're watching this fight, since you're not involved yet, do you feel like it's like a game one team fight for you, or are you feeling pretty scared about this fight?
No, I think this fight is like really won once we get the Talia combo on them, and then here it's just like, I think we just win, even though I like messed up my E on the Fiora. It's just, Fiora really does never wants a team fight, so it's like, it's really bad when she has to like TP into like a losing fight, so it's just like one from there.
Gotcha. So then my last question, and thank you for doing this, is Azael is talking about how he feels as Licorice is like kind of like the bar between like the echelon and the top laners. And as you just beat him here, do you feel like you're getting close to that, the echelon and the top laners? I know they were talking about how you're only really scared of, was it Blippo and Impact?
Blippo and Impact.
Right, so those are the two that you're looking out for, and then everyone else is kind of similar, or is there still like tier differences between that?
Honestly, I didn't even give much thought to that. I'm just looking out for Blippo and Impact, but I do think like some people can have good days, you know. It's like I'll probably have a bad game here and there, but that's not gonna like waver my confidence. You know, we're not gonna go like undefeated or something. We're probably gonna lose to a couple of these teams that I think we're better than, but it's just like overall throughout the split, I think my goal is top 3, and yeah.
Awesome, yeah. I mean, you 3-0'd, so be proud of yourself. I mean, it's been, what, 5 years? They said 2017 summer since you guys had 3-0 to start. So hell yeah, keep it up. Yeah. And thank you for taking the time to do this. We're gonna toss it back to the casters. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Hi, we are the Doug Duo. I am David Friturli. This is Isaac Azil Cummings Bentley. Are you aware you have twice as many last names as me?
It depends how you look at it, right?
Okay.
Because it's like a hyphenated last name.
Yeah. Is it still
does
one last
that
name, then?
still count as one last
I don't know.
name?
I just
feel like
wanted
it's just one really long last name.
It is one really long last name. And the question is it Cummings minus Bentley? Like, have you like subtracted? It's like 0 last names. Okay. Yeah, I have to find a new intro every single time, and it's our 5th game together, so I've got to like keep trying to one up myself. It's gonna get bad by the end of Summer Split if it wasn't
I feel like
already.
that's more the subtraction. It's not really the
I'm the subtraction. Yeah, I'm a negative experience to everyone watching the LCS and those standing up here on the
not
desk.
a normal Summoner's Rift experience. Anytime I'm casting with Frig is definitely not a normal Summoner's Rift experience.
It's a negative gaming.
Yeah, it's definitely negative gaming.
Oh no. Well, speaking of negative gaming, it has been a rough start for both of these teams. It's a good segue. It is a pretty good segue. Yeah, Immortals season opener was getting perfect gamed.
Yes.
For the first time in 3 years.
Yes.
So that is a pretty rough one. And in their second game, I'm glad they won, I am, but it was a huge comeback. They were getting really slammed, and hey, good job to find the way back in, but like, that's not the heartening win you want, right? You have CLG who's like, we 3-0'd. We've come back from spring, right? Like, we're ready to go. And this one's like, ooh, we won, and we maybe shouldn't have, right? And so it's like, okay, they can build upon that, right? This team can be good. I really believe in these players, but like, I just need to see more from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is definitely a big question mark. I mean, they came back from 8,012 gold was the deficit, actually, you know, at its largest from FlyQuest, which, you know, if we're being honest, is more dependent upon the team that is actually ahead than it is the team that is behind. At that point, I think it is really kind of like largely out of your hands, unless it is just like an astronomical difference as far as, you know, scaling, which it wasn't really in that game. But still, if you're Immortals, you're still going to be really happy to win that game regardless of how it happened, right? Because you went from absolute disaster, getting perfect gamed, to, okay, it was shaky, but we came back and got a win. If they can actually get a win here against TSM, who is also really having a lot of struggles, I mean, they're 0-2. You know, we saw Tactical was tweeting, you know, very kind of hard on himself, saying like, sorry guys, I just suck. You know, he had some games that obviously, and some plays that he would really like to get back, got caught out in both games in a number of critical situations that really did hurt TSM. But let's be honest, it's not just been about Tactical by any means. TSM has been struggling, I think, to play cohesively. I will say one bright spot for me has been Spica. I think Spica has individually been really good, creating some pretty large advantages in both of those games as an individual. But TSM need to do a better job of actually, you know, taking what they were building in the early game and really kind of moving that forward as a team. They seem to struggle to know how to kind of progress the game state. And I think that ends up with them in these weird situations where there's like, there's someone, I guess let's try to kill him, and not really fully thinking through the situation.
So we'll see if these teams can level up. To give a bit of silver lining to the rough start on these squads, TSM's first loss was to 100 Thieves. Clearly a very, very good team. They dropped the CLG yesterday, who, hey, are 3-0 in first place. So TSM, I mean, based on some degree of pedigree and some degree of results, like, have actually had a relatively hard schedule. On the other side, the one game Immortals actually did lose was to Team Liquid, which I think unanimously is like a 1-2 team, right? Like, they're either first, second for almost everyone
TL
watching.
and EG, basically everyone has as the top teams. I mean, Bjergsen even said, you know, you have to watch out for EG. So clearly, you know, very tough teams that they have gone up against.
So it's like, okay, you lost to maybe the best team in the league. We give you a pass. It come back a little weird, but now it's time to kind of shape up here. All right, into the draft, and looking at, I think Senna already locked in. I think is an outstanding champion in this patch.
And I do think that there's a lot to be said for momentum and kind of what it does for your mental. Lucian left up, not banned out. Lucian Nami grabbed up immediately for Tactical and Mia. Will be interesting to see if it's just kind of the default pairing of Senna TK, or if it's going to be something a little bit different. generally we've been seeing 4 AD bans like almost every game, but that was not the case in this one. Immortals going more for kind of like specific targeted champions, banning out the Ezreal that's usually left up, saying, hey, that's more of a tactical special, banning out the Huni Rumble, TF for Maple. I think champions that can move around the map are Maple's best champions because I don't think his strength is in his laning, it is in his map movement from everything I've seen. He's really good to play, when he's moving around the map.
Right.
He did bring out the Galio yesterday. That one didn't feel that successful. In his first game, he was playing the Azir, created an enormous CS advantage over Abadaga, who has been struggling in lane, to be fair, but wasn't really able to convert on that.
Right.
And we're going to see what the option is now. I mean, you can just take mid lane counterpick right now and then do 5th pick top lane, and you have counterpick for both of the soul lanes, and you even had answer to bot lane because Senna was first picked. So to me, that just feels like a no-brainer because you end up in that situation where you have essentially like all 3 lanes counterpicked, but they're putting a very high prio clearly on Viego.
Yeah, okay, Wukong is S tier. Viego, the most picked champion in competitive League of Legends in Summer Split, and it is going to be still wearing that crown, broken though it may be, as the Ruin King is going to be locked in here. And I guess to continue the thought around kind of picking mid, again, I agree you totally could pick an Azir counter here. If you think there are at least 3, like, well, we'll take 2 bans, get rid of whatever you think is 1 and 2, and we're happy with number 3 in the list, and it's still going to feel good. We just really want to pinch the jungle pool down. And if they think the difference between counter A and counter C is negligible, okay, defend the draft decision, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's totally fair. And if you're just going to play like Kokiri Azir or Victor Azir or whatever and just farm anyway, like, then maybe who cares? So I do think it's definitely defensible. It also, I think, largely depends on how large is the champion pool of Kenby. If your read is that, hey, Kenby can only play a couple of these champs, because Kenby is going to have to adjust his playstyle, right? Like when he was coming from 100 Thieves largely played for Kenby, and he got to play this really kind of resource-hungry playstyle. I don't think that's going to be his experience on Immortals, right? Where Power of Evil is not the guy to kind of sacrifice his lane to play for jungle. He's more going to prioritize his farm. He wants to be that big team fight carry later on. So Kenby is going to have not only much tougher opponents in the LCS where the jungle pool is extremely strong. I think this is actually our strongest position overall.
I agree.
In the LCS. So tougher opponents.
Yep.
And now getting focused here as well. Kindred was a champion that he's really well known for. Again, that really kind of feast play style where he's getting all the farm. He's being that big carry.
So here's the list of champions Kenby's played more than twice with a positive win rate in descending order of pick rate. Number 1, Viego. Number 2, Lee Sin. Number 3, Kindred. Ring a bell here in the draft.
Yeah.
Then you go 3 champions down of sub 50% win rate champs, and then 3 games on Italy, 3 games Diana, 3 games on Graves, all positive. And those are, I mean, you can play some, Diana, at least, Diana, Yasuo at some point. I'm still with Azir, but they've been like, hey, we are taking up your top 3, and your next 3 you don't win on.
And to be fair, this is only really from Spring Split, right? So
yeah, sure.
The vast majority of his games were on those 3, and that was kind of the meta, to be fair. So at least Kindred was not, that was a little bit out there, but Viego Lee Sin. So we'll be interested to see where he is going to take us. Wukong obviously was banned out, first round of bans. Fiora grabbed again here blind. So more and more people just feeling like it's actually just that strong. This is my perm ban when I play top lane in solo queue right now. Like, I actually just think Fiora is good early and outscales you late. So it is very frustrating to actually deal with in a 1v1 situation.
No, it's not. There's no way.
No, it's a jungle pick, so it would make no sense.
Yeah, I know. But so Singed mid, by the way, is incredibly good. It's basically...
Oh, this would be an interesting carry pick.
Yo, I love it.
Okay.
The less spicy
like
version
this.
of Rengar is Nocturne.
Yeah, but really, really good for playing through sides, right? Now you have not only Fiora, you have Fiora with Senna ult and Nocturne ult, right? So Fiora can play through side, and if you're even doing okay in that 1v1, Senna ult plus Nocturne ult can really make the difference. So it becomes very difficult. And we'll see, is Huni just going to go like, all right, I'm going to play something that loses like a Sejuani or an Ornn or whatever and try to play defensively? That's not really Huni's style. If he does go for the Vladimir, I think this is risky because you've got to expect that there's going to be a lot more help coming for Revenge than there is for Huni. So maybe a bit of a tough one for him. We'll see. Looks like a trade bug again, so I think we're going to have another remake, unfortunately. The client seems to be struggling pretty hard these days.
That isn't unlucky. So we just get more time to talk about the draft.
Yep.
Gives me time to look up solo queue data for matchups that I haven't seen a lot of in pro play. Obviously, right, Fiora is new to the pro meta for the first time since around 2015, it feels like.
I mean, it's been in over the years, especially in LPL, to be fair, but as a niche pick.
Right, so it's like, hey, I haven't seen a lot of Fiora Vlad matchups, right? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna, for now, rely on solo queue until we get enough pro play. We're like, okay, I've seen the matchup play out enough that I like it. So let's talk about what us mortals at home have done in Fiora Vladimir. So much like the Jace matchup, win rate dropped by 2%. Vladimir makes up some ground by the matchup being good, so Huni has indeed found a matchup that, at least by solo queue data, looks really good into the champion. As far as laning stats, Fiora actually favored very slightly in First Blood, but what's the opposite of favored? Disfavored? Disfavored in First Tower, which means that you're generally going to see...
I guess.
Oh, sorry?
You're like an underdog.
Yeah, you're an underdog. So she is the underdog in terms of lane pressure.
Yeah.
Unsurprising, right? It was much more neutral in Jace matchup. It is actually quite Vlad flavored. Flavored? Sure. Vlad favored here as far as lane pressure.
Blood?
Raspberry?
Oh. I guess I went
What
much
is your,
darker.
What is your, yeah,
I said
well,
blood.
yeah, what is your default red flavor? My favorite red flavor is cherry, but...
I feel like the default is strawberry, if I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
It's not my favorite of the red flavors.
Agreed.
I think raspberry is just better.
Yeah, I agree. As a fruit and as an artificial flavor, actually.
Actually, both. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
But strawberry, I would say, is the default.
Okay. What is your tier list of red fruit?
Of for the actual fruit, like eating the fruit.
Yeah.
I would say it's like raspberries and cherries are up near the top.
Yep.
Apples are pretty good. I eat apples. But as far as like berries, it would be like kind of like cherry and raspberry.
Yeah.
And then strawberries below.
Strawberries
good
below?
Strawberries are good.
Yeah.
But like average strawberries are not so good.
Are below average.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
Dragon fruit. I'm glad we got some audience interaction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pomegranate is also actually really good. I like
delicious.
pomegranate seeds
All
a
right.
lot. Those are delightful.
One of my S tier red fruits, tomatoes. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I knew this was. I could see the grin on your face, and I was like, he's going somewhere stupid, but I don't know where it is.
Yeah. So,
and I just had to really mentally prepare for that.
Here's why. I don't like snack on tomatoes. I mean, they actually are good. You can pop cherry tomatoes, but like they're so versatile. They're in everything. They make French fries better. They like make pizza. Like they're just they're an outstanding fruit. Also, here's a fun note, by the way. Tomatoes are fruit. They are legally vegetables in terms of import-export like tax codes. They're put in the same
Only
bucket
you know
as
this,
like
by the way.
But
There's
cool, right?
like one guy who works in like importing. He's at home and he's really excited right now. He's like, hell yeah! And everyone else is like, what are you talking?
Yeah, but they're in the same like tax bracket as like carrots and stuff. Which I found interesting, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So
How are you gonna tie this back in?
Well, if TSM play really poorly again, we may throw tomatoes at them like you do for bad stage performances.
Oh, okay. Oh, you hear the booing.
But I did tie it back in, right? It wasn't a non sequitur.
Yeah,
it wasn't a good sequitur.
No.
But it was one.
It was a freak sequitur.
Yeah.
It was par for the course.
Par for the course. It was like a 17 for like 30 yards.
Oh my god. All right. Well,
really hectic mini golf course.
Yeah, apparently.
Keep going. All right. So, I'm excited to see more Fiora though. I'm really actually happy for now that she's in the meta. Solo queue notwithstanding, all of my friends who play top lane are bad against and as Fiora. I think my team, like my friends that I play with, are like a combined 0, 41, and 2 on Fiora, like across 3 games. It's bad. But every once in a while, they're like, pick whatever you want for me top lane. I'm like, I'm locking in Fiora. Have fun, trade me
That's
Nocturne.
why when I play top lane, I just pretend Fiora doesn't exist because it's always banned.
It.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. My strat is get my friends to pick Mordekaiser and flex it jungle, so they'll kind of pick Mord, and they'll be like, all right, you get kind of pick. He's like, still kind of picking myself, though. I'm like, okay, great. That's good. But we try, Friends with low champion pool, sometimes a little bit of a tough one here.
Can be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of really, really good matchups into Fiora, to be honest, unless you're willing to get pretty spicy. Like if you're willing to get, more aggressive.
Yeah.
Just because she's just so generically strong right now.
She is.
I do think Quinn can be a pretty good answer. I've seen Akshan do okay. Poppy is like fine if you want to kind of try to neutralize. Poppy can always work pretty well in some of those matchups, but there's not a lot of like outstanding matchups, to be honest. And even some of those, even some of the range matchups, if you make a misstep, you can definitely be in trouble.
Oh, absolutely.
If your flip ever gets parried as Quinn, Turns out you instantly die, and then you lose for the rest of the game.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you just don't get to use flip, and you just auto-attack, and if you ever do anything to me...
You always have to wait till after the parry.
Yeah. Or you fully win the mind game of like, hey, she's in melee range, I think she won't hit W.
Yep.
And if I'm guessed correctly, I get a stun. If I guess incorrectly, I literally die.
Yep. It's not a good trade-off there. All right, but we are into game.
Yes!
Got through the pick and ban. The dreaded trade bugs will hopefully not last till next week.
Let's hope. I would like some freer trades here in the LCS in North America. Let's hope we get it happening. Immortals and TSM are heading on to the Rift for our last game of the weekend, and we'll see if TSM manage to be a full 0-3. If they will find themselves a win here in the first week of summer. Got ourselves a nice TSM. Jay, you can keep going. How? No, actually, oh no, I'm not gonna. Never mind. I'm gonna say, how long could you TSM champ? But that just feels like really like a bad question to ask.
It is, yeah.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All right, 5 top tier 4 Immortals. Do they have
I would love if no one ever walks out. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so it's actually lost starting with the Super. They'll probably give the XP to their soul laner.
Yeah, Ignar needs to walk away. Yeah, loss has to be there.
Wait.
So sharing it 4 ways is fine. I believe you can share it 4 ways and you still get level 2 off the first wave. Doesn't affect junglers in any way at all. I think there aren't any breakpoints there. So, okay, the guy who sweeps gets 10 gold. Good job, lost. The guy who last gets 10 gold. Okay, you've printed 20 money. Good job, congratulations. As long as you split it at most 4 ways, XP is locally shared, like with any minion. It will make Revenge and PoE level off of 6 minions.
Okay, I've got. Usually I don't do this, but the in-game chat was actually really good in this one. Just immediately as they go 5 top, tactical in all chat. Revenge needs 5-man. Speaker goes, Revenge already needs help.
Sadly, no reply.
No reply. Well, there was an XD earlier.
Yeah, well, yeah. Vika said lol, Revenge said XD, and then his whole team backed him up. Nice. Salut. On to this one. Kenvi, wow, needs 3. I mean, just Immortals, very team-focused, heavy leash here.
Can't even 1v1 the red buff.
Yeah, wow. Just despicable.
My head.
Yep. SMH my head. Lost gonna go for, auto Q. No.
Is me at E-Star or W? Let's see.
W.
E-Star can be pretty nice. If you go E-Star on both, and then you just E the Lucian level 1, and you just kind of auto E in, and then auto, you proc PTA, you proc Electrocute. Can be quite nice. Gonna be interested to see how this one goes. Generally, if you're playing Fiora into Vlad, and really all the melee champions into Vlad, you need to be kind of on Vlad's face aggressively, especially in the early levels when his cooldowns are very long. Anytime he uses Q, he doesn't have any spells for quite some time, so you want to try to get those aggressive trades. And on the Vlad side, you're really just looking to kind of trade around your spell cooldowns. You want to be using Q every single time it's up, as already forcing the heal. That is rough from Lost. He's down a potion, down a summoner here, and on. I've got to be honest, it just feels like a little bit painful every time you see someone get caught off guard by that, like a level 2 or something like that, right? Level 2's power spike on Lucian, that is like, I remember people making videos on that like 8 years ago. Yeah. So it's something that's been around for a while. You got to pay respect. You can count the minions, and is a little bit too close there, so loses his summoner. We'll see if it's going to actually amount to anything more than just a little bit of pressure, but you've got to pay respect to Lucian Nami, because this is one of those lanes that can just blow you out of the game if you make mistakes.
Absolutely, and it is really early game skewed, right? This is the Electrocute version for Nami, which is all anyone plays in pro play, but it is really, really early game skewed. Like in a much later game team fight, you'd actually rather have Aerie shielding once in a while. Like solo Q in it actually puts Aerie as the generically stronger room, but if you're like, no, we're gonna slam bot lane, all we care about is crushing this lane, which, hey, fair point, that's your call, it's your call. Electrocute is just like so reliably applied.
I will say, I'm a little bit surprised he went cleanse this game. Doesn't feel like there's that many good things to cleanse. I mean, it's like Tahm Kench stun. How often is that going to happen? There's the fear from Nocturne. There's the root from Senna. So there are a couple little things, but it feels like heal is much more reliable in this game, unless you think you're always going to be the target from Nocturne and going to need it for the fear every time.
A lot of it is the prediction of being exhausted. I think it's reasonable to expect exhaust in this lane from like Gnar or something, and you're like, well, I don't get to finish the all-in if you exhaust someone away from me, so a lot of times you will see very aggro lanes run cleanse just as an anti-summoner spell.
Yeah, it's interesting. And if that's his read, I think that's fair. We have been mostly seeing, it seems like, on Tahm Kench, we've been seeing a lot of TP in Senna TK, and we've been seeing Ignite some.
Yeah.
So I guess my read wasn't that it was going to be exhaust, but if that is the read, I think that makes sense. And I think that would kind of explain it. But Kenby now here, down towards bot side. They see Tribrush. He is not warded.
Speak is here.
But he would be spotted as he goes out of this, and Kenby could face check Speak here.
Information advantage, TSM. Look
he
at the stun
react?
from the wall. They find the stun. Here comes the rest, and Tom Catch not in the right spot. Spell shield is on. Kenby is forced to flash. A flash follow. Will it be enough? Yes, it is. First blood in Anami, and they find a bubble for a little bit more. Won't be a kill, but TSM are on the board.
Nicely done. They use all the summoners on the support there, but they do get the first blood. Spica again, right place, right time, has been having really strong early games. All 3 games, it feels like, for TSM. Spica has been looking good here.
Yep, after health bar. That's how hard the trade is. And you know about Senna is you can try to heal back up. You have Fleet, you have Q, but she's Zoom.
And guess what? Nami has blue buff, which is actually a big deal because now you can just kind of spam it out. Normally, I mean, it is still bad that first blood honestly went to the Nami. You would much rather have it on the Lucian, for example. But in this case, it does make it really easy to win out on these trades. The Repose is going to force the pool there from Huni, but you have to be respectful anytime the Empowered Q is up. You got to back it up, wait for him to use it on a minion, then go back in. You cannot afford to be taking those Empowered Qs as the melee champion in this matchup.
Yeah, I know the damage obviously is really relevant. I think the heal is higher when it's on champion as well.
It
I
is.
haven't played Lab in so long. Yeah,
so I think it's significantly reduced if I'm recalling correctly.
It's like a 400 health delta total, you losing and him gaining. If you like dodge Empowered Q on you, it's like the most important part of playing the lane out.
Yep. Empowered healing is reduced to 30% against minions.
Yeah.
So I knew it was really significant. I couldn't remember the exact number, but yeah, it is massive.
And that's why literally below his health bar is, here's where my next Q is going to be big. It's nice, it makes playing around the cooldown very easily, but it's like, it's turning red. Get out of range or you lose everything you ever gained in this lane. A little bit of a root there, won't matter though. Gets away behind the minions, so Tongue Lash cannot land. Fair enough.
But lost to Zoom, and that's a healer on the other side. So, you know, if TSM can continue to actually push this advantage, just make the most out of the blue buff. Just spam your spells out. Continue to try to punish and whittle him down. I mean, Lost is getting low. He's out of mana. This blue buff actually making quite a difference here in this 2v2. So, you know, Spica, right place, right time. Can be unable to react with the spell shield. You know, the W coming out of the brush. It is a very tight timing to be able to react. But as soon as that connected, it felt like TSM was going to get the kill, and they were able to do so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just like Kenvy's camera's like down on the bottom line of the duo.
Yeah, very likely.
And you know, sucks. You know, it's going to be a hard one to react to, of course, in the first place. But yeah, that fight went really, really well, and TSM get control for a while.
Another small little thing to note is that oh, actually, this is really interesting. Berserker Greaves Rush for Power of Evil.
Oh, cool.
That is very atypical. Of course, attack speed is useful, but still, almost everyone goes Sork Boots on Azir. So I am pretty surprised to see this. He is one of the guys that consistently has a different read. I don't know the math on this, so I'm not going to pretend to know it. If you think you're going to be able to sit and auto attack constantly, then I think it makes some sense. My read, though, just looking at team comp on TSM, is like, who is the guy that you're going to be able to sit and just constantly auto attack, right? Yeah. Because if you're just using more like Q-poke spells and stuff, which is kind of how I think it's going to function against Vladimir, Lucian, Nami, Corki, they're not just champions that are going to sit there and trade autos with you as much.
Yeah.
I feel like Sork Boots is just way better in those situations. So I think it's a weird build, but he always has his reasoning, and I'll be interested to hear, you know, from Power of Evil what his read was in this one.
A couple things I can bring up. So we have no action, let's talk about it. So Azir builds right now aren't building Yashutooth anymore.
Yeah.
Right? We're seeing a lot of Leandry's Demonic. We saw Luden's Rylays from Ablaze Olive in the previous game. And he's like, okay, I'm choosing to go Conqueror instead of Lethal Tempo, which win rate-wise, Zilla Q is actually equal. Like, it's a reasonable option as far as I can tell. And so he's like, okay, well, where am I getting my attack speed? It's not Lethal Tempo, right? It's like none of my runes. It's not my items. I'll get it from Zerk Greaves. Now, I don't fully agree. Solo Q supports Sork Shoes is a way better boot option than Zerk Greaves. So, again, your results may vary, but like that feels like the logic.
Yeah. I also just tend to think, though, that Comet just makes way more sense in this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll see. We'll see how it does turn out. You know, again, he is one of those guys who I do respect that, you know, when he goes for these weird builds, he has his reasoning and he's willing to kind of come out and he'll usually tweet about it and say, hey, this is my thought process. So I am interested to hear about it. But I do think if there was like a really tanky front line, I could see how you're going to stack Conqueror and you're going to get a lot of auto attacks off, and that's going to make the attack speed in the Conqueror more worthwhile. But does seem like maybe a hard one to actually make work in this. But we'll continue to follow that throughout the game. For now, though, going pretty well for TSM. 1.5k gold lead here. Feels like they're doing well in all three lanes, you know, winning in all three lanes right now, and farm advantage in jungle. So that has opened up a pretty significant edge. They got the first dragon not super early, but can look to try to move towards a potential soul here.
All right, blue buff onto his ERP. We can have no problems with mana right now as he moves back towards his lane. And that gets the minions. Okay, cool. Obviously pretty easy to last hit minions and whatnot. One thing to talk about with Zerkers as well, by the way, is, right, Zerks give you wave clear, Sork Shoes do not. And minions do not have MR, so you're going to get better minion kills that way. And if he wants boots too for dodging things like Corki Rockets or Viego ganks, and it's like, well, I can do boots too that do nothing for me, or I can do boots too that give me lane control, and that could be another version of that build. Either way, you know, some of these jigsaw pieces do fit together. We've got...
Can be looking.
Yeah.
This is a tough one to get, though, honestly, with Ghost.
Goes for it. All right, ulti on. She'll get the fear unless you flash. She's going to get the fear, but will it be enough is the question. Cool soon. Next Q will nearly kill. He's going to find a little bit more. Here we go to the tower, and that's going to be blood on the floor, seeping into the dirt. That's Immortals on the board.
Well played there. Up on that top side, they were just able to hard force. They get both summoners, they get the ulti, and they get the kill onto Revenge. That is really good for Immortals there. Putting some pressure down on the bot side, but Immortals had the read that Speaker might look for a counterplay down in that bottom lane and are able to back it off, not get dove, and still should be able to collect this full wave. So really all TSM will get as an answer is just the Raptors, it looks like, and a tiny bit of pressure there down on bottom side, but that's going to be really nice. So I'm going to be interested to see, you know, will Revenge go towards anti-healing very early? Anti-heal has been nerfed in these most recent set of patches, but the items have also just been made more efficient with higher amounts of AD.
Yeah.
So I can kind of see both sides of the thought process there, but anti-heal is just so important against Vladimir, and also usually Viego has a significant amount of healing. Nami obviously has healing, so I do think it's going to be pretty useful in this game.
Yeah, it's going to. Oh, okay. Rip. I like it. It's cool. So yeah, the quick math, by the way, on the way, Grievous Wounds was updated, even compared to before any of the nerfs. So back compared to 12.9, you are basically paying less per 1% of Grievous Wounds than you were before because of how much more efficient the items got, right? So like, Executioner's Calling, you know, instead of paying, I'm gonna make up numbers here, instead of paying like 300 gold for 40 Grievous, you're paying like 100 gold for 25 Grievous, which is like, oh, I'm paying less for less, but I'm paying much less for less, right? Assuming you're okay having these weird like demi power spikes where it's not, you know, it's not giving you mythic passive, right? It's not the Ravenous Hydra, it's a chain sword, and that can change things around, right? So it makes it a complex question you can't just solve by, well, the gold value is X instead of Y. It's like the game's harder than that, and it makes a judgment call.
Yeah. I mean, you have to make the read then. It's like, do I have a better 1v1 if I actually, you know, early spike on my Mythic, or am I going to be better suited to have an early Executioners plus pieces of the Mythic? And those are things that, you know, they're going to have to feel out and try to figure out on their own. But thus far, face check here could be in trouble.
Good damage to Ignar. Only hits him. On the last they go, but he's got the Devour. He's going to jump over the wall, so this should provide safety. Well done. Lost had just enough health. Thank you, Durability Update, and gets away safely.
Yeah, just barely able to get out of there. The bubble not quite connecting onto Lost, and there was no ultimate available for Mia, because remember, he used it to actually stop the recalls. I think that would have been the difference, to be able to actually have that to chain on the bubble and Tom Kench. He couldn't have got the Devour off, so maybe regretting using that now, but still a good bit of pressure there from TSM, and Maple has package here.
Once in, package going to be traded away. He's like, I know what you're coming for. I know you're going to try for the shuffle back, so packages with which has unstoppability, and it comes in. Kenvi going to instantly summon Herald here. It gets the sweeper afterwards. It's a free cooldown, by the way. You can always spam your trinket immediately after summoning Herald. It will refresh the cooldown anyway. Probably a bug, but by the way, you can always just spam that button and get it back up here. The wave will be shepherded in, and that will be 2 plates, by the way, only going to Kenvi. Revenge did not hit the turret, so plus 320 to the Nocturne.
Yep, not too bad. At least they got it off. You know, I must imagine it was about to expire, because it seemed like a little bit of a strange drop. They just dropped it right in the river.
He went early.
But they do get the charge off, so not too bad. And potential to take down that tower later on. Going to be a bit of poke there onto Power of Evil, of course, as the bubble did land. But I have to say, Immortals has really kind of stabilized, because it did look like TSM was going to be able to kind of snowball their advantage a bit more. You know, they got an early laning lead in all the lanes. That one kill towards top side really helping to kind of stop at that little bit of pressure. This is the face check once more here from the brush. Not able to land the double bubble. Lost backing up just barely enough. Not quite getting him. He was down to like 5% HP there with the Gale Force, everything connecting. But again, no Nami ultimate available, so they don't quite have the damage to actually finish him off.
And he lives, so that's pretty important here. But we still have, you can look at it, TSM up about 1,000 gold, up the first 2 Drakes. Obviously, a ton of bot lane pressure. Well done, Tactical and Mia. I mean, they have been doing really well down there. It's been sad that the team fights where Tactical has faltered, but he's been largely a quite good laner, and I mean, the start of his career was actually quite high. I thought he came in and actually played very well initially,
Yeah.
but has had his share of mistakes over the last year or so on TSM. It's tough to see. I like him a lot. I think he could be an excellent player, but it's been so rocky that he's often cost the games instead.
And I think he's one of those guys that I think when he is, in a good mental state and when he's playing at his best, he's one of the best players in the league. Like his peak is very, very high, I think. And having watched him a lot at Champions Queue and Solo Queue, he can really turn in some incredible performances. But when things are not going his way, it does seem to struggle with that pressure a little bit more. And that's one of the things that all these young players have got to deal with, and the older players as well. I mean, it's just different when you were playing on stage and knowing that everyone was watching you, knowing that they were judging your every move, and how much pressure can be added in that. Can be really tough for some of the players to deal with. As Immortals looking for the second Herald here, TSM all in the area, so you have to feel like maybe they're going to look to contest, but instead, just pushing through mid. We'll see if they can try to trade a tower here for this, or if Power of Evil will be able to clear it out.
And going to shuffle back over. Good little mechanics there. Gets all the way over the wall, and now looking for the rest of the wave clear will happen. Nocturne wants in as well. They're going to find a bit on the Corki there, but not enough, though. Kenvi going to be able to sidestep away from the bubble, but now we've got Vlad coming in. Big damage, should survive it. Even with Ignite, he should survive the ulti and will survive with about 50 health left now. So out goes Kenvi. Tom Kench ult not required. Herald Orb, I believe, has been picked up. It's got to be on someone here.
Yeah, they should have been able to grab it. It is on Kenvi, so Kenvi will be able to have that quick reset, probably try to get back out there. Might also just rush towards top and just drop it again. You can see kind of assist pings up towards top there from the Fiora. As it does end up looking... Oh!
Shuffle back in, deletion! TSM support MIA!
Mia not able to react, had the flash available there, not reacting in time, does get scooped in, ends up getting taken out. This Ignar who actually picks up the kill there.
Unlucky.
A little bit unfortunate, but still a nice play from Power of Evil, who's just about tied with Maple for richest in the game. Going to be scaling up quite well here. Should have his Leandries combined very soon if he doesn't already.
Safe comes out of the Nocturne. One of the nice things about getting the Eye is you get your 4-second recall. And every jungler I know wants to get that off at least once because it objectively gives you tempo. You actually save 4 seconds in your rotation, right? And you can save 4 seconds twice, maybe 3 times if you're constantly hitting uninspects you care about. So it does feel good to get to use at least once. But yeah, gonna look for some point here. Top lane tower is a charge away from dead. That would be 650 gold earned as long as you can gain the local gold. 500 plus the monthly first turret gold. So that's the hope. Love to see this, by the way. Lost trying to be near the jungler. Worth noting, big jungle monsters always drop a soul. So big Krug, big Raptor, big Wolf, right? You're always getting one, and then it's...
Sometimes you just hit the lotto.
And then, sometimes you get the lotto. I think it's the minion spawn rate, the generic minion spawn rate for all the little ones. So it's 1 in 6, roughly.
Yeah.
For everything else, you're like, hey, if I get lucky, I'm getting 4 souls off of Krugs. If I'm unlucky, I get literally 1.
Yeah, but it can be really, really nice. I mean, if you can time your movements around the map, you're not farming, right? We'll be able to grab first tower top. No one there to answer. So this is really nice. Solo gold there. And what is that Herald drop? Does both his Heralds
over the wall, I think.
Really, really weird.
I think he wanted it over the wall and didn't get it over the wall to come into mid.
But he is in mid.
Okay, then.
So he spawned it over the wall towards blue buff.
He wanted to delay until he could clear the wave first?
I don't know.
And then join the team.
Okay.
It actually times up, to be honest, with dragons spawning, the wave being cleared, and that will be a charge. Benefit of the doubt is actually might have been a 5-head Herald summon.
Yeah.
Or it was weird.
Very close to not actually getting the charge.
I know.
There, so it did make me a little bit nervous. Either way, gets the charge, so not a big deal. Solo gold first tower up there for revenge is going to be really, really nice. TP flank, though, coming in here from Maple. Have to think he has package with this TP angle. He does.
Slide ult hits, I think, only 1 right now. Ignar going to be a big threat. Great package, though. And will that be everyone dying? As here, solo kills on Tactical with every summoner available. 2-1 so far. Maple flashing to safety. No one dead else. But we got some reinforcement coming around. And Spica was temporarily sent up, tries to get his team some healing. And then 3v4, Kenvi just saying, you know what, mid lane it is. So TSM looking to say, yes, indeed, 3 Drakes in a row. TSM, though, down in gold, may not even lose their mid tower. So TSM, yeah, they lost one more champion, but that feels good to be on Soul Point.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to be really happy about that, especially with the fact that Tactical died. No summoner usage. Getting killed off there very, very quickly. And you had to think the fight could have gone really bad for them after that. Huni also didn't have any summoners available, and they still won that fight with one of your bot carries going down in a hurry. Maple did a really good job in this one, though. Got a lot of damage out, it felt, coming from that backside. Huni comes in, tries to enter. Azir is just roasting him. The package tags 3 members and gets a lot of damage out, but then Power of Evil straight into the back, absolutely deletes Tactical. Mia down in a hurry there as well. But Spica, Maple, and Huni, that top side of the map, playing really well in the team fight.
Woo! Already one down. Good kill back on the board for Tactical. Even through the Sen ulti, not going to be a problem here. Needs to run away. And as we now look for the red buff, I do want to talk about something with Tactical in the previous fight. If we get a second, looks like we have stopped for a minute. So actually, I don't think it's Tactical's fault. He died, there were summoners up. So he E'd backwards as soon as PoE shows up. PoE preemptively flash ulted, expecting to need the extra distance. That's a good flash by PoE, but I don't know if you should expect him to flash shuffle you when he started on top. So I think that's a defensible hold of flash. Once the flash happened, it was already too late. There's no way for a human to react to that one. So I think that is actually a defensible death where he did E on time, but PoE was a step ahead.
Yeah, totally fair. Well played there by PoE. TSM, though, on the push. They do get a kill towards the top side.
Just out of the side. Yeah, Tactical this time steps it away, holds his flash correctly, just walks away.
Yeah, barely able to sidestep that one. That's got to be frustrating for PoE. I'm sure he thought he had at least a summoner, if not a kill there. Well played by Tactical. Does survive it. Again, TSM on sole point here. Such a big team fight win in the last one. Kenvi.
Oh. The spot in, Huni gonna have plenty of damage available. Easy smite, but now he can chase one down. Gets the move speed, ulti in to follow a bit more just in case. Spell shield on, you cannot get the channel going. And Kenvi just straight up solo kills Huni.
I mean, Huni just stayed around. He saw him there, and instead of just backing up, drops the ult, ends up using the ult, dies, and doesn't even get the buff as it's secured there by Kenvi. So a really weird one from Huni. Gonna get punished pretty heavily there by Kenvi. Will they try to get more from this? Did they try to go over towards Baron or something like that? They do have a Azir. Would be risky, of course. And it will just be pushing out a wave. So it's gonna be 1 kill for the Nocturne ulti. Not that big of a deal, but Huni has got to pay respect to this Nocturne, who is relatively strong.
PoE, of course, now does as well. The problem is, yeah, Huni doesn't have flash, so he can never reliably break the chain. There's obviously literally no way for him to get away from that one. Easy grab now onto Power of Evil. Tidal Wave is there. He's got no way out. And the ult to claim the kill at the very end. Spica once again finds it 2-0, taking the Azir and demolishing the kingdom that Power of Evil built.
Nicely played. Another kill there on that top side for TSM. Tactical and Spica going to join up to actually knock down that tower. You can see Anathema's chains completed there for Kenvi. A little bit of an interesting choice because there's so many DPS threats. It doesn't feel like there's one kind of clear person you have to shut down. Yeah. My assumption is that he's going to be linking up to Maple, but we'll see who he actually does end up connecting with there. And it is, in fact, Maple. So Anathema's chains connected on him. The tenacity reduction is very nice. We'll see if he can actually land a fear onto Maple and make use of that.
Yeah, I don't love it, though, honestly. I feel like there are... Like, Steric's Gauge, by the way, actually got buffed. And is from what I can tell, limited data because no one's buying it yet. Actually a very defensible option if you're building a health mythic such as Stridebreaker. So actually is a pretty performant, durable second item.
I also think, with double AP soul laners and a non-insignificant amount of magic damage coming from Nami, you can just go like Force of Nature or something, right? Like, I think that can actually be pretty strong as well. But either way, it's neither hero there as he has gone a different option. I generally just feel like Anathema's is really strong if there's like one person who's putting out most of the damage on kind of like, more teams with like multiple tanks and things like that. Whereas TSM do have a lot of threats.
Yep, Vlad, Lucian, and Viego all just going to bypass that. You can mark them for anything, and you got a bit of bonus health, but not enough, so whatever. Going to move on for now, though. Obviously, he wants his fear to last longer, but I know that's like the intended synergy, right? Is, well, I'm guaranteed to land a fear on most of you, so... but not on Corki.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, if he can get that big fear on Corki, maybe that's kind of the difference maker. And that's what I like to track, try to think about, okay, why did they build this item and then see if it is really working out. It's all down, it feels like, to this fight here, though. 20 seconds until Soul potentially for TSM. Can Immortals actually win a fight? Take away that chance of the very early Soul. TSM already up 1.5k gold. So if they do get this one, it's going to be a really big deal. And package plus DP available again.
Gonna look good. Even a Ward and Tribush should know that all of Immortals are down there, and that means they get all of the control. This should be pretty reliable now. This is the kind of fight that you look like you want. Immortals going back on the other side. Spot the Ward, kills it with W, nicely done Tactical. And now the Dragon is up. Winner of Smite. If it's TSM, they get Soul. If it's Immortals, they get Breathing Room, and not much more. Summoners Well, Summons coming up. Nice poke, actually, down there. Good rockets out of Maple. Vlad marked by Revenge. Maybe the best we can get out of the Fjord. Jumps over the wall, wants to get in here. Good ulti. But a tactical push of PoE out of 500 HP. Huni might want this, but Revenge is marking him. This looks pretty reliable, honestly. When does Nocturne come in? And it's going to be the smite coming through. So claimed by Immortals, but will it be enough? A stopwatch. Will it time out the ult? Revenge wants the solo. Can't quite get it. And there we go. Follows him down. And now one traded back by Lucian, going in for a bit more, but Revenge is down. And we're going to have Tactical finding his. Azir gets one on the board now as well. And PoE playing the back lane goes to Maven, but the shots are going to land. And PoE will drop. And now only Ignore is left alive. Spica is up. 3 members of TSM are up, and Baron is in their sight.
Immortals get the dragon, but TSM crush the fight and are going to get a Baron off the back of this. A massive swing of gold here, so we can watch this one more time. I mean, Revenge really doing a good job winning out on this bottom side of that fight. But at the top, Maple really good positioning. Look at these rockets over the edge. They're chunking down Power People incredibly low. And with PoE low, it's very difficult for them to enter. The Nocturne ulti gets popped as we're back to live. Oh my
Baron
god.
killed Lucian and nearly killed Maple. Spica has enough there. They didn't have smite, and
okay, that got dicey.
That did get dicey.
That got actually really dicey. As oh my man,
all of them just took 1 million damage. Spica doesn't have ult actually.
Oh, he's actually gonna die to the top.
I wonder if he can lifesteal tank Ignore. Okay, not gonna kill him. Yep. All right, so 2 Baron buffs unclaimed. I'm not even sure if everyone else had spawned in time.
I think Mia would have been back up, so they should have 3, right?
Yeah, they should have 3, so they do. 2 Baron buffs gone, I should say, with Tactical being dropped and obviously Spica being killed. Still the right play. Not much more to say.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I just thought they were going to get an easy Baron take, so I wasn't really paying much attention to it. I was kind of watching the replay. But a couple do go down. So for now, the Baron buff not really getting them any sort of an advantage, as there was the shutdown going over there to Kenvi. We'll see, if Immortals can continue to kind of battle back here. As they are pretty far down now in gold. Plus soul point will remain for TSM despite the heroic steal there from Kenvi. Power of Evil is getting to a really strong part of the game. He almost has his death cap. That is going to be a very big spike for the Azir. Pit stopped for the Verdant Barrier, part of the Banshee's Veil. Just feeling like it's mostly going to be magic damage that's dealt to him. I think in general the actual Banshee's Veil shield is pretty useless against Corki and those types of champions who have spammable ways to actually pop it off. But the MR is pretty nice.
Yeah, I remember doing the math a while ago on Verdant Barrier. The item itself, even when fully stacked, is like
not very efficient.
Barely gold efficient. Yeah. Like a No Magic Mantle is as efficient as upgrading Verdant Barrier, and at that point, finish the death cap probably. Yeah. It's one of the unfortunate things about playing by feel is you're like, oh, well, I think I want an MR item, but like the item's not actually good.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, it got nerfed quite a while ago, because there was a meta for a while where like everyone went Verdant Barrier first item in every single matchup. So it got nerfed very heavily until the combine, so more of the MR and Power Chrome was put into the combine, which is why I do think Banshee's Veil is being overbought, but Kenvi in the 1v2.
Yeah, pretty big stuff right now. Kenvi going to be quite low, down to 500 health. We're just going to come around, and they get the kill. Thank you very much. Easy walk away for Spica. He has built pretty much full tank Kraken into Deadman's into the beginning of Force of Nature. Meanwhile, bot lane going down. PoE gets a couple of turrets. Okay, congratulations. However, the bottom inhibitor is down. The Rebel Baron power play only 1,000 for TSM, as they have been getting cross-map. Objectives have been traded back and forth, but TSM still looking quite comfortable.
Yeah, it's interesting for PoE. I think the read was he needed a death cap combined, so he didn't actually want to look to fight. So he does have that death cap now. Got some gold for himself in that top lane. Out there, split pushing on the Azir. They do lose the 1 inhib, but not going to lose mid lane inhib as well, so it's not that bad. And it's going to be all about now this next big fight once again around the dragon. If TSM get it, I think that really will secure them enough of an advantage to close this one out.
I think so. 4,000 gold already feels amazing. You double it with a soul, basically. You want to kind of judge the scoreboard a little bit here. On to our second item here for Mia as well, towards what's often redemption. I don't remember the exact build path, but something supportive regardless is coming through. Doesn't look like a any one of like the offensive ones.
It's probably redemption.
Yeah. So I know if you're doing the staff flowing water or the Sentinels have 8 so the AP on them. So yeah, one of the more defensive ones, which is totally fine. I think your team has plenty of damage anyway. After not quite able to kill that ward, but we have Dragon up in 40 seconds. Kenvi got the smite last time, but TSM won the actual team fight. The gold even more stacked in their favor, even more likely to be TSM's. Maybe we get some heroics out of Immortals. We got Huni walking over to the flank, but he will walk through a ward if he does so. Revenge wants to stay on the side as well, and sadly has not had time to split push. He's been stuck team fighting. Marking the Vlad has been fine, but the other 4v4 still looked good for TSM. They've been ahead enough in gold.
And a lot of it has been about the poke, right? They have got to find a fight, I think, before they get poked down from Corki. That is going to be the big question. You know, can you actually start that fight before Maple softens you up?
Oh! Forces an ulti. Big plays at him, cleanses away from the root just in case. Nocturne wants in. Will it be enough is the question. They're going to force the pool out of Vladimir. Kenvi stays alive for now. Pretty tanky. Bit of a heal coming back in, but Revenge very lower post. And Maple just shuts him down. Goodbye. 10 away from the back doesn't mean a ton, but Kenvi still low, still being chased. Will there be a fight? Pee-wee shuffles in. He wants the big play, but it's already every single kill going TSM's way. They will not end winless. They will take down Immortals. They'll get themselves a Dragon Soul. They'll get Ignar as well. TSM champs are back in the LCS arena, and TSM are back with a win in the scoreboard.
Nicely done. TSM cleaned him up at the Dragon. They're going to push for the win here. Maple massive in that fight, and Tactical forcing out the early ult there from Ignar, making such a difference. TSM ending the week on a high note.
On the board here, under 30 minutes. Those who stuck around to finally get and see TSM get their first win are rewarded for your belief. TSM on the board with one. They do not even drop a champion at Tiberia. Maple gets his first win in the LCS.
Nicely done. Great to see a strong performance there from TSM. Tactical having a really good game, I think, overall. You know, the Nami Lucian combo working well for them. Maple as well around those dragons, just landing so much poke. It does feel like Corki has been super effective in the LCS when it has been coming out. We've seen a lot of strong performances there from the champion. You know, Immortals just not able to really get organized for that kind of in-sync engage. You know, we saw them really off-kilter a lot of these times. TSM positioning well, not giving them the openings to find those engages, and Maple kind of poking them out before they could really go in. And you look at that final fight, you know, Kenvi taking the ult in, but Power of Evil is a screen or two behind him. The team was not really all there on the same page, not coordinated as they went for it, and as a result, TSM crushed them in that final fight.
Yeah, it was a rough look right there. Well done, though, TSM. A lot of control. I mean, bot lane looked really good. Narrowly missed a kill once in a while, but they had control the whole way through. They stacked the first 3 dragons with basically no contest. We've seen that get dicey, sure, sometimes, but it does seem like a lot of these teams have a read of a high-pressure bot lane going for Dragon Stack.
Yeah.
Not every team does. CLG over in 3-0 are actually playing weak side bot lane, but and that's fun because you're going to see these clash of styles more and more over the course of time. But TSM are like, no, we do want pressure in the bot lane. We are going Dragon Stacking, and once in a while we'll look at Huni, sure, but you know, we're kind of chilling for the most of this one. And in this case, it worked out.
No, absolutely. I mean, I do think it's really, really strong. And I think we're going to see less of teams being willing to give up 3 uncontested, because I just think it's a bridge too far. It's too much. Like, your options in the game are so limited from that point if you give up the first 3. You know, they actually were depending on Kenvi stealing the 4th dragon of the game, which did actually prevent the soul from going over. But you know, you're so pigeonholed into you must be here every 5 minutes, and if your opponents are playing from ahead, it's very easy to set up and actually kind of get the team fight that you want.
And even then, he stole the dragon, congratulations, but they lost the fight that they had to fight around it, right? Like TSM went 4 kills, 2 deaths.
And got Baron.
Yeah, right, and they got Baron for it, which was like, congratulations, we went up 900 gold. Oh no, you delayed soul. Oh, Baron, we're 4K. I guess we're in the game now. So, and that's the thing. So the final thing I'll say before I toss to the next bit is that because they're starting the Dragon Stack early, we're seeing 6-minute first Dragon.
Yeah.
You're forcing the fight around like 22 minutes. Like, you have not scaled on Kale or Azir or Fiora by that point in time, right? And so by going for high tempo and starting early, you don't give the time to scale. Good to see the teams play around that. So TSM have won it, and that means they're joining Tigris and Spica in a Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you, Freak. The last time we saw Spica, he was an all-star analyst on our desk and now returning to his proper post as player. What's it like for you and the team to pick up that first dub here, Summer Split?
Honestly, I thought it was going to be a bit sooner. I mean, obviously, 0-2 start is not ideal, but I think we played really well today, focused on what we needed to win, and hopefully we can keep winning.
Yeah, tell me a bit about the offseason, just from your perspective, putting together the changes of this roster as well. First time we're getting to hear from you.
Yeah, I think I was pretty offhand for the offseason roster changes. I think what I was focusing more on was just myself, because obviously we went 9th place, right? Like, it was like a really horrible split. So I think I had like a bit of self-reflection and just, do what I need to prepare for next split. And, I think so far I feel like I've been playing pretty well.
How are things coming along with the top side specifically, looking at the solo laners and yourself? Because yes, you were playing well, but your mid laner really definitely showing up here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mabel is a great addition. He is obviously very experienced. It's been a joy playing with him. He's very outgoing. He's a great teammate. So it's been really fun playing with this team so far, and hopefully we can make it far.
As far as this game specifically, even though with all the kind words you have for your mid laner, you were player of the game. Tell me about...
That's not myself. He was carry. He did a lot. He did a lot. I mean, I take it. I'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
You
take
guys
it.
still
I don't mind.
the honor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but then from that, what do you think it was that allowed TSM, whether it was a player specifically or overall, to get this win? Nocturne was also a little unexpected on the other side.
I mean, I think we had the edge in both the 100 Thieves game and... What did we play yesterday? Oh, CLG. CLG. I feel like we just, a little blunder, some mistakes. I know we're a good team and we've improved a lot. So I think we just play to our game, just play normal and just win.
I know in your Travis Gafford interview, you had some words for Mark and anyone else that have been doubting TSM through and through.
I mean, we're 1-2 so far, so I'm not going to say anything else. But I'll show him.
All right, show them all up.
All right.
Thank you, Svika,
Thank
for
you.
joining me. Time for us to round out our Week 1 Super Week here of Summer Split on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Latigris, and welcome to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Closing out our Super Week to kick off the Summer Split, and TSM closes it out with a bang. They pick up the win. That's got to feel good.
Huge. I mean, yep. I'm glad you didn't call for my or Mark specifically hit our head. Being able to take a win here.
Well, so far, you both are, especially with alphabetical order, it's right between the 7 and 9 spots.
Thank you,
So
Cloud9.
the average is out to where you and Mark
I appreciate that.
placed them anyway. We're just taking a look at how things shook out at the end of our Super Week. We got 3 teams undefeated at 3-0. CLG atop the table alongside our defending champs in Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid Honda. Holy crap, this CLG start.
Yeah.
And that's been incredible to see, but I do want to start with our defending champions in Evil Geniuses, because for all the talk of a possible hangover, they appear to be just fine.
Pretty good.
They found the serum.
I think they themselves are just we're playing stuff that we're comfortable with, and we're fortunate that it has worked out. One interesting stat that I'm going to bring up here is, the my Yasuo, the opponent's Yasuo, or whatever champion you want to pick in solo queue. This is Danny's damage per minute as Ezreal thus far in his 3 games, and every other Ezreal averaged across the first week.
Near double.
That's nuts.
Wild, one would say.
And one thing, so the reason why I wanted to bring it up is obviously Danny's really comfortable and strong on Ezreal, but the way that EG are winning a lot of these games, I really want to call out their team fighting, because there's been multiple situations where I'm maybe you guys are going to get outscaled. Maybe the opponent has an advantage here, and they've been able, especially in the C9 and 100 Thieves games, to really route their opponents through neutral objective team fighting.
Yeah, 100%. I think the whole question of whether they're in a hangover or not is kind of resolved, surprisingly so. And I mean, they still need to kind of they have good footage of what the meta is looking like and what they actually want to change. But it's nice, it's refreshing. The team looks really good around their carries. And in particular, I feel like Inspired and Impact are doing quite well for themselves. So it's nice to be able to see our champions coming strong, and that consistency is there.
Well, EG's still looking very strong. Let's hop over to Team Liquid, another team that's got plenty of expectations, but is delivering so far here 3 days into the split. Raz, and I believe you've got a little bit of something to teach us over there in some State Farm neighborhood tactics.
Boom! Let's
Get over
go
there,
for
my
it.
friend.
All right. It's the scenic route. Let's see if I can get it. I got that one in.
Hey, you got that.
Easy.
That doesn't count for later, by the way, unless that's me and Douglas' side.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. If you add me on your team, though. So a lot of people are focusing on, hey, first week of LCS. What about new meta, new players? But you always forget about the old, reliable, consistent Team Liquid. The Team Liquid that just came in, started the split with a perfect game versus Immortals, and of course continued that trajectory. And so in this play that I'm showcasing here earlier today versus Cloud9, they came out strong. Bjergsen here had a 2-0, actually had a losing spark because of a bot lane fight that got him a lead. So Team Liquid with Herald, clear out vision over towards River. So if I were to show that a little bit, there's nothing here because while they were deploying onto the map, they fully cleared it out. They played towards Bjergsen on the bot side of the map because they found that matchup to just be more beneficial for them with how Bjergsen is ahead in this game. And it forces, if I can get this going, Jensen to pick up the 2-wave stack on the bottom side of the map. And now, unfortunately, the zombie ward is going to catch them, but theoretically, as you can see, if you shut out the lights, you don't know where the Rift Herald is going to be placed. It could have been placed towards the bot side of the map, but they're going to be sending them towards the mid lane. They end up also getting the flash on top of King. And the thing that I wanted to focus is just how good Team Liquid are. Being able to set up vision, play towards the major objective. This one in particular is going to be Dragon. So, pick up the zoom. Dragon is available. No vision whatsoever for Cloud9. Base from Corki because he ends up picking up package. So they actually think they're strong enough. And that's where I kind of, tend to differ here. You have a Yuumi, Twitch, Corki, you scale better, but at this point of the game, especially with the setup advantage there from Team Liquid, it's incredibly strong. So right before Vision clocks out, you see Bjergsen, who's gonna be on this angle, Hansama, who's, by the way, pushing up far in the mid lane just to chip at Volibear to make it harder and harder for them to contest, because if the person who's going to be face checking is going to be the tankier Volibear. Nice bit of damage from Bwipo, and now you're in a really tough position if you're Cloud9, because at the end of the day, you can't just push through mid. Bwipo's going to be able to stop you from looking for mid lane turret, and you're going to be getting a flank from 4 members here from Team Liquid. The other option is, and this is what they end up choosing, pushing on ahead and contesting this Drake. The first person they're going to be able to see is Hansama and Santorin. You don't want to go into the Wukong with Clone. They're going to go in for Hansama, who has Blink and Flash. They recognize it. The Hard Force comes out from Blabber. An easy flash there from Hansama to get out of harm's way. And it's just such a losing position. And all of this is granted by the setup that they had, the vision control that they had. And it's understanding the full confidence from Team Liquid that this is an easy overreach from Cloud9 to even fight for this, recognizing Cloud9 should have just given this one up and kind of banked on their scaling. So, Confetti, not the fudge. Not the fudge. To Team Liquid. To Team Liquid, because they're the ones that end up winning the game off of that play. And it's now kind of an extra piece of footage for other teams to look back on and be like, oh, this is the team we still have to fear for.
Unfortunate confetti cannon placement.
Unfortunate.
We'll work on the Telestrator mechanics at a later date,
Thank you.
But I love seeing the minutes of setup. It's so easy, right, to look at the play, and that absolutely, in the moment, we watch that, it's over. There it is, boom. Team Liquid has won the game, and C9 threw everything they had at what they felt was their last shot. But getting that perspective of what happened in the minute, 2 minutes prior, to make that decision, basically for Cloud9, or put them in a position to have to make that decision, it's so cool.
Yeah, I think CoreJJ and Santorin work very well together in doing that in a number of games. So I'm glad you highlighted that one, just their experience in making it seem like the other team doesn't have choices. I do have one question for you.
Okay.
I noticed when you're circling the dragon.
Yes.
You decided to use the circle tool.
Exactly.
Why did you not draw a circle around it manually?
I'm not an artist. You could probably draw a perfect circle. I can't do that. It would be a blob at best.
Why does it have to be perfect?
Yeah,
it
doesn't.
And what if you want to circle twice?
First of all,
then
no one's making the case that it has to be perfect.
Okay.
It just needs to be less imperfect than your approach.
That's
the case I'm making.
Dash
we
is
can
a
circle it once and make it a messy circle.
Yeah.
Just don't circle it 7 times. The point's been made.
What if it needs
you know
to be
what
made 7 times? I'm just saying.
It's emphasis. He's really making the point.
I hate this. Let's emphasize some star players from the day with our POG leaderboard, or rather, of the day, rather. So we got Sunday, game number 1. Joe, much better spread. Oh, no.
Oh, still kind of a
Three
mid-lane
mid
game.
laners again. Wow, mid laners really showing up here in Summer Split. Sunday,
first day
Jojo
mid
Fan,
laners,
Bjergsen,
second
Kyle
day
Fox.
tops.
Speaker, though, sneaking in there for the junglers at the end of the day. He said he'd take it even after he basically said
he
you
said
should have given it to Maple, which would have been another mid laner.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. It was split, so it was split between him and Maple. Speaker ended up winning it out, and honestly, he had a phenomenal week as a whole.
Week.
Yeah.
Yes. So, congratulations to him in particular. That seems like he was focusing on his individual play in the offseason, and it seems like it's coming out in flowers.
And we were wondering, especially after that first game, because him and Maple seem to be working super well together already. Yeah. He highlighted in the interview, he's like, I actually really enjoy playing with Maple, so that's already a huge step in the right direction for TSM, I think.
Well, those are the individual honors earners from the day. Now it's time to award our first MasterCard Player of the Week here in Summer, and today that honor belongs to EG's Inspired.
Woo!
So it is a jungler who will reign supreme at the end of the week.
OP role. but 100% for
player.
Inspired, exactly. Coming off of an incredible individual performance in MSI and just being on fire, especially in that matchup versus Closer in the 100 Thieves game. I felt like they had a decently difficult week, and he was a huge building block. Him and Vulcan performed exceptionally in team fights, and so here are his honors.
Yeah, I think this player of the week could have gone in a lot of different directions. Having three 3-0 teams, I think, is very uncommon when you have this type of starting week. But definitely, there is a surprise factor of EG being so effective, especially like when we talked about this before. When you are the defending champs, League Ops usually just throws you against a bunch of good teams right off the bat while you might be a little rusty. So really big performance, and Inspired was a huge part of it.
Very, very cool to see. Now it's time to pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for the week. Tracking.
Bring them up.
Some interesting statistics for each of our lanes. You got the big dokes up there. Top of the 100 CS.
Same with
top
Palafox.
laners. And Palafox with a lightning fast mythic item completion. What do we make of some of this? Any of this?
I mean, just Dokla coming back into LCS and having a really great start. I think like he is one of the reasons I think that CLG can now be super flexible in their drafting, which is very, very cool because he plays so many carries in the top lane, is willing to go for counter matchups. And the team seems to have a lot of confidence in him. In addition, they just have a really good read on enchanters, which are broken. So
yeah, I mean, great for them to be able to find that success really early on. From the 100 Thieves players, you see Closer at the top there, and right behind Dokla is, as you'd expect, Someday.
Yep.
So just like focusing on 100 Thieves games, it seems like top lane is still something that you have to kind of fear, and I want to see what we get out of Someday in the next week.
All right, well, congrats to those of you who earned bonus points on the LCS Sleeper Fantasy app for having this week's top performers in your lineup. One thing left to do, that's look at the schedule for next week. 2 days of play next week.
Bring it up.
Kick things off with Dignitas versus Cloud9.
Somebody's got to win.
That's true.
Yeah, there'll be only one winless team after that.
All righty, somebody's picking up a win on day number 1 of next week. We follow that up, though, with 100 Thieves going up against the Golden Guardians, TSM, Team Liquid Honda in that third matchup of the day. Evil Geniuses, Immortals Progressive, number 4, before we close things out with FlyQuest versus an undefeated CLG.
I would love to see the Golden Guardians 100 Thieves game.
Well, good news, you'll get to see it.
There we go.
You'll be working.
Golden Guardians, last I remember, had a gargantuan lead, that 10K gold lead that was tossed over to 100 Thieves side, and so like that's something I really want to take a look at. So
Again?
especially after, no, okay, let's not repeat history.
Raz is petitioning to just have them start from a dead ball state.
I'm a man.
10K
I'm
up.
a man that just simply.
seeing what happens.
I just simply want progress. If they're gonna get that gold lead, let's see them close it out. Or if we can just see a cleaner 100 Thieves, either direction, let's see it.
Absolutely. All righty, well, I want to take a moment to invite you all to join us in the Bud Light League Lounge. The Tigress and myself will be joined by Contracts and Big Dokes himself. Catch that on twitch.tv/BudLight right after the highlights. Or you can wait for the raid, because you'll be jumping over from this channel. But for now, that's going to do it from us. So on behalf of myself, the cast, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll catch you next Saturday for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other. And Emily, that was damn close.
All right.
We'll get there, though. We'll get there one day.